Chapter 11:65. The world gray, even darker at night. The sky above was a boundless expanse of black, and it was like a huge black hole. Yang Yi rested his figure against a large tree, and Nan Shuang was by his side. Her figure was resting against the tree as well, but her head had somehow ended up on Yang Ye's shoulder. Yang Yi remained silent as he looked at the sky. At this moment, he thought of many people. Su Qingshi and the others within the primordial pagoda. He thought about Xiao Yushi and Nanjing and the others from White Deer Academy who were in the Radiant Dimension, and he thought about Lady Zhuangweiran, who'd left the Radiant Dimension. 3 years. All of them would die if he couldn't return in 3 years. He only had 3 years of time. Yang Yi clenched his right fist at this point. He knew that he couldn't waste time. He had to recover as soon as possible, and then improve his cultivation. Moreover, it would be in his best interests to obtain the stellar sword diagram. He had to do his best to grow stronger. A long time passed before Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and closed his eyes. It didn't take long for him to seem to have fallen asleep. Mu Kanglin suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Nan Shuang while a dagger rested in her grasp. She gazed at Yang Yi and Nan Shuang in silence for a long time, and then she turned around and vanished beneath the veil of night. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes once she left, and he gazed at the direction that Shed left towards before closing his eyes again. The next day, dawn had just arrived when the Soul Eater mercs had set out once more. There were no weaklings amongst them, so even if they didn't utilize profound energy, their speed was still extremely swift. So, it took less than 4 hours for them to arrive at a towering mountain that stretched off into the distance for around 5,000 kilometers. At this moment, quite a few people were gathered before the mountain, and more mercenaries and independent cultivators were rushing over. When the Soul Eater mercs arrived, many immediately looked over. Besides fear, there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Obviously, many recognized the Soul Eater mercs. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he was shocked because there were at least 10 quasi-emperors here. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun took 2 steps forward and cupped her fists. Everyone. My Soul Eater mercs are here with the same objective as all of you, and it's just to seek wealth. I presume that all of you've set some rules. Yi Luyun's gaze descended onto an old man in the distance, and she continued, You should be Elder Emo, the leader of the Snow Lion mercs that discovered this ruin, right? Yang Yi glanced at the old man. He was a quasi-emperor, and there were 2 other middle-aged men by the old man's side. Both of them were quasi-emperors as well. Besides that, there were around 700 experts behind them, and the weakest amongst those experts was at the Saint Realm. It could be said that the Snow Lion mercs were the stronger group here. Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head at the sight of this. While the spirit energy in Dark Hell Continent was scarce, the number of experts it had wasn't inferior to the Radiant Dimension. The main reason was definitely because there was no Heaven Dao here. In the Radiant Dimension, many experts who charged into the Saint and Quasi-Emperor realms would die beneath their heavenly tribulations. But there was no Heaven Dao here. Under such circumstances, the Saints and Quasi-Emperors on this continent weren't rare anymore. Elder Emo glanced at Yi Luyun and said, You're really quite quick. Yi Luyun grinned, Senior Emo. My Soul Eater mercs intend to try their luck in the ruins as well. I hope that you'll give us that opportunity. Elder Emo gazed at Yi Luyun for a short while before he replied, Of course. Thank you. Yi Luyun cupped her fists to Elder Emo. Senior Emo, since everyone is still here, I presume that you've encountered some sort of problem? Elder Emo nodded slightly. There's a formation here. But that isn't the problem. The problem is breaching it by force might cause the entire mountain range to collapse. So that's why. Yi Luyun continued, Then I'm sure Senior Emo has found a way to deal with it, right? Elder Emo replied, I've brought a formation master to remove the formation, and it'll take another hour at most to be completed. Yi Luyun nodded lightly before leading the Soul Eater mercs to the side. There had been numerous independent cultivators at that spot, but they were sensible enough to leave upon seeing the Soul Eater mercs walking towards them. Yi Luyun cupped her fists towards those independent cultivators. Thank you. Yi Luyun's actions instantly caused those independent cultivators who were slightly displeased to feel better. Yang Yi glanced at the Snow Lion mercs in the distance. The expressions of the old man Elder Mo, and all the other members of the Snow Lion Mercs was quite unsightly. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel quite amused by the sight of this. Obviously, the Snow Lion Mercs had intended to reap everything for themselves upon discovering the ruin. However, news of it had been leaked for some reason. So, while they were still the strongest here, they didn't dare to try and take it all for themselves any longer. If they did that, they, the Snow Lion Mercs, would definitely be the first to die. In this chaotic world, the discovery of a ruin might be an opportunity for many independent cultivators and mercenaries to change their fate. So, unless one possessed absolute strength, anyone who dared to try and take everything for themselves would definitely be besieged by all. Even though Yi Luyuan had been acting courteously from the very beginning, Yang Yi felt that she was only putting on an act for the Snow Lion Mercs. Regardless of whether the Snow Lion Mercs agreed, the Soul Eater Mercs would definitely take a share of the spoils within this ruin. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyuan. He felt that her ability was comparable to Yu Wushuang and Ding Xiaoyao. Suddenly, another group arrived from afar. Yang Yi, Mu Kanglin, and the other members of the Phoenix Mercs were stunned when they saw this group, because it was the Wolf Soul Mercs who'd ambushed them earlier. The Wolf Soul Mercs saw Mu Kanglin and the others as well. Tensions flared when enemies encountered each other. Many of the Wolf Soul Mercs had charged forward, but they were stopped by their leader, Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng gazed at Mu Kanglin, and then his gaze descended onto Yi Luyuan before he smiled. I never expected that Merc Leader Mu actually joined the Soul Eater Mercs. Congratulations, Merc Leader Yi. Yi Luyuan glanced at Yuan Feng and said, Kanglin is a sister of mine now. If there has been enmity between her and Merc Leader Yuan, then I hope that you'll let bygones be bygones. All right? Yuan Feng glanced at Mu Kanglin and smiled. Of course. Yi Luyuan nodded slightly and didn't say another word. Yuan Feng glanced at Mu Kanglin and Yi Luyuan. He was just about to lead the Wolf Soul Mercs away when his gaze suddenly descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he noticed Yuan Feng's gaze. Clearly, that fellow had no intention of letting Yang Yi go. Yuan Feng pointed at Yang Yi and said, Merc Leader Yi, he isn't a member of your Soul Eater Mercs, right? Yi Luyuan glanced at Yang Yi, and then she turned around to gaze at Mu Kanglin while shooting a questioning gaze at her. Mu Kanglin glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head. Yang Yi's face fell. Looks like she intends to stand by idly. Nan Shuang was about to speak when she saw Mu Kanglin shake her head, but Mu Kanglin stopped her from saying anything. Yuan Feng smiled when he saw Mu Kanglin shake her head. Merc Leader Yi, there's some enmity between him and me. Can you give me face and hand him over to me? I'll owe your Soul Eater Mercs a favor if you agree. The favor of a quasi-emperor. Yi Luyuan practically didn't hesitate and was about to speak. Meanwhile, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and then the entire mountain range and ground trembled for a moment. The formation has been dealt with. Clamorous noise instantly resounded through the surroundings. However, no one dared to charge forward, and all of them were looking at the Snow Lion Mercs. Elder Mo ignored their gazes and led the Snow Lion Mercs in. Let's go. Yi Luyuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the matters between Yang Yi and the Wolf Soul Mercs, and she immediately led the Soul Eater Mercs forward to follow behind the Snow Lion Mercs. Yuan Feng hurriedly led his Wolf Soul Mercs forward as well. After the comparatively stronger mercenary groups had entered the ruins, the other smaller mercenary groups and independent cultivators swarmed forward and charged towards the entrance. After they entered the mountain, the scene before their eyes was completely different. It was like the mountain's insides had been emptied, and they couldn't see the ends of this space. There were some broken walls, collapsed palaces, countless broken stone pillars that were around 30 kilometers long, and numerous statues of all sorts of demon beasts standing before them. Even though it was a scene of devastation, it was obvious based on the scale of things that it definitely didn't belong to a small power. Let's go. Meanwhile, Elder Mo's voice resounded, and then the Snow Lion Mercs charged forward swiftly. Yi Luyuan pondered deeply for a moment and said, Let's go. She immediately led her group towards the right. If they wanted to avoid fighting to the death, they had no choice but to split up and rely on their own luck. Of course, it was very common, especially in ruins like these, that battles could occur at any moment. After the Snow Lion Mercs and Soul Eater Mercs left, The wolf Solmerks and all the others flashed towards different directions as well. Nan Shuang followed closely behind Mu Kanglin. Suddenly, she turned around and looked behind her. Yang Yi had been behind her, but he was gone now. She glanced at the surroundings but didn't notice Yang Yi anywhere. Nan Shuang was stunned and spoke softly. That's fine as well. Fleeing is good as well. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and followed the group forward. Yang Yi hadn't gone with the Soul Eater mercs and had gone to a deserted corner instead. Once he confirmed that there was no one in the vicinity, Yang Yi patted his chest and said, "Snowy, come out here quickly." A moment of silence ensued, and then it didn't take long for a white head to emerge from his chest. Snowy climbed up his chest and arrived below Yang Ye's neck. She wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's neck and rubbed her head against his chin. She seemed drowsy as her eyes were half closed, and it was like she hadn't slept enough. Yang Yi took her in his arms and patted her face lightly. "Wake up quickly. Lead me to the treasures here." Snowy rubbed her eyes, and she immediately revealed a smile when she saw Yang Yi. Suddenly, she glanced at the surroundings and took a breath, and then her smile turned to sadness. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi with a grievance and started to wave her claws about. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He naturally understood what she meant. She didn't like this place because there wasn't any spirit energy. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Be good. We'll leave this place soon." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and withdrew a violet crystal. "Can you make this into two?" Snowy blinked before stretching out her claw to take it. After that, she grabbed it with both claws while Yang Yi watched with anticipation, and then she pulled from both ends. Crack! The violet crystal was broken into two halves. Snowy held a half in each claw, and she presented them to Yang Yi while seeming to be seeking praise for her achievement. Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 11:66. Chapter 11:66. A nice treasure. Yang Yi grinned when he saw the anticipation in Snowy's eyes, and he took the violet crystal before rubbing her head. "You're really amazing." Snowy immediately revealed a brilliant smile when she heard Yang Yi praise her, and then she wrapped her arms around Yang Ye's face and ceaselessly rubbed her head against Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently and said, "Can you sense where the treasures are in this place?" Snowy glanced at the surroundings and sniffed lightly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up before pointing her claw forward. Yang Yi was delighted. He swallowed those two halves of the violet crystal, and then his figure shot towards the distance. The reason he'd made Snowy come out here was because she was blessed by nature and had innate senses towards treasure, especially profound energy. If he were to look on his own, he would definitely be unable to compete with those mercenaries, but it would be different with Snowy on his side. He could be a step ahead of the others and find the treasures before everyone with Snowy's help. That was why he'd left the Soul Eater mercs. Perhaps he would be safer with the Soul Eater mercs, but he wouldn't be able to recover it all. Because even if the Soul Eater mercs found any treasures or energy stones, they wouldn't give him any. Moreover, Mu Kanglin was hellbent on killing him, so it would be utterly impossible for him recover his strength while amidst the Soul Eater mercs. So, he'd seize the opportunity presented by the chaos to sneak off. Of course, for the sake of preventing Mu Kanglin from causing trouble for him while he left, he'd used the sword domain to conceal his aura. Yang Yi moved forward according to Snowy's guidance, but he was careful all along the way and tried his best to avoid others. Even though he had some strength, he still had to keep a low profile. Presently, his main objective was to find treasures, especially spirit energy to heal his injuries. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving. There was a wrecked palace not too far away from him. It was almost 3 kilometers tall, and its top seemed like it had been sliced off by a sword. The cut was smooth as a mirror. There were 2 words at the center of the palace, Palace of Heroes. There were numerous rifts that were over 500 m wide on the ground below the palace. Yang Yi glanced at them, and even his vision couldn't reach their bottom. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What did this sect experience? It's actually in such a terrible state. Snowy pointed at the palace, and she seemed to be telling Yang Yi to hurry up. Yang Yi nodded slightly and was about to move. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly concealed himself. In next to no time, a figure shot over from afar, and a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from him. The middle-aged man was delighted at the sight of the palace, and his figure shot towards it. However, he'd only just arrived at its entrance when a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from within it and struck him in an instant. A shrill cry resounded as the middle-aged man was blasted almost 1 kilometer away, and then his figure didn't move again. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, because the middle-aged man had been a high-rank saint, but he'd actually been killed in an instant. Is there someone within the palace? Yang Yi shook his head because there was definitely no one in there. After all, he couldn't sense any signs of life. Since there wasn't a living person in there, it represented that the palace was protected by a formation. If there was a formation, then it represented the presence of violet crystals, because only violet crystals could keep such a formation running. A smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and he went over to the middle-aged man's corpse. With a wave of his right hand, the middle-aged man's ring instantly flew into his grasp. Yang Yi was immediately delighted when he glanced at its contents because there was a violet crystal and over 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there. Yang Yi swallowed the violet crystal and placed the energy stones back into the spatial ring, because it would be a terrible waste of time to swallow them one by one or try to absorb their energy. After that, Yang Ye's figure flashed over to the entrance of the palace. He didn't go straight in. He concealed his aura with the sword domain, and then he used the laws of darkness to transform into a shadow before entering the palace. Once he entered the palace, Yang Ye's sword domain instantly swept out and enveloped the entire hall. In next to no time, a smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth while his figure shot towards a corner of the hall. There was a stone pillar at that corner. Yang Yi flicked it with his finger, and then it instantly dispersed to reveal 2 violet crystals that flickered with a violet glow. An arc curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Yang Yi took the violet crystals and swallowed them before heading to the other 3 corners. It didn't take long for 6 more violet crystals to fall into his possession. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow all of them. The tiny vortex instantly started revolving once the violet crystals entered his body, and then it immediately sucked away all the spirit energy. In next to no time, threads of primordial violet energy flowed out from the tiny vortex, and the violet energy automatically started to spread through his body and repair it. Yang Yi couldn't help but smile when he sensed the violet energy repairing his body incessantly. Once he recovered, he would have the ability to keep himself safe. After all, this damnable place was more dangerous than the radiant dimension. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. He noticed 3 dark red threads around his heart. The cosmic rays. Yang Ye's face fell because he'd actually forgotten them. While he didn't know what they were, and they seemed quite calm and quiet, Yang Yi knew that they were absolutely not simple. Lady's strength was heaven-defying. Yet she'd been heavily injured and experienced a decline in her cultivation because of it. So, how could it possibly be ordinary? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and started to urge a thread of violet energy towards the cosmic rays. Suddenly, one of the cosmic rays wriggled, and then Yang Yi immediately slumped down to the ground. Moreover, he was twitching incessantly. Fortunately, the tiny vortex suddenly started revolving. The cosmic rays instantly calmed down when the tiny vortex started revolving, and they just remained around Yang Ye's heart of slaughter. Around 15 minutes passed before Yang Ye's face returned to normal. He grinned as he gazed at Snowy, whose face was covered in worry. "I'm fine." Snowy flew over to his shoulder, wrapped her arms around his neck, and lightly rubbed her head against his face. Yang Yi laid on the ground as he recalled what happened earlier, and there was horror in his eyes. Earlier, he actually felt like he was about to be obliterated. If the tiny vortex hadn't revolved earlier, then he probably would have been obliterated by now. Yang Yi felt a wave of lingering fear as he gazed at those 3 cosmic rays within him. Now, he knew why the tiny vortex hadn't absorbed them and destroyed them. The tiny vortex was heavily injured right now, so it was probably incapable of completely destroying those cosmic rays in its current state. Otherwise, it would have absorbed the cosmic rays into it, and it wouldn't just be deterring them. Yang Yi didn't dare to provoke the cosmic rays again. He noticed that so long as he didn't provoke them, then they wouldn't attack him. Even if his violet energy passed by them, they wouldn't stop his violet energy. Even then, Yang Yi still felt quite worried. After all, it was too dangerous, and the slightest mishap might bring about his death. But he was helpless against them for now. Yang Yi took a deep breath, restrained his thoughts, and decided to ignore the cosmic rays for now. He pulled open his shirt and looked down at his chest. The injuries on his chest were around 60% healed under the effects of the primordial violet energy. Yang Yi rested a while longer before he stood up. He rubbed Snowy's head as she stood on his shoulder and spoke softly. "Where are we going next?" Snowy pointed towards the depths of the hall. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to shoot towards the hall's depths. The further he went, the greater his shock was, because he noticed that there were actually other halls within the hall. At the depths of the main hall was numerous smaller halls, and it didn't take long for his shock to become pleasant surprise, because he'd arrived at a hall called the Divine Weapon Hall. It was protected by a formation as well, but it was so weak it practically could be overlooked. Yang Ye's eyes instantly lit up when he walked into the hall, because there were around 500 crystal pillars in the hall, and every single one of them had a treasure in them. Moreover, the weakest treasure amongst them was at the divine rank. "I'm rich." Yang Ye withdrew the ancient sheath and waved his right hand. The crystal pillars instantly shattered, and then some spirit energy dispersed from within them. Weapons naturally required spirit energy as a form of maintenance. Otherwise, if they were just left there for tens of thousands of years, then even a quasi-emperor rank weapon would probably be reduced to dirt. Snowy immediately opened her mouth and took a breath when the spirit energy appeared. All of it instantly entered her stomach, and it didn't take long for 10 violet crystals to appear before Yang Yi. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and kissed her, and then he smiled. "You're my lucky star." Indeed, if he didn't have Snowy, then he would probably still be following behind the Soul Eater mercs and thinking about how to find things that they overlook. Snowy blushed from being kissed. Of course, she hadn't blushed because she was embarrassed or anything else. It was merely because the violet mink would blush when Yang Yi kissed her, so Snowy imitated that. After Yang Yi gathered all the weapons here, Yang Yi was about to leave when Snow suddenly pointed at the stone wall in the distance. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flick a strand of sword energy over. The stone wall instantly shattered and collapsed, and it didn't take long for a small secret room to appear before Yang Yi. There were 2 pure white stone pillars in the room. The pillar on the right had a fiery red longbow. There was a ferocious mini dragon head at the center of the longbow. The dragon looked ferocious with its mouth wide open and its ghastly teeth bared before its enemies. It simply seemed like it was waiting to swallow its enemies. Besides that, the body of the bow itself seemed like 2 straightened bodies of mini dragons that stretched out from both sides of the dragon head. There were 2 fiery red arrows beside the longbow. Yang Yi looked carefully at them, and he noticed that they were actually made completely out of fiery red dragon scales. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the row of words below the pillar. Fire Dragon Bow, Quasi-Emperor Rank. If the soul of an Emperor Rank dragon is sealed within it, then it can produce the energy of a dragon, and it'll advance to the Emperor Rank. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the white pillar instantly dispersed before he put both the longbow and arrows away. He wasn't interested in archery, so he immediately turned around and gazed at the other pillar. Yang Ye's eyes instantly lit up when he saw what was lying within the other pillar. What a nice treasure. It just happens to be perfect for me. Chapter 11, 67. Within the pillar of light was a pair of fiery red gloves. The gloves were completely made out of fiery red dragon scales, and they flickered with a fiery glow. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the words below the pillar. Fire Dragon Gauntlets, Quasi-Emperor Rank. Made of the scales from an Emperor Rank fire dragon, and combined with mysterious crystalline metal. If the soul of a dragon is sealed with it, then it may attain the Emperor Rank. Seal the soul of a dragon within it? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he flicked his finger. The white pillar of light was instantly blasted apart, and the gauntlets instantly entered into his grasp with a wave of his hand. As soon as the gauntlets touched his palm, Flames instantly erupted from them and enveloped Yang Yi. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as his arms were actually instantly covered by fiery red dragon scales. Moreover, claws had suddenly sprouted out from the tip of his fingers. The claws were thinner than a finger, but they were around 50 centimeters long. They were even much longer than an ordinary short sword. Awesome! There was a trace of excitement in Yang Yi's eyes as he waved his hands. In an instant, an ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart resounded. Even though the space around him hadn't been sliced apart, there were obvious marks on it. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the claws instantly retracted back into the gauntlets. After that, the gauntlets transformed into a pair of gauntlets that were covered in tiny spikes. Yang Yi moved his fingers and didn't find it uncomfortable at all, because the gauntlets had fused into one with his hands. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he suddenly swung his right fist. Hiss! Everywhere his fist passed, cracks had instantly appeared through space. Even though the cracks were very fine, there were cracks there. But those cracks were repaired at almost the exact same moment that they appeared. Yang Yi was quite surprised. He was surprised by its strength, and he was even more surprised by the speed that the space here repaired itself. After all, this world had no heaven Dao, and it had no laws of the heaven Dao. So, what was repairing the space here? Yang Yi didn't linger on this question. His gaze descended onto the gauntlets he wore, and a smile couldn't help but curl up on his face. The fire dragon gauntlets falling into his possession was like wings falling into the possession of a tiger, and it was especially so for his physical strength. Moreover, his arms were protected by dragon scales. So if he were to execute the Brink laws in the future, then the backlash he suffered on his arms and fists would definitely be reduced significantly. It was a great gain for Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Snowy's head. After that, he left the hall and headed to the next hall. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive within the two-end hall. It was called the Technique Hall, but Yang Yi was disappointed because it was completely empty. The three Redan Forthals were the same. It wasn't that someone had beat him to it. It was because some sort of force had destroyed the pillars of light and contents within the halls. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived at the last hall. These halls were actually not small, but they were quite small when compared to the main hall that housed them. Yang Yi was stunned as soon as he stepped foot into the hall, because there were 3 Imperial Cloud Shuttles before him. Imperial Cloud Shuttles. Moreover, they weren't ordinary Imperial Cloud Shuttles. Yang Yi noticed that they actually had a pair of huge wings that sprouted out from their sides. Besides that, there were circles of symbols around the Cloud Shuttles, and they seemed like cannons. Had seen such circles of symbols in the past because the Imperial Cloud Shuttle, which Bai Xiangyao lent him, had the same formations. However, Bai Xianjiao's Imperial Cloud Shuttle only had one such formation, and these Imperial Cloud Shuttles had 4 each. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the beginning, he felt that this destroyed power might not be a diamond rank power, but now it would seem like it was very likely to be a diamond rank power. Moreover, it was no ordinary diamond rank power. Of course, that was based on the standards of the Radiant Dimension. This world had once been a medium world, so the civilization here and the inheritances here far surpassed the Radiant Dimension. In other words, based on the past standards of Dark Hell Continent, this destroyed power might be only considered as ordinary. Of course, if it was based on the current standards of Dark Hell Continent, then it was definitely extraordinary. However, all of that wasn't important. What was important was that Head gained huge gains. Yang Yi waved his right hand and placed the cloud shuttles within the ancient sheath. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, left the hall, and then gazed at Snowy, who was on his shoulder right now. She naturally understood what he meant, and she pointed ahead. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly. If it wasn't for Snowy, it would have been almost impossible for him to find this place, because it was quite remote, and had gone around numerous hills to find this place. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly. He turned around and looked towards the distance. Someone is actually here. Looks like I have to hurry up. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Not long after Yang Yi left, a group arrived where Yang Yi had been standing, and it was none other than the Wolf Soul Mercs. A middle-aged man by Yuan Feng's side spoke solemnly, Boss, there were profound energy fluctuations from the divine weapon hall. Obviously, someone has been here and found something. It's all that bastard, Linsis, fault? He actually didn't notify us upon discovering this palace. He really deserved to be killed. Yuan Feng spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. That fellow has probably not gone far. Chase him down. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Feng and the others vanished on the spot. Yang Yi traveled according to Snowy's guidance, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a wide river. The river was over 3 kilometers wide. Its surface was calm, and it seemed like it was stagnant. Snowy pointed downwards, and she seemed to be telling Yang Yi to go down. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then his divine sense shot down the river. Some time passed before Yang Yi frowned, because his divine sense had been obstructed by some sort of energy after it dived just around 500 m below the surface. Snowy pointed down again. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to leap into the river. At this moment, his injuries were almost healed. So even if there was an emperor down there, he could still fight. In next to no time, Yang Yi had gone almost 10,000 kilometers down before finally stopping. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the scene at the bottom. There was a huge formation at the bottom, and a small white dragon was at the center of the formation. At this moment, it was lying flat on the ground with its eyes closed. It was sleeping. A spirit vein. Yang Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the small white dragon. Snowy had the same reaction as well. Moreover, she was about to open her mouth and absorb it, but Yang Yi stopped her. Spirit veins were divided into the low grade, mid grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The divine grade was the best amongst them. Even though the spirit vein before him could only be considered as a saint grade spirit vein, its value was comparable to a divine grade spirit vein at Dark Hell Continent, where spirit energy had already dried up. Even though he would gain a huge number of violet crystals by allowing Snowy to absorb it, it was equivalent to killing a chicken for its eggs. He had other plans for the spirit vein. Yang Yi walked over to the white dragon and placed his right hand on the symbols of the formation. The symbols had just started to emanate dazzling light when they were obliterated by the decay laws contained within Yang Yi's palm. Once the symbols were eliminated, a strand of terrifying spirit energy swept out from within the formation. Fortunately, it was suppressed by Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent. Meanwhile, the white dragon woke up. But Yang Yi's void rank sword intent and slaughter intent had immediately suppressed it. The white dragon gazed at Yang Yi while pleading with its eyes. It had been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. While spirit veins could grow, the precondition was having spirit energy to absorb. Even though they could increase the spirit energy in an area, their lives would still come to an end if they had no spirit energy to absorb. The reason this white dragon was still alive was because it had been sealed within the formation. The spirit energy it emanated couldn't escape the formation, so it could be considered to have been feeding and maintaining itself. Snowy pointed at the white dragon, and then she touched Yang Yi's face lightly. She seemed to be pleading on behalf of the white dragon, because seeing the white dragon made her remember her past. At that time, she'd been imprisoned by Welkin Wolf Demon King for years as well. Yang Yi said, "I can let you live, but you have to obey me, all right?" The white dragon nodded swiftly. Yang Yi asked, "Can you become smaller?" The white dragon nodded again, and then transformed into a smaller white dragon that was around Snowy's size. However, it seemed to be absolutely afraid of Snowy and didn't dare get close to her at all. Even though both of them were beings of nature, Snowy specialized in growing through the consumption of spirit energy while it was a spirit vein. So, it could be said to be one of the beings with the purest spirit energy throughout the world. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. She won't eat you." Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at the small white dragon, and then opened her mouth. The small white dragon's expression instantly changed drastically, and it quickly ran into Yang Yi's arms while shivering. Meanwhile, Snowy closed her mouth and revealed a huge smile. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He rubbed Snowy's head and said, "It's very obedient, so stop scaring it. You can absorb those disobedient fellows in the future, all right?" Snowy nodded, and then she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's face. It seemed like she was saying that he could make the decisions. Yang Yi placed the small white dragon within the pocket of space that Zir had created, and then he said, "Absorb the spirit energy around here." Snowy pointed at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi asked, "You want me to absorb it?" Snowy nodded. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and nodded. Even though his injuries were almost healed, they weren't healed completely. Moreover, all the primordial violet energy within him had been used to repair his body, so he had practically no violet energy left within him. While his body was strong, he still had to use his sword when dealing with true experts. But swords naturally required profound energy. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the spot. The spirit energy around him was extremely dense and had practically taken material form. If Snowy was allowed to absorb it, she would be able to produce a few thousand violet crystals at least. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started urging the tiny vortex to start absorbing the spirit energy here. As soon as it started revolving, Yang Yi's body seemed like a vortex that sucked in all the spirit energy around him. After that, threads of primordial violet energy appeared within Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the water around him had started to bubble violently. 15 minutes later, Yang Yi's aura had grown even stronger. The water within the entire river had started to evaporate, and it was evaporating at a visible speed. An hour later, the water throughout the river was gone. Meanwhile, the members of the Wolf Soul Mercs had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. They'd been drawn over here by the drastic changes in the river. Yuan Feng and the others were stunned when they arrived here and saw Yang Yi. They hadn't expected that they would actually encounter him here. As soon as they recovered from their shock, one of the members of the Soul Eater Mercs intended to charge forward and kill Yang Yi. But Yuan Feng stopped him. A smile had curled up on the corners of Yuan Feng's mouth. "See that? He's charging into the Saint Realm." That mercenary's eyes lit up. "Boss, you mean that we should let him advance to the Saint Realm and kill him for energy stones? That kid's natural talent is superb, so attaining the Saint Realm is practically not a problem for him. If we kill him once he attains the Saint Realm, we'll be able to obtain 5 violet crystals at the very least." Yuan Feng spoke indifferently, "But if we kill him now, we'll get absolutely nothing. So, let's wait for him to attain the Saint Realm." The other members of the Wolf Soul Mercs immediately nodded and displayed their agreement. Chapter 1168. Chapter 1168, Finally a Saint. The Saint Realm. Actually, Yang Yi hadn't had the intention to advance into the Saint Realm, because according to Lady, it was best to consolidate his foundation before advancing. So, according to his plans, he should consolidate his foundation before charging into the Saint Realm. But he hadn't expected that he would actually be advancing at this moment. Why? Actually, it can only be considered to have come naturally. He'd been a high-grade half-saint for too long, and his accumulation of strength had arrived at a certain barrier. It was like a cup of water. Once the cup was filled, it would flow out by itself. Even if the cup isn't willing to let the water flow out, it can do nothing about it. That was exactly the situation that Yang Yi faced right now. In the beginning, Yang Yi was quite worried. He was worried that the problem with his foundation would affect his future. But after thinking about it for some time, he stopped worrying about it. Since he could consolidate his foundation at the half-saint realm, then he could do it at the saint realm as well. Moreover, the problem with his foundation wasn't very severe, especially lately because he'd been suppressing his cultivation for so long in order to strengthen his foundation. Once he figured it out, Yang Yi started to concentrate on charging into the Saint Realm. Actually, he had some lingering fears in his heart, because if he were to do this in the radiant dimension, then it might cause the Eye of the Heaven Tao to appear again. But he had no need to worry about that in Dark Hell Continent. He just had to work hard on absorbing spirit energy and charging through the barrier between the half-saint realm and saint realm. Snowy stood on Yang Ye's shoulder as she gazed at Yuan Feng and the others. She pointed her little claw at Yang Yi, pointed it at Yuan Feng's group next, and then pointed away in the end. She was telling them to leave right now. Snowy was quite timid, but she was no fool. She'd witnessed Yang Ye's strength, and she knew how strong he was. But as far as she was concerned, Yuan Feng's group was definitely not as strong as Yang Yi. So, She had good intentions when she told them to leave, because if they didn't leave, then they wouldn't be able to in a while. She wasn't worried about whether Yuan Feng and the others would die. She was just quite afraid of Yang Yi when he turned blood red. After all, Yang Yi had almost killed her when he turned blood red, and it was truly horrifying to her. Yuan Feng and the others naturally didn't understand what Snowy meant, but they would definitely ignore her even if they understood her. Snowy was quite furious when Yuan Feng's group refused to leave. She glared angrily at Yuan Feng and the others, and then she pointed at Yang Yi before pointing at Yuan Feng's group. A middle-aged man by Yuan Feng's side asked, "Big brother, has that tiny fellow gone mad?" Yuan Feng glanced at Snowy and said, "It wants us to spare its master. So that's why." The middle-aged man gazed at Snowy and said, "I never expected that little fellow to be so loyal. It actually refuses to abandon its master at a time like this, and it's even pleading on its master's behalf." Interesting. Yuan Feng spoke indifferently. Sometimes, demon beasts are more loyal than humans. Yuan Feng's words carried a hidden meaning, and the middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything in response. When she saw Yuan Feng and the others responding with complete indifference, Snowy waved her claws incessantly. In the end, she glared angrily at them, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that entered the area before Yang Ye's chest. She didn't like Yang Yi when he turned blood red. Yang Ye's aura was growing stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Yuan Feng and the others didn't think much of it, yet now, his aura was actually capable of posing a slight threat to them. This forced them to release their auras to defend against it. However, that was merely the beginning because the aura Yang Yi emanated had suddenly started to grow stronger at a rapid pace. In next to no time, some of the comparatively weaker members of the Wolf Soul Mercs were actually on the verge of being unable to endure Yang Ye's aura. The middle-aged man by Yuan Feng's side gazed at Yang Yi while a trace of shock could be heard in his voice. "Is that kid charging into the Saint Realm or the Quasi-Emperor Realm? Isn't that great?" Yuan Feng laughed coldly. "The aura he emanates is proof of how strong he'll be upon attaining the Saint Realm, and the stronger he is, the greater the amount of spirit energy we'll obtain upon killing him. Tell our brothers to be careful and seal off the space in this area. That kid's sword technique is very formidable, so we can't allow him to escape later." The other members of the Wolf Soul Mercs hurriedly nodded, and then they shot forward and surrounded Yang Yi. At the same time, they started to strengthen the space around Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's eyes were still closed. An hour later, Yuan Feng and the others had solemn expressions on their faces, because Yang Ye's aura was too terrifying. Some saints were unable to endure the pressure coming from Yang Yi, and they'd moved back. Everyone here was looking at Yang Yi like they were looking at a monster. Is he really just charging into the Saint Realm? All of them were saints at the very least, but their auras hadn't been so terrifying when they were advancing. Yuan Feng had started to frown as well, because it was slightly unusual. After all, it didn't feel like an advancement into the Saint Realm, and it felt like an advancement into the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Yuan Feng clenched his right fist slowly. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man by his side said, "Boss, there's something off about that kid. We can't let him go on like this. Let's attack." Yuan Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Don't kill him, just cripple him." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he shot towards Yang Yi. As soon as he arrived before Yang Yi, he stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Ye's figure that was seated cross-legged on the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out explosively from within Yang Yi. The aura instantly blasted the middle-aged man, a high-rank saint, almost 1 kilometer back. The expressions of everyone here changed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes and stood up slowly. He ignored all of them as he clenched his fists, and then he greedily inhaled a huge mouthful of air. "The Saint Realm. I'm finally at the Saint Realm." As he spoke, he started stretching his body, and crackling resounded throughout his body. Moreover, ripples started to sweep through the space around him. His cultivation had risen, so both his body and strength had improved tremendously. Now, ordinary quasi-emperors weren't a threat to him at all. Yang Yi raised his head and looked at Yuan Feng, and then he taunted Yuan Feng to fight him. After all, he needed someone to practice with right now. Yuan Feng's face instantly became gloomy when he saw Yang Yi do that. After all, it was a form of provocation. So, Yuan Feng started walking slowly towards Yang Yi. Suddenly, his figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, he slammed his fist at Yang Yi while his aura of a quasi-emperor pressed down upon Yang Yi like a mountain, causing the space around Yang Yi to even start warping slightly. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then the others watched with astonishment as Yuan Feng was blasted almost 3 kilometers away. All of them were stunned while bewilderment filled their minds. As for Yuan Feng, his eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with shock and disbelief. How could that be possible? Yuan Feng glanced at his right arm that was still trembling. A moment later, his figure shot forward again. This time, he was holding a short blade. As soon as he arrived before Yang Yi, he tapped the tip of his foot against the ground, and then his figure shot up slightly before he swung his blade down from above. He'd clearly not held back this time. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision resounded. After that, absolute silence swept through the surroundings. All the members of the Wolf Soul Mercs had their eyes wide open, and their mouths were slightly open as they gazed at the scene before them with disbelief. Because Yuan Feng had been blasted back to the same spot again, and only the handle of his short blade remained in his grasp. Attack! Meanwhile, one of the Wolf Soul Mercs members roared, and then all the others in the surroundings charged at Yang Yi as well. At the same time, Yuan Feng's voice resounded. Stop! All of them stopped right away. Yuan Feng gazed at Yang Yi and said, My Wolf Soul Mercs were ignorant and offended you. Please show us mercy. Even though he'd only collided twice with Yang Yi, he knew that he could do nothing if Yang Yi intended to leave. Besides that, Yang Ye's strength was so heaven-defying. So Yang Ye's background was definitely extremely terrifying as well. So once Yang Yi was allowed to escape, then his Wolf Soul Mercs would be wiped off the face of the continent. Reconciliation was the Wolf Soul Mercs' last option. Yang Yi chuckled and walked over to Yuan Feng. Not bad. You have quite the discerning ability, and you know how to assess the situation. Unfortunately, there's some hope left in your heart. I think that you're definitely thinking along these lines. Once I refuse, you'll stop at nothing to kill me, right? Yuan Feng didn't speak, and he just clenched his fists slowly. Yang Yi looked Yuan Feng in the eyes and said, Follow me. Otherwise, every single member of the Wolf Soul Mercs who's present here will die. Follow a saint? All of them were exasperated when they heard Yang Yi. One of the men who held a saber pointed his finger at Yang Yi and roared, Who do you think you are? You actually... Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly, because Yang Yi had appeared in front of him, and Yang Ye's hand was clamped around his throat. Moreover, Yang Yi had even lifted his figure up. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, because the man Yang Yi had in his hand was a high-rank saint. But such an expert had actually been unable to fight back at all. A trace of terror slowly crept up into their hearts. Yang Yi gazed at the man whose face had started to turn purple, and then he grinned and released his grip. The latter fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Yuan Feng. Even though there are many of you here, if I'm to be honest, numbers are completely useless before me. Killing all of you really wouldn't take too much effort, and that includes you as well. Yuan Feng replied, I don't really believe you. Even though he'd been in a disadvantaged situation, he hadn't fought with all he had. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. Next, he stretched out his hand. A blood-red sword appeared in his grasp, and he sheathed it within the ancient sheath. A terrifying aura instantly surged out from Yang Yi. At the same time, void rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him. As soon as his void rank slaughter intent emerged, the surroundings instantly turned blood red like the end of the world had arrived. Yang Yi looked up at Yuan Feng and said, Will you try to face this or not? Chapter 1169. Chapter 1169 Birth of the Sword Alliance. Yes or no? The surroundings were deathly silent. There were no weaklings here, so they sensed danger at the moment Yang Yi sheathed his sword. They sensed extreme danger. No one here was confident in their ability to face that attack, not even Yuan Feng. At this moment, Yuan Feng's face was absolutely gloomy. He'd clenched his fists tightly, and he was staring fixedly at Yang Ye's sword and sheath. His intuition told him that it would kill him. After staying silent for a long time, sweat had started to appear on Yuan Feng's face. Another while passed, and he slowly relaxed his fists. "You're an extraordinary genius. I admit my inferiority." The others in the surroundings remained silent. Was it humiliating? No, no one felt that it was. Even though that sword hadn't been drawn, they could sense how powerful it was. It was absolutely capable of killing a quasi-emperor. Yang Ye's aura was instantly withdrawn into his body, and he said, "Follow me?" Yuan Feng remained silent for a short while before he said, "I want to know what your objective is." Yang Yi naturally understood what Yuan Feng meant. Yuan Feng wanted to know why Yang Yi was taking the wolf soul mercs under his control. Was Yang Yi doing it just for fun? Or did Yang Yi have big plans? If he was just playing, then even if Yuan Feng didn't oppose him right now, Yuan Feng would definitely look for a way to leave in the future. But if Yang Yi had big plans, simply speaking, Yuan Feng wanted to know if he had a future by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi glanced at the wolf soul mercs. In the end, he walked over to Yuan Feng and patted his own chest. In an instant, a small white dragon appeared in front of Yuan Feng. Everyone else was stunned and didn't understand what Yang Yi meant. But Yuan Feng's pupils had constricted. The others didn't recognize it. But how could he not? It was a spirit vein. Moreover, it could be considered to be a saint-grade spirit vein. Why were mercenaries like them scouring the world? It was for spirit energy. Because they couldn't improve their strength without spirit energy, and the consequence of being unable to improve their strength was exhausting their lifespan. It could be said that spirit energy was like their lives. If they had a spirit vein, then they wouldn't have to experience days of danger anymore, and they could establish their own powers and develop well like the members of the 6 great powers. Of course, the precondition was sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to keep the spirit vein safe. Yuan Feng glanced at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi seemed a little more mysterious to him now. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually possessed such a spirit vein, and it made him wonder who Yang Yi was. Yuan Feng didn't ask because he was no fool. He pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "Our strength might not be sufficient to keep it safe." Yang Yi understood what Xin Feng meant, and he immediately smiled. "What if you include me and those who back me?" Yuan Feng stopped hesitating and immediately cupped his fists towards Yang Yi. "I'm willing to follow you." Even though Yang Yi was strong, he was just a single person. That was exactly what worried Yuan Feng. Now that he'd heard that Yang Yi had the backing of others, he immediately stopped hesitating. After all, just Yang Ye's strength was so heaven-defying, so how terrifying would his backing be? In Yuan Feng's opinion, Yang Yi was some he could rely on. When they saw Yuan Feng do that, the others hesitated for a moment before cupping their fists at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "From this moment onwards, we're the Sword Alliance. I'm Yang Yi, and you can call me Sword Master." Sword Master. All of them bowed slightly to Yang Yi and spoke in unison. Yang Yi glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. He knew that his prestige still wasn't enough, and it wasn't enough to make them truly submit to him. But it didn't matter to him because he was confident that he could make them submit wholeheartedly to him. Yang Yi looked up, and his eyes narrowed. He was going to return to the radiant dimension, but how could he head back alone? After all, a pair of fists couldn't match up against numerous pairs. He had to get some help. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng spoke abruptly, "Swordmaster, what are your plans right now?" He was a smart person, and he knew how to adjust his attitude and position. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and said, "What are your thoughts?" Yuan Feng pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I presume you've noticed that it's very likely for this sect to have been a diamond rank power. In other words, it's very likely for a divine grade spirit vein to be present here. Moreover, once a divine grade spirit vein is found here, the 6 great powers will absolutely not let it escape them. If I'm not wrong, Doomsday City that's closest to this place has already obtained news of the situation here." Yang Yi said, "Go on." Yuan Feng continued, Doomsday City acts in a very overbearing and domineering manner. Once it finds out that this ruin belongs to a diamond rank power, then it'll definitely make us leave. So, we must search and loot this place as quickly as possible, and then strive to leave before their experts arrive. Yang Yi nodded, and then he patted his chest. Snowy immediately showed herself. Meanwhile, the small white dragon hurriedly transformed into a ray of white light that entered Yang Ye's chest. Snowy pointed her claw at Yuan Feng's group, and then blinked as if she was asking why they were still alive. Yang Yi had been trained by the violet mink, so his skills in the beast tongue was practically at max level. So, how could he not understand Snowy? He grinned as he rubbed Snowy's head. I'll tell you later. Quickly smell the surroundings and tell me where there are treasures. Yuan Feng was speechless. Snowy blinked, and then she pointed her claw at her forehead. Now, even she'd learned how to raise conditions. Yang Yi chuckled, took her in his arms, and pecked her forehead lightly. All right. Snowy blushed as she nodded, and then she took a light sniff. A long time passed before Snowy's eyes lit up before she pointed towards the distance, and there was actually a trace of excitement in her eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from afar, and the entire mountain range shook violently. After that, Yang Yi and the others sensed a dense wave of spirit energy. It's a divine-grade spirit vein. Yuan Feng and the others were excited, and then they gazed at Yang Yi and awaited his orders. However, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy instead and said, "Are there any other places with treasures? They don't have to be so good, and just normal treasures are all right." Snowy sniffed for a moment, and then she started pointing in a few directions. However, her gaze was fixed on the first direction she'd pointed towards, the direction of the divine-grade spirit vein. Yang Yi gazed at Yuan Feng and said, "Remember those directions she pointed towards? Search in those directions and get what you can. If you don't find anything, then leave immediately." Yuan Feng hadn't spoken yet when a middle-aged man by his side couldn't restrain himself. "Sword Master, that's a divine-grade spirit vein? Will you be able to survive the fight for it?" Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. "Can you defeat the Snow Lion Mercs? Can you defeat the Soul Eater Mercs? Besides them, there are countless other independent cultivators and mercenaries. Can you defeat all of them?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "Perhaps we couldn't in the past, but we have Sword Master now. We have a very good chance now." Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "We do. But tell me, how many of you will die? I know that all of you are people who've been living outside the protection of cities and sects, so you're all unafraid of death at most times. However, is it worth it? As far as I'm concerned, dying here isn't worth it at all. Moreover, even if many of us die, we may not be able to obtain it. Instead of doing that, why don't we search other places for treasures while they're occupied with the divine-grade spirit vein?" All of them fell silent. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng nodded. "Swordmaster is right. Our judgment was clouded by our greed. Not to mention whether we can obtain such a divine treasure. We'll become the common enemy of everyone here if we do obtain it. Instead of facing such a situation, isn't it better to gather other treasures? At the very least, we'll still be alive." Yang Yi nodded. "Go on. Wait for me outside once you're done." Yuan Feng glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded and led the others away. Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and the others, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man by Yuan Feng's side spoke in a low voice. "Boss, are we really going to follow him from now on?" Yuan Feng stopped moving and turned around to look at the middle-aged man. "Hazy, we only have a single boss from now on, and it's the Swordmaster. Remember that."
"But—"
The middle-aged man intended to say something, but Yuan Feng waved his hand and gazed at the others as he said, "What I said to Hazy goes for all of you. If anyone dares to speak something like that again, then don't blame me for disregarding the bond we've formed over the years." When they realized he was being serious, all of them didn't dare speak a word and just quickly nodded. Yuan Feng withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. The others might have forgotten, but he hadn't. Amongst the two void rank intents that Yang Yi had revealed earlier, one of them was void rank slaughter intent. Void rank slaughter intent. Would someone who'd comprehended such intent be a good and peace-loving person? Such a person was usually ruthless and decisive. If any of them had the intent to betray him and was discovered, then he would absolutely kill them without mercy. I said that for your own good. Yuan Feng spoke in a low voice. Since we've agreed to follow him, then follow him well. Don't think about things like that again. All of them nodded. Yuan Feng didn't speak another word, and he just led the others towards the distance. After he split with Yuan Feng and the others, Yang Yi rushed in the direction of the divine grade spirit vein. He had two objectives. Firstly, he was going there for Nanshuang. After all, the Soul Eater corpse would definitely join the fight for the divine grade spirit vein. At that time, Nanshuang would definitely be in danger. Secondly, he wanted to see if he would have the chance to obtain the spirit vein. If he could, he would definitely not let it slip by. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at a gorge. The gorge wasn't formed naturally, and it seemed like some sort of force had split it open by force. It wasn't done by a sword because Yang Yi would have definitely been able to discern it if it had been done by a sword. There was a huge white dragon at the bottom of the gorge, and countless strands of spirit energy was effusing out of it. However, the white dragon was bound tightly by a few dozen pieces of golden ropes. There were countless people around the white dragon, and that included the Snow Lion Mercs and Soul Eater Mercs. The gazes of everyone here was locked onto the white dragon, and their eyes burned with desire. Meanwhile, Yi Luyuan was in a confrontation with the leader of the Snow Lion Mercs, Elder Imo, and two other old men. They seemed to be discussing something, but the atmosphere between them was quite tense. Yang Yi ignored them and glanced through the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to find Nanshuang, and then he shot over to her side. Nanshuang spoke with surprise when she saw him. "You're here." Yang Yi smiled. "What? Are you that surprised?" Nanshuang asked. "Didn't you escape? Why have you returned?" Yang Yi smiled. "I was worried about you, so I came back." Nanshuang was slightly stunned, and then she lowered her head slightly. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi again, and then she grunted softly. "Gu Lan said that men like you usually hold ill intent when they try to sweet-talk you." She flipped her palm as she spoke, and then two violet crystals appeared there. She pushed them into Yang Ye's grasp and said, "I just got these, and that's all I have. Take them and leave right now. Don't come back again. Big Sister Kanglin will kill you. Moreover, don't brag in the future, and don't cheat girls anymore." Chapter 1170. Chapter 1170. My Sword Alliance refuses to accept that. Yang Yi gazed at the violet crystals for a long time, and then he looked up at Nanshuang and smiled. "You know I'm cheating you, yet why are you still giving me violet crystals?" Nanshuang thought for a moment and said, "Because you seem so pitiable." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. Nanshuang spoke softly. "Leave quickly. If Big Sister Kanglin finds out that I gave more violet crystals to you, she'll definitely kill you." She had quite a bad temper. Yang Yi replied, "My temper isn't very good as well. It's not like you can defeat her." Nanshuang rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you're weak, you should mind your temper. Understand?" Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Mu Kanglin. His ring was still in her possession, and it was Lady who'd given that ring to him. So, how could he possibly lose it? Suddenly, Nanshuang pointed ahead and cried out involuntarily, He's here." Yang Yi turned around and saw Yuan Feng walking towards him. Yang Yi was stunned. What's he doing here? He was just about to greet Yuan Feng when Nanshuang suddenly grabbed his arm and ran off. Yang Yi was speechless. It didn't take long for Nanshuang to pull Yang Yi over to Mu Kanglin and the others. Mu Kanglin glanced at Nanshuang, and it didn't take long for her gaze to descend onto Yang Yi and Yuan Feng. She frowned slightly when she saw Yuan Feng, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "So you were chased all the way here?" She suddenly gazed at Yang Ye's grasp, and the two violet crystals Nanshuang had given him were there. Killing intent immediately flashed through Mu Kanglin's eyes, but she didn't attack. She just glanced coldly at Yang Yi before turning around. Nanshuang heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Mu Kanglin had no intention of attacking Yang Yi, and then she turned around to gaze at Yuan Feng. She noticed that Yuan Feng was still walking towards them. Nanshuang consoled Yang Yi. Don't be afraid. That fellow wouldn't dare to act rashly in big sister Kanglin's presence. Warmth flowed through Yang Ye's heart when he heard her, and then he grinned and didn't say anything. Yuan Feng was walking in Yang Ye's direction. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. You want to kill him, right? I'll give you an opportunity to do that. It was a voice transmission. Yuan Feng was stunned. He stopped moving and gazed at Mu Kanglin. Kill who? Mu Kanglin glanced at Yang Yi and sent Yuan Feng a reply via voice transmission. Him? Yuan Feng was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mu Kanglin's voice resounded once more in Yuan Feng's mind. I'll leave for a while later. Seize that opportunity to deal with him. Don't worry, the Soul Eater mercs and I won't stop you. Even though she could kill Yang Yi as well, it would affect her relationship with Nanshuang. She didn't want their relationship to be affected because of a man. Is there something wrong with you? Meanwhile, Yuan Feng suddenly gazed at Mu Kanglin. This time, he hadn't utilized a voice transmission, so everyone here could hear him. All of them shot their gazes over to him. Mu Kanglin's dark brows had knit together slightly as well. However, Yuan Feng paid no attention to her. He just walked over to Yang Yi and bowed slightly to Yang Yi while Mu Kanglin and the others watched with astonishment. Actually, there was no need for such formalities between him and Yang Yi, but he was a smart person and knew how to act in such a situation. Yang Yi ignored Mu Kanglin, Nanshuang, and the others' astonished gazes, and he just gazed at Yuan Feng. What are you doing here? Yuan Feng replied, Sword Master refused to let them come because they are weak, and they would only be sacrificed meaninglessly. However, I should be able to help you. Every person counts. Don't worry, I've made arrangements for everything else before coming here. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and nodded, all right. After all, a quasi-emperor was really helpful to him. Yuan Feng nodded, and then he moved behind Yang Yi and acted like a subordinate. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here had descended onto Yang Yi, and they were curious about Yang Ye's identity. Mu Kanglin took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi and Yuan Feng before turning around and moving her gaze away. Nanshuang pulled Yang Yi to the side and spoke softly. What's going on? Why is he so respectful to you? Yang Yi rubbed his nose. He was about to speak when Nanshuang said, Gulan said that if men react like that, then they are thinking about how to lie to a woman. Yang Ye's face darkened, but he couldn't deny it, because he really was thinking of an excuse. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at Gulan, who stood by Mu Kanglin's side. Needless to say, she was a brilliant woman. Nanshuang said, Tell me quickly. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Do you know what's the strongest power on Dark Hell Continent? Nanshuang replied, It's the World Devastator cult, of course. They are the strongest. Yang Yi carefully shot a glance at the surroundings before he spoke softly. I bragged to him that I'm the disciple of the World Devastator cult's master, and he believed me. Nanshuang blinked. That worked? Yang Yi nodded. Nanshuang gulped, and then she glanced at Yuan Feng and spoke softly. How is he so stupid? Yang Yi replied seriously, He isn't. I'm just too smart. Nanshuang was about to speak when Mu Kanglin suddenly called Nanshuang over to her side. They seemed to have spoken about something, and it didn't take long for Mu Kanglin to turn around and glance at Yang Yi. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Obviously, she'd definitely told Mu Kanglin what he'd just said. Mu Kanglin withdrew her gaze right after glancing at him, and then she gazed at Yuan Feng and sent a voice transmission over. Merc leader Yuan, he isn't a disciple of the World Devastator cult's master at all. He's deceiving you. Yuan Feng was stunned. He gazed at Mu Kanglin, glanced at Nanshuang, and then gazed at Yang Yi in the end. It didn't take long for him to gulp before sending a voice transmission. He told that little girl by your side that he's the disciple of the World Devastator cult's master? Mu Kanglin nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi while a cold smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Yuan Feng's face was immediately filled with awe, and then he gazed at Yang Yi while his gaze had grown even more respectful. Mu Kanglin didn't believe it, but he did, because only a power like the World Devastator cult could foster such a monstrous genius. What was the World Devastator cult? It was the #1 power on Dark Hell Continent. Now, he was certain that Yang Yi was definitely someone with powerful backing that he could rely on, and he knew that he had to hold tightly onto Yang Yi. Yuan Feng couldn't help but reveal excitement and delight. Mu Kanglin was stunned when she noticed the change in his expression. Is there something wrong with him? He's so happy from finding out that he was deceived. Suddenly, Yi Liuyun's voice resounded, "Everyone, my Soul Eater mercs will be withdrawing from the fight for the spirit vein." Everyone here shot their gazes at Yi Liyun, and their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why have the Soul Eater mercs withdrawn themselves? Yang Yi gazed at Yi Liyun and thought to himself, what a smart woman. He'd expected Yi Liyun to be overwhelmed by her desire to obtain the spirit vein, but now it would seem like she hadn't. If he wasn't wrong, the only reason she'd acted like she intended to fight for the spirit vein was so that she could gain something. The Snow Lion mercs and the other old men had definitely paid some sort of price to make the Soul Eater mercs withdraw from the fight. Sure enough, they flicked numerous spatial rings over to Yi Liyun once she announced her withdrawal. Elder Imo gazed at Yi Liyun and spoke indifferently, "Merc leader Yi, you'll keep your word, right?" Yi Liyun waved her right hand and took all the spatial rings. After that, she glanced at everyone and said, "I'm sure all of you've heard of my Soul Eater merc's reputation. Since I said that I would withdraw, then we will. I'm just a weak woman that wants to live a stable and peaceful life. I don't have much wild ambition. So, I've chosen to withdraw. Farewell, everyone." As she spoke, Yi Liyun didn't hesitate to lead the Soul Eater mercs away. "You're leaving? Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the space in the sky shook violently before a black-robed man and 5 old men appeared there. All of them were quasi-emperors. The expressions of everyone here immediately changed, and they became vigilant. Suddenly, someone said, "They are from Doomsday City." The others gazed at the black-robed man's chest, and there was a small city embroidered on his chest. It was the symbol for Doomsday City. Once they determined the identity of the black-robed man's group, the expressions of the other quasi-emperors and the members of the Snow Lion mercs had become unsightly. The black-robed man glanced at the people here and said, "Everyone, this ruin is within my Doomsday City's territory, yet all of you've come here to steal its treasures on your own accord and without my Doomsday City's permission. That's hardly justifiable, right?" No one spoke, and no one dared to speak. Even though they were displeased, none of them dared to offend Doomsday City. So, since Doomsday City was the strongest here, they naturally determined everything. A slight smile arose on the corners of the black-robed man's mouth. "Of course, my Doomsday City never goes too far. All of you here just have to hand over half of everything you've gained in the ruins, and you can leave freely. If you're unwilling, you can step forward right now." No one stepped forward. After all, would anyone dare to do so? The black-robed man smiled when he saw no one stepping forward. "Since all of you have no objections, then let's begin right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of armored cultivators appeared at the entrance to the gorge. There were around 1,000 of them, and all of them were high-ranked saints. The black-robed man smiled as he said, "I have to warn all of you that the exit is being guarded by our forces as well. So, those who are hoping to be lucky have to be careful. Don't make a slight mistake and lose your life instead." Everyone here remained silent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sent a voice transmission to Yuan Feng. "Have our people left?" Yuan Feng replied, "No." Yang Ye's face fell as he glanced at the surroundings. He knew that the others here were definitely unwilling to hand over their violet crystals, but none dared to step forward and resist Doomsday City. Or perhaps, no one had stepped forward to be the first. He absolutely refused to hand over half of his gains, and he wouldn't make the Sword Alliance's members do so as well. However, if they didn't hand it over, then they would definitely enter into battle with Doomsday City. Even though he could kill these 5, the Sword Alliance's troubles would be unending. Moreover, the others in the surroundings would even be able to benefit without doing anything. Yang Yi thought for a while, and then he gazed at Yuan Feng and spoke via voice transmission. "Step forward and say that you refuse. Make it sound domineering." Yuan Feng was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when Yang Ye's voice resounded once more in his mind. "Does our Sword Alliance have to fear Doomsday City?" Yuan Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Yang Yi. "Right. Does our Sword Alliance have to fear Doomsday City? After all, The World Devastator cult is standing behind us. Yuan Feng was instantly filled with confidence when he thought of the World Devastator cult. He flashed out of the crowd, and then pointed a finger at the black-robed man while everyone else watched with astonishment. He roared furiously, "Doomsday City? Doomsday City is nothing. My Sword Alliance refuses to accept your conditions." Everyone else here was speechless. Chapter 1171. Chapter 1171. Bane of all spirit veins. The Sword Alliance? What's that? Everyone here gazed at Yuan Feng with astonishment. Needless to say, his actions had truly surprised them. They hadn't expected someone to actually step forward and refuse. Even though he was a quasi-emperor, they felt that he was really too bold. After all, Doomsday City was one of the strongest powers on the continent. Moreover, they were facing 6 quasi-emperors right now. The black-robed man was stunned as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected anyone to step forward and refuse. He was just about to make an example out of Yuan Feng when Yuan Feng suddenly continued, "Everyone, we discovered this ruin together. So on what basis does he say that it belongs to Doomsday City? Why should Doomsday City get half of everything we obtain? It's ours, so why should we give it to them?" The expressions of many immediately turned gloomy. Obviously, Yuan Feng's words resonated with them. Why should they give half of their gains to Doomsday City? You're courting death. The black-robed man was about to attack when numerous rays of light appeared abruptly, and then the ropes which tied the white dragon were instantly severed. Roar! The white dragon suddenly opened its eyes and glanced at Yang Yi. After that, it transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the sky and fled towards the distance. The spirit vein. The black-robed man was shocked. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Yuan Feng anymore, and he immediately chased after the spirit vein with the other quasi-emperors on his side. But it didn't take long for the black-robed man's voice to resound from far away, "Don't let them leave. Kill anyone who dares to try and leave." As soon as the black-robed man's voice resounded, the 1,000-plus high-rank saints from Doomsday City that were guarding the entrance to the gorge had immediately gazed at the others here, and their gazes surged with killing intent. "Why should we fear them? Kill!" Someone shouted, and then a ray of light shot into the army of experts from Doomsday City before one of their heads rolled to the ground. "How dare you!" The old man who led the group roared with fury. "Do all of you want to die?" He didn't dare to order the army to attack, because their quasi-emperors had gone to pursue the spirit vein. But there were over a dozen quasi-emperors here. There's no gain without risk. The voice from before resounded once more. "Kill!" As soon as his voice finished resounding, another ray of light shot into the army and another head flew up into the air. "Kill!" This time, many others stopped hesitating and charged towards the entrance of the gorge. Since some had charged forward, the rest had no choice but to charge as well, because they were all very well aware that they would be finished once those quasi-emperors returned. Yiluyan glanced at the surroundings, but was still incapable of locating the person who'd launched the first attack. She pondered deeply for a few moments before waving her right hand. "Kill our way out." If they didn't leave now, it would be impossible to leave once the black-robed man's group returned. As for Doomsday City, she didn't have the time to think about all of that now. "Kill!" The Soul Eater mercs charged forward like a tide. "Kill our way out." The Snow Lion mercs were right behind them. The experts from Doomsday City who were guarding the entrance were instantly stunned. Even though the forces before them just consisted of independent cultivators and some lousy mercenaries, the joint forces of their enemy far surpassed their own. So, how could they dare to resist such a force? The old man who led the group was no fool, and he immediately waved his hand and commanded, "Retreat." As soon as his voice resounded, the army behind him instantly moved aside and opened up a path. The independent cultivators and mercenaries didn't try to continue killing, and they just fled out of the gorge. As far as they were concerned, the most important matter at hand was to flee far away and stay far away from Doomsday City's territory. Otherwise, only death would be awaiting them. In the chaotic crowd, Yang Yi glanced at Yuan Feng and said, "Lead the others from our Sword Alliance out, and then hide yourselves." "Understood." Yuan Feng nodded to Yang Yi and left. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then his figure shot towards the direction that the white dragon had left towards. If it was possible, he naturally didn't want to let a divine-grade spirit vein slip by. If it was in the past, he would absolutely be incapable of fighting 6 quasi-emperors even if he used all his trump cards. Unless the sword spirit and Qiong-Chi woke up. Yet now, not to mention 6 quasi-emperors, he wouldn't even fear 12 quasi-emperors. Presently, he even dared to fight emperors head-on. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then his figure shook before vanishing on the spot. It didn't take long for 3 figures to flash past Yang Ye's position. It was none other than Yi Luyun, Mu Kanglin, and the other old man at the quasi-emperor realm from the Soul Eater Mercs. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun's figure from the shadows, and he pondered deeply for a moment. He'd underestimated her ambition because she intended to try and obtain the divine-grade spirit vein. But it did make sense because possessing such a spirit vein represented that one would have a good chance at creating a diamond rank power. Because many people would be attracted to join a power that possessed a divine-grade spirit vein. Moreover, even if it isn't used to establish a diamond rank power, possessing such a spirit vein came with huge benefits. For example, selling it off. In short, anyone with strength and ambition wouldn't give up easily. It didn't take long for more rays of light to pass by Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them. There were the members of the Snow Lion Mercs, some other mercenary groups, and even independent cultivators. All of them were quasi-emperors. This is getting interesting. Yang Yi chuckled and vanished on the spot. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded from afar, and it carries a trace of pain. It has been caught. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he sped up. The white dragon was just a spirit vein. Even though it had its own consciousness, it wasn't a real dragon. So, its combat strength was absolutely weak. Of course, even a real dragon at the quasi-emperor realm would probably be no match for the joint forces of 6 quasi-emperors. In next to no time, Yang Yi saw the black-robed man's group. At this moment, the white dragon was bound tightly by silver threads while they stood around it. At this moment, the black-robed man and the others had quite ferocious and unsightly expressions on their faces, because Yi Luyun and the others were standing in front of them. Yi Luyun and the others consisted of almost 13 quasi-emperors. Moreover, it seemed like Yi Luyun's side had come to an agreement. The black-robed man gazed at them with a ferocious gaze. "Do all of you want to die?" Yi Luyun spoke indifferently. "You can only blame yourself for being too benevolent. Based on the way your Doomsday City does things, we'll definitely be pursued upon leaving this place. Since we've offended Doomsday City, then why not offend you until the end? In any case, Doomsday City won't spare us. So, cut the crap. We just want the spirit vein. Hand it over, and we'll leave right now. Otherwise..." The black-robed man laughed coldly. "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise all of you will die here today." Yi Luyun withdrew a dark green longbow. "Just a few lousy independent cultivators and mercenaries are going to do that?" The black-robed man laughed with disdain. "If we want to crush all of you, kill." Yi Luyun interrupted him, and then an ink-black arrow shot forward as soon as she finished speaking. At the same time, the other quasi-emperors attacked in unison. "Stop them. Our experts will be here in 100 breaths of time at most." As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, his figure shot towards Yi Luyun and the others. The other quasi-emperors behind him attacked simultaneously as well. After all, how could they let go of a divine-grade spirit vein? They didn't dare to do so as well. However, their fate was quite sad. The battle had only gone on for less than 10 breaths of time when one of them fell. It couldn't be helped. Yi Luyun's side had over 2 times their forces, and all of them were ready to die. Especially at a time like this, they'd resolved to take their enemies down with them if necessary. So, the black-robed man's group was at a complete disadvantage and their destruction was only a matter of time. Right when they were in fierce battle, a ray of light suddenly flashed by before the silver threads which bound the white dragon were severed. After that, a black shadow suddenly appeared before the white dragon. The others watched with shock as the figure grabbed the white dragon's horn and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Everyone here was stunned. A moment later, Their expressions became unsightly because someone had taken advantage of them. They didn't waste their breaths and immediately shot off in pursuit. The black shadow had naturally been Yang Yi. He'd immediately risen his speed to its limits once he grabbed the white dragon, and the white dragon was almost unable to endure his speed. But Yang Yi paid no attention to the white dragon and didn't stop increasing his speed. He was going faster and faster, and the white dragon's face was covered in extreme pain. As for Snowy, she'd hidden herself within the pocket of space that Zier had created near Yang Ye's chest. After some time passed, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and tapped his chest. Snowy immediately emerged from there. Yang Yi stood before the white dragon who was lying on the ground, and he gazed at the white dragon who was on the verge of death and said, "Follow me," or, when he spoke up to this point, he pointed at Snowy, "or I'll let her swallow you." Snowy blinked and immediately opened her mouth. The white dragon glanced at Yang Yi, and then it glanced at Snowy. Its huge eyes instantly constricted when it saw Snowy, and there was a trace of terror in its eyes. Snowy was extremely pleased by such a reaction, and she opened her mouth and sucked lightly. In an instant, some of the white dragon's spirit energy entered her mouth. The white dragon trembled, and then it instinctively crawled backwards while looking at Snowy with terror in its eyes. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy. She really is a bane of all spirit veins. Yang Yi gazed at the white dragon and said, 10 breaths of time. It'll take 10 breaths of time for them to catch up. I'll give you 5 breaths of time. If you don't agree, then I'll let Snowy eat you right now. Snowy nodded, and then she opened her mouth and even started drooling. The white dragon glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at Snowy, and then hesitated before nodding before Snowy's threats. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then both Snowy and the white dragon entered the pocket of space on his chest. Meanwhile, Yi Luyuan and the others appeared in the sky. It was too late to hide, because they'd noticed him. So, they would definitely pursue him without end if he were to hide now. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before lying down on the ground, and his body started shivering incessantly as if he'd encountered something terrifying. Chapter 1172. Chapter 1172. A Quasi-Emperor? I can fight 10 of them. The black-robed man and the others stopped in the sky above Yang Yi because the white dragon's auras was gone. All of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. It didn't take long for their gazes to descend upon Yang Ye's shivering figure. Mu Kanglin and Yi Luyun frowned when they saw Yang Yi, because they hadn't expected it to be him. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Did you see a white dragon fly by?" Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man with terror, and then he stretched out a trembling hand as he pointed towards the distance. He spoke with a trembling voice. There was a black-robed and white-haired old man. He had a sword in his grasp, and he flew over there with a dragon in his grasp. A white-haired old man? The black-robed man frowned slightly, and he was about to leave when he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Why are you trembling?" Yang Yi couldn't even speak smoothly as he said, I was afraid." "Trash." The black-robed man waved his right hand as he finished speaking, and a powerful wave of energy shot forward and instantly slammed against Yang Yi. A shrill cry resounded as Yang Yi's figure was smashed into the ground. The black-robed man didn't even spare Yang Yi a second glance before vanishing into the distance with the others. As for Yi Luyun and the others, they didn't continue their pursuit. They'd missed the best opportunity, and they would only be throwing themselves into a pit of death by following the black-robed man's group. Good luck. Elder Imo gazed at Yi Luyun and the others as he cupped his fists. After that, he led the snow lion mercs away. The other mercenaries and independent cultivators at the Quasi-Emperor realm hesitated for a moment, and then they turned around and left. Presently, it was time to flee, because they knew that it wouldn't take long for Doomsday City's forces to start pursuing them. Perhaps their experts were already on the way now. Only the 3 members of the Soul Eater mercs remained on the spot. Yi Luyun held her dark green longbow tightly and remained silent. The gray-robed old man by Yi Luyun's side asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Yi Luyun was about to speak when she suddenly looked down at the deep hole in the ground. She grabbed a figure out of it with her right hand. It was naturally Yang Ye's figure. Mu Kanglin and the old man were slightly stunned when they saw Yang Yi, because he was still alive. After all, they'd sensed Yang Ye's aura vanish when he was struck earlier. Yang Yi gazed at them while slight fear could be seen on his face. Yi Luyan asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi glanced at Mu Kanglin and said, I was afraid that she would kill me. So I fled." Yi Luyan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "Who are you?" Yang Ye's face was covered in bewilderment as he said, "Huh." Yi Luyan gazed at Yang Yi and said, "When we met for the first time, both Kanglin and Gulan hadn't been able to avoid my arrow, yet you could. The second time we met, which was just now, you'd attained the Saint Realm from the Half-Saint Realm. Moreover, you've appeared here now and are completely unharmed after suffering the attack of a quasi-emperor. Do you really intend to continue keeping up this act?" Mu Kanglin and the old man's gazes instantly descended upon Yang Yi, and there was doubt in their eyes. Yang Yi remained silent. Yi Luyan continued, "That person who took the divine grade spirit vein is related to you, right?" Yang Yi shook his head decisively. What a joke. He couldn't admit that. Otherwise, he would be besieged by everyone in this place in Doomsday City. While he didn't fear them, he wasn't stupid enough to make enemies for no reason. Yi Luyan asked, "Then what are you doing here? Don't tell me it's because Kanglin wanted to kill you. If it really was that, then you should be fleeing towards the outside and not this place." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, I just wanted to loot some treasures, but I never expected to encounter all of you on your way to pursue that white dragon." Yi Luyan was about to say something when the old man spoke instead. "We have to leave already." Yi Luyan glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Come with us if you don't want to die." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Luyan turned around and left. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then followed after her. Yi Luyan and the others' expressions changed when they left the ruins, because everyone who'd emerged from the ruin was just ahead. A group of blue-robed figures were all around the area, and there were a few thousand of them. All of them were at the Saint Realm or above, and they'd encircled the people here. The blue and white-robed man with a sword on his waist and a woman in a blue dress were standing not too far away from everyone. There were 5 other white-robed old men standing behind the man and woman. The man, woman, and the 5 old men were quasi-emperors. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the man with the sword, because that fellow's appearance was actually quite alike to his own. Yang Yi turned to look at Nan Shuang, who was standing not too far away. Sure enough, Nan Shuang's gaze was fixed on that fellow. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he walked over to Nan Shuang and spoke softly. "Is that fiancé of yours?" Nan Shuang remained silent. Yang Yi rubbed Nan Shuang's head, and then he gazed at the man. Meanwhile, that man with a sword glanced at everyone here and said, "My Dark Sky sect has no intention to make things difficult for all of you. We just want the divine grade spirit vein." Meanwhile, Elder Imo from the Snow Lion Merc said, "It's in the hands of Doomsday City. You can go in and ask them for it. Then I'll wait for them to come out." The man grinned and said, "I forgot something. My Dark Sky sect is interested in the treasures within the ruins. So, you can sell what you've obtained in the ruins to my Dark Sky sect. Don't worry, my Dark Sky sect will definitely treat all of you well and give you a reasonable price." At this point, he pointed at the disciples who were standing not too far behind him and said, "All of you can leave now if you want. You just have to let us take a look at the contents of your spatial rings. If we're interested in anything, then we'll purchase it immediately. If we aren't interested, then all of you may leave. Right? Let me give all of you a word of advice. Don't try anything. Otherwise, don't blame my Dark Sky sect for showing no mercy." The expressions of everyone here had instantly turned gloomy upon hearing him. Let them see the contents of our spatial rings? They clearly intend to rob us. The man grinned, and then he moved back to the side of the woman in a blue dress. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze suddenly descended onto Nan Shuang. The others in front of Nan Shuang hurriedly moved aside at the sight of this. Just like that, Nan Shuang was exposed before the woman in a blue dress. Meanwhile, the man with a sword on his waist gazed at Nan Shuang as well, and he was instantly stunned when he saw her. The woman walked over to Nan Shuang, so the man hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang's hands were clenched tightly while her gaze was still locked onto the man. The expressions of the members of the former Phoenix Mercs changed, and they hurriedly went over and stood behind Nan Shuang. Meanwhile, Mu Kanglin appeared by Nan Shuang's side as well, and her eyes were filled with vigilance. Yi Liuyun's brows knit together at the sight of this scene. Nan Shuang finally gazed at the woman in a blue dress when she arrived around 50 m away from Nan Shuang. The woman gazed at Nan Shuang and said, "I noticed that you've been constantly staring at my darling since we arrived here. Tell me why." Nan Shuang glanced at the man and remained silent. Meanwhile, the man hesitated for a moment and said, "Yenner, she used to be my fiancée." "Your fiancée?" The woman's eyes instantly narrowed when she heard him, and her gaze was icy cold. The man's expression changed slightly at the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, "But there's no connection between us now. I cut off all ties with her when Master took interest in my potential that day. There's no connection between us anymore." The woman gazed at him and asked, "Really?" The man hurriedly nodded. "Of course. Yenner, just take a look for yourself. Can she even be compared to you? Both her appearance and natural talent are inferior to yours, so how could I possibly have any connection to her? Yenner, you're the only one in my heart. I can swear on it." The woman in a blue dress said, "Then kill her." Mu Kanglin and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard her. Yang Yi glanced at the woman in a blue dress, and then he gazed at the man with a sword on his waist. Nan Shuang was looking at the man as well. Even the man with a sword was stunned by what the woman had said. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to say that. Meanwhile, the woman in a blue dress continued, "What? You can't bear to kill her?" The man's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly again, "You can't bear to do it? It's fine. Then go with her." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. "I'll kill her." Suddenly, the man's voice resounded. The woman stopped and turned around to look at him. "I'll be watching." The man gazed at Nan Shuang with a gloomy expression on his face, and he spoke fiercely, "Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself. Why did you look at me for no reason? I told you that there's no connection between us anymore. We aren't from the same world at all. We aren't." Nan Shuang clenched her fists and said, "Lin Xing, what are you so proud of? Aren't you just a quasi-emperor?" As she spoke, she felt that there was no confidence in her words, so she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. "Don't you think so too?" Yang Yi nodded and was really cooperative. Quasi-emperors really are nothing worth mentioning. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Lin Xing's mouth. "It is nothing worth mentioning, but killing both of you will be as easy as stomping on ants." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he rubbed Nan Shuang's head and said, "Do you want to beat him up?" Nan Shuang nodded unconsciously. Yang Yi smiled. "Then how about I help you do that?" Nan Shuang was about to nod again, but she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly, "Are you still going to brag at a time like this? Just go." Meanwhile, the woman in a blue dress spoke abruptly, "Are you still not going to do it?" Lin Xing stopped hesitating and issued a command in his heart. The sword on his waist suddenly left its sheath and transformed into a ray of light that shot at Nan Shuang. Nan Shuang's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly pulled her behind him. Nan Shuang's expression changed drastically. She was just about to push Yang Yi aside when her eyes and mouth suddenly opened wide. Moreover, her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone else here had a similar reaction, because they saw Lin Xing's sword being held by 2 fingers. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Xing, who was standing afar with shock on his face, and then a slight smile curled up on Yang Ye's face. "A quasi-emperor? I can fight 10 of them." Chapter 1173. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flicked the sword, and it instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot back towards its owner. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xing's pupils constricted, and his palm was covered in a sharp glow as he slapped it at the sword. Clang! Lin Xing stopped the sword with his palm. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the sword, and then he tapped the end of its hilt. Hiss! The sword instantly transformed into a ray of light that passed through Lin Xing's palm, and a string of blood sprayed. At the same time, Lin Xing was even blasted almost 300 m back. Everyone here was flabbergasted, especially Mu Kanglin and the others. They'd been with Yang Yi for some time. In their opinion, he was a weak and spineless fellow who had bad natural talent and was afraid of death. In short, as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was useless. Yet now, this scene before them had completely overturned their perception of Yang Yi. Even though it had only been a single attack, he was facing a quasi-emperor. Yet he'd injured a quasi-emperor with a single attack. Moreover, Yang Yi was just a saint, so they were an entire realm of cultivation apart. Mu Kanglin stared fixedly at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to see through him again. As for Nan Shuang, her mouth was opened slightly as she gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Yi Luyuan was extremely shocked as well. Even though she felt that Yang Yi wasn't ordinary, she hadn't expected him to be so extraordinary. While Yang Yi had only displayed a little of his ability, only an idiot wouldn't be able to discern how very strong he was. He wasn't weaker to a quasi-emperor. He was comparable to a quasi-emperor while at the saint realm. That was something only monstrous geniuses could accomplish. Who is he? Yi Luyun and many others here had the same question in their minds. Yuan Feng clenched his fists tightly while excitement filled his eyes. Now, he was even more certain that Yang Yi was the disciple of the World Devastator cult's leader. At the moment Lin Xing's palm was pierced by the sword, the other quasi-emperors behind Lin Xing were about to charge forward, but they were stopped by the women in a blue dress. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Lin Xing. You wouldn't lose to an ant at the Saint Realm, right? Lin Xing's face became unsightly. A person's skill was obvious once that person took action. He knew that this fellow before him was extremely strong and not weaker to him at all. Of course, it didn't mean anything. After all, there were countless monstrous geniuses throughout this world. He'd once been able to surmount his realm of cultivation to do battle as well. Even though he'd suffered a slight injury, he was still confident. Lin Xing looked up towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang instead. I forgot to ask you, where do you want me to hit him? Nan Shuang gulped and was slightly hesitant. But she didn't hesitate for long before Yang Ye's encouraging smile, and it only took her a moment to speak softly. How about you hit his face first? It's his fault for being so rude. Yang Yi nodded, all right. How presumptuous of you. Meanwhile, Lin Xing roared furiously as he stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, a sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and it emanated a ghastly and dazzling glow. Lin Xing took the sword in his right hand once he arrived before Yang Yi, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at Yang Yi. Watch out! Nan Shuang hurriedly shouted out to Yang Yi when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi grinned to her. He turned around and gazed at the ray of light which had arrived before him, and then he slammed his fist forward. Bang! The glow around Lin Xing was immediately dispersed when Yang Ye's fist shot forward, and the powerful force within his fist blasted Lin Xing almost 1 kilometer back. Lin Xing was shocked by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Xing was alarmed, and he immediately stabbed his sword at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't attempt to dodge it at all. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and Lin Xing's pupils constricted, because he felt like his sword had stabbed against iron. Not only had it been unable to break through Yang Ye's defenses, his arm felt numb instead. Slap! Meanwhile, a resounding slap resounded through the surroundings while the others watched with astonishment as Lin Xing's figure was slapped away. Everyone noticed a few teeth flying out of Lin Xing's mouth while accompanied by strands of blood. All the spectators had astonishment in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. He didn't have the ability to fight back at all. A quasi-emperor actually didn't have the ability to fight back against a saint. All of them were beyond shocked while Yuan Feng felt even more excited. It wasn't just Yuan Feng. All the other members of the Sword Alliance were the same. After all, they would be safe in this world if they had someone powerful to rely on. Nan Shuang should have felt happy when she witnessed this scene, but she was exceptionally calm. Since the moment he'd cancelled their betrothal, Nan Shuang had sworn to make Lin Xing aware that she wasn't the one who wasn't worth of him, and it was he who was unworthy of her. However, No matter how hard she worked, she who had no resources couldn't keep up to him at all. But she'd never given up. At the moment she gave her violet crystals to Yang Yi, she knew that it would be impossible for her to ever catch up to Lin Xing. At that moment, her obsession towards violet crystals had vanished, or it should be said that she'd awakened from her dream. When she saw Lin Xing just now, she really wanted to head over, slap him flying, and tell him that she wasn't the one who wasn't worth of him. She wanted to tell him that he was blind and wasn't worthy of her. However, she knew that she couldn't do that. At that moment, she felt lost and helpless. As for the moment Lin Xing intended to kill her, she knew that her life had come to its end. Was a quasi-emperor formidable? Actually, in her opinion, quasi-emperors were extremely formidable. However, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before her. While she watched Yang Yi strike Lin Xing as she'd asked, she didn't feel any happiness in her heart. There was only worry there. She was worried that Yang Yi would cause trouble for himself, because Lin Xing was from the Dark Sky sect. So, Nan Shuang hurriedly ran over to Yang Ye's side and grabbed his arm when he was about to attack again, and then she shook her head. Forget it. Let's go. Yang Yi glanced at Nan Shuang and smiled. I'll do as you say. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yuan Feng and the others. Let's go. Yuan Feng and the others from the Sword Alliance quickly followed behind Yang Yi. Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment, and then she led her Soul Eater mercs behind Yang Ye's group. When Elder Imo from the Snow Lion mercs saw what Yi Luyun was doing, he hurriedly led his group over as well. As for the other independent cultivators and mercenaries, they hesitated for a moment before quickly following behind Yang Ye's group as well. No one wanted to hand over their possessions to the Dark Sky sect. But the Dark Sky sect was formidable, so none dared to resist them. Yet now, someone had stepped forward to fight against the Dark Sky sect. Under the circumstances that they had someone to lead them into battle, they naturally chose to quickly seek protection from that person. After all, no one wanted to be oppressed by the Dark Sky sect. Watch out. Suddenly, Nan Shuang cried out involuntarily. Everyone looked over and saw that Lin Xing had suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Yi. Unlike before, Lin Xing's figure carried a strand of powerful pressure. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. It was quasi-void rank sword intent. The others' hearts shook when they sensed that pressure, and they looked over at Yang Yi. At this moment, they naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Xing, and then he just slammed his fist forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from Yang Ye's fist. Space instantly started rippling while the sword intent and glow on Lin Xing's figure had been dispersed in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xing was blasted flying again. This time, he'd been blasted around 3 kilometers away, and his figure was dragged back around 300 m more even after he descended to the ground. The pupils of all the other experts constricted. Because Yang Ye's attack only carried pure physical strength, a saint had used pure physical strength to render a quasi-emperor completely helpless. It made them wonder if he was a divine dragon or a man. All of them were extremely shocked. Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang, and then he pointed a finger at Lin Xing. You wouldn't feel unhappy if I kill him, right? Nan Shuang's heart couldn't help but tighten when she heard him, and then she hurriedly said, Why? Why would I be unhappy? Yang Yi replied, Then I'll be killing him. Nan Shuang hesitated for a moment and said, Don't kill him, all right? Yang Yi shook his head inwardly when he heard her. She still has some feelings for him. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang added, If you kill him, the Dark Sky sect will definitely not let you live. The Dark Sky sect is very formidable. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard her, and then warmth flowed through his heart. So she was considering the consequences for me. Yang Yi rubbed Nan Shuang's head and smiled. I'll do as you ask. As he spoke, Yang Ye's figure flashed over to Lin Xing. Lin Xing was horrified and was just about to attack, but he felt a wave of pain come from his stomach before his figure was blasted flying again. At the moment his figure was blasted flying, the spatial ring on his finger had transformed into a ray of light that flew into Yang Ye's grasp. Yang Yi glanced at its contents. There were around 100 violet crystals within it. He shook his head and tossed the spatial ring to Nan Shuang. He's too poor. He only had 100 violet crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to lead everyone away. Nan Shuang glanced at the spatial ring in her grasp, and her hand was trembling slightly. 100 violet crystals. 100. As for Gulan and the others, there was slight envy in their eyes. After all, while 100 violet crystals were nothing for a disciple of a sect like Lin Xing, it was a huge figure for mercenaries like them. But Yang Yi had tossed it to Nan Shuang like he was tossing trash away. Suddenly, the woman in a blue dress voice resounded, "Stop right there." As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of the Dark Sky sect immediately shot over and obstructed Yang Yi and the others' path. Their hearts shook while quite unsightly expressions arose on their faces. Meanwhile, the woman led the other 5 quasi-emperors of the Dark Sky sect over to Yang Yi, and then she looked him in the eye. "You think you're very strong?" Yang Yi glanced at her and the others behind her before he said, "My friends and I just want to leave, and we have no intention to go against the Dark Sky sect. I'm serious. You just have to move aside, and we'll immediately vanish from your sight." The others behind Yang Yi quickly nodded when they heard him, because Yang Yi had spoken exactly what they were thinking. A slight smile curled up on the corners of the woman's mouth, and she stretched out her hand and pointed a finger at Yang Yi. "Who do you think you are? Go against my Dark Sky sect? Are you even qualified to do that? My Dark Sky sect refuses to move aside today." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "We just want to leave. I'm serious." The others behind him hurriedly nodded to display their agreement. She walked over to Yang Yi, and then she moved her right leg sideways. She pointed at the gap between her legs and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Don't say that my Dark Sky sect didn't give you a chance. You want to leave? You can. Just go through there and I'll let you leave. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP." Chapter 1174. Chapter 1174. Do all of you want to die? The expressions of the others behind Yang Yi had turned unsightly when they heard her. "She's going too far." All of them were livid. Even Nan Shuang's face was cold, and her hands were clenched tightly. She seemed like she was on the verge of being unable to restrain herself from attacking. It wasn't just Nan Shuang who was in such a state. Many other cultivators here were almost unable to stop themselves from attack. All of them were experts who lived dangerous lives, so they didn't lack courage at all. How could they remain indifferent when someone insulted them like that? However, reason told them that they couldn't attack, because the woman had 5 more quasi-emperors on her side, and all of them were from the Dark Sky sect. If they attacked, they would die. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he said, "We're just people who live from day to day, and we can't compare to the Dark Sky sect. So, please show some mercy." The woman shrugged and said, "I gave all of you a chance. Just crawl through from beneath me and—" Her voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly swung his fist. However, she wasn't nervous at all when he did that, and there was even a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. Right when Yang Ye's fist had arrived before her, a blue barrier suddenly appeared in front of her and obstructed Yang Ye's fist. Bang! The barrier shook violently while Yang Yi took 2 steps back, but she remained motionless on the spot. She laughed with ridicule and pointed at the blue pendant on her chest. "This is a quasi-emperor rank treasure, Sea of Protection. Even a quasi-emperor. Sword." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and gestured. Lin Xing's sword suddenly let out a sword howl, struggled free of Lin Xing's grasp, and transformed into a ray of light that shot into Yang Ye's grasp. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared right before the woman, and the sword in his grasp stabbed swiftly against the barrier before her. Crack! A clear and resounding crack resounded, and then the blue barrier started cracking. Her expression changed drastically at the sight of it, and she was just about to retreat when Yang Yi exerted slight force with his right hand. Bang! The barrier shattered immediately, and shock arose in the woman's eyes. She was just about to flee when Yang Yi pressed forward and slammed his fist against her stomach. Pooh! Blood sprayed from her mouth as her figure in a sea as it flew backwards. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her again, and then he grabbed her hair in midair before dragging her down to the ground. Once he arrived at the ground, Yang Yi slammed her against the ground. Bang! The ground collapsed while blood sprayed towards the surroundings. How dare you! The experts of the dark sky sect were infuriated when they recovered from their shock, and they charged at Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his foot down against the woman's head, and then he looked up at the experts of the dark sky sect. Take another step forward and I'll crush her head. Don't you dare! One of the old men shouted furiously. Do you realize that she's... Suddenly, the old man's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had started to exert force with his leg, and the woman's head immediately sunk into the ground. Yang Yi looked up at the old man while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Do you want to try me? You. The old man's face was absolutely ferocious, but he didn't dare speak another word. He was very afraid of infuriating Yang Yi and causing the woman's head to explode. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked down at the woman beneath his feet. What did you have to do this? I was speaking nicely to you, yet you refused to listen. Now, it's awkward for everyone. As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the blue pendant on her chest and her spatial ring immediately flew into his grasp. Yang Yi swept through its contents and couldn't help but pucker his lips at its contents. Her identity wasn't ordinary, but he felt that she was quite poor. She only had a little over 300 violet crystals. As for miscellaneous items, she had quite a bit of them, including treasures and techniques. However, most of them were just at the divine rank. Yang Yi shook his head and flicked the spatial ring over to Nan Shuang. That's for you. Nan Shuang glanced at its contents, and then her breathing immediately quickened. A few hundred violet crystals. It would take me so many years to accumulate. Her hands were trembling slightly. After he tossed the spatial ring to her, his gaze descended onto the blue pendant in his grasp and nodded slightly. It really was at the quasi-emperor rank, but it was useless to him, because it wasn't even as strong as his body. Yang Yi flicked it over to Nan Shuang as well. It's yours. The others here couldn't help but be visibly moved. That pendant is a quasi-emperor rank treasure. Yet he gave it away just like that. Nan Shuang was quite stunned as well. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to even give her a quasi-emperor rank treasure. After all, it could be sold for 10,000 violet crystals at the very least. But he'd given 10,000 violet crystals to her just like that. Nan Shuang was dumbstruck as she gazed at the pendant on her palm. Meanwhile, there was envy in Gulan and the others' eyes as they glanced at Yang Yi and Nan Shuang. After all, based on the woman in a blue dress identity, the spatial ring definitely had quite a few treasures in it. Moreover, that wasn't even the end of it. That blue pendant was a quasi-emperor rank treasure, but Yang Yi had casually given it to Nan Shuang. But while they felt envious, they felt even more joy. They were happy for Nan Shuang. Yang Yi looked up one of the white-robed old men and said, Do you want to keep her alive? The white-robed old man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. You'll die. Meanwhile, the woman beneath Yang Ye's foot let out a shrill and miserable cry, and her head had sunken fully beneath the surface. How dare you? The white-robed old man was furious, and he was about to attack. But Yang Yi suddenly said, Come on, let's see if you arrive first, or her head explodes first. The white-robed old man took a deep breath and worked hard to make himself calm down. After that, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, What do you want? 5,000 violet crystals. Give me 5,000 violet crystals and I'll release her. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes and said, Don't try to bargain with me, and don't start talking nonsense. I don't have any patience. If you think I wouldn't dare to kill her, then you can give me a try. The white-robed old man stared at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi was looking at the old man as well, but he started to exerted force with his foot. Meanwhile, the woman's weak voice arose from beneath Yang Ye's foot. Give it to him. Yang Yi looked down at her and smiled. How sensible. As he spoke, he gazed at the old man and stretched out his hand. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly walked over to Yang Ye's side and spoke softly. We can threaten her and leave safely. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyun, and then he gazed at the white-robed old man. Yi Luyun's pupils constricted slightly, and she gained a slight understanding of Yang Ye's true motives. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he turned around to look at the other four old men. They hesitated before withdrawing a spatial ring each, but it seemed to still be insufficient, so they asked the other disciples of the dark sky sect to gather their violet crystals as well. In the end, the white-robed old man walked over to Yang Yi while holding a spatial ring in his hand. The old man said, "Let her go first." Yang Yi replied, "Do you have the right to bargain with me?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he flicked the spatial ring over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at its contents before taking it in his grasp. After that, he removed his foot and moved aside. "See, I really keep my promises." Just as Yi Luyun had said, they could leave by threatening her. However, he wouldn't do that. Why? Because everyone was selfish. If he threatened the woman and led them away, they would merely thank him at most, and some might not even thank him. After they leave, they would flee immediately. After that, he, Yang Yi, and the Sword Alliance would have to face the Dark Sky Sect's revenge. At that time, they wouldn't come and help, they would just flee as far as they could. Simply speaking, they were merely following him with the intention of using him. Yang Yi was no fool. He felt that they could all live, but they had to bear the trouble that came with it as well. The white-robed old man's figure flashed and hurriedly grabbed the woman from the ground. At this moment, everyone was able to see her appearance clearly. Her features had warped and were stained with blood. When compared to before, her appearance was simply worlds apart, and it was quite terrifying as well. The woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and it was filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Yang Yi ignored her and turned around to look at Nan Shuang. "Don't fight later. Just follow me, understand?" Nan Shuang blinked, and she didn't really understand why Yang Yi said that. Suddenly, the woman in a blue dress gazed at Nan Shuang and spoke ferociously, "Bitch, I'll make living worse than death for you. Besides that woman, kill everyone else here. Kill them all. Don't let even a single one of them live." The white-robed old man's face fell when he heard her. She was brainless, but he wasn't, of course. Under such circumstances, it was best for the Dark Sky Sect to take a step back for now and let them go, and then get even with them later. Because while all the people here were lousy mercenaries and independent cultivators, the combined strength of the experts here surpassed the combined strength of their forces. But he knew that he couldn't dissuade her because she wasn't in her right mind right now. The 5 old men at the quasi-emperor realm were slightly hesitant, but the experts behind them didn't dare to disobey her orders. So, they immediately charged at Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the group behind him. "Do all of you want to die?" They immediately replied, "No." Yang Yi nodded and said, "If you don't want to die, then follow me and kill our way out." As he spoke, Yang Yi turned around and shot forward explosively. He charged at the experts from the Dark Sky Sect. Chapter 1175. Chapter 1175, 3 Emperors? A piece of cake. When they saw Yang Yi lead the charge, the others who were originally hesitating had immediately stopped hesitating and charged over. At this moment, they had no way to avoid this. Presently, while they would offend the Dark Sky Sect, they would be able to stay alive now and have a chance at survival in the future. But if they didn't attack, then they would die right now. They had no choice but to attack. Yi Luyun gazed at Yang Yi. She'd figured out his intentions earlier. She knew that he wanted to tie them all together. Even though she knew about Yang Ye's scheme, it was done so openly. Many others here were aware of Yang Ye's intentions, but they had no other choice as well. Because if they didn't follow Yang Yi into battle, then the members of the Dark Sky Sect would annihilate them. But if they joined forces, then they would have a chance to survive. Yi Luyun sighed softly, glanced at Yang Yi who was leading the charge, and didn't hesitate a moment longer. She led the Soul Eater mercs in a charge at the experts from the Dark Sky Sect. Once they saw Yi Luyun's group charge, the Snow Lion mercs and the other mercenary groups stopped hesitating, and they immediately led their groups forward. The quasi-emperors of the Dark Sky Sect stopped hesitating when they saw Yang Ye's group attack, and they hurriedly counterattacked. Because the other experts of the Dark Sky Sect would be slaughtered if they didn't join the battle. "Kill. We'll kill our way out." The countless people behind Yang Yi roared in unison. All of them were like desperados, so they were definitely experienced when it came to fighting with their lives on the line. Especially when they were being led by Yang Yi, Their aura was absolutely powerful. "Get that woman. Get her." The woman in a blue dress was pointing at Nan Shuang and shouting ferociously. As soon as she gave the order, countless experts from the Dark Sky sect charged at Nan Shuang. However, they were blasted away before they could even get within 30 m of her, and then numerous piles of mush appeared in the air. Nan Shuang gazed at Yang Yi, who stood before her, and clenched her fists. I can fight." Yang Yi turned around to glance at her and smiled. "I know. You've killed many people. Ha ha ha." Yang Yi immediately turned around and vanished once he finished speaking. He was in front of the woman in a blue dress when his figure appeared again. The woman was horrified, but she was no fool. Her reaction wasn't slow, and she slammed both her palms at Yang Yi. A ray of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from her palm, but it had only just emerged when it was blasted apart by a punch from Yang Yi. Her pupils constricted. She swiftly stomped her right foot against the ground and shot backwards. However, her figure had just started moving backwards when Yang Yi appeared in front of her again, and then his hand clamped down on her throat. "How dare you?" The white-robed old man was furious at the sight of it, and he disregarded the quasi-emperor who was fighting him and shot towards Yang Yi. "Kill our way out." But Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man, and he just held the woman by her throat as he shot towards the distance. "Kill!" Countless roared with fury as they followed closely behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to kill their way out under Yang Yi's lead. Some of the independent cultivators intended to leave immediately upon charging out of there, but they hadn't gone far before the experts of the Dark Sky sect annihilated them. This made many who'd intended to flee to instantly abandon such thoughts. Presently, they were all together, so their strength far surpassed the experts of the Dark Sky sect. But once they separated, they wouldn't be a match for the Dark Sky sect's forces at all. After they traveled almost 3 kilometers away, the experts of the Dark Sky sect were still following closely behind them, and it made the expressions of many become quite unsightly. In the beginning, it was just as Yang Yi had said, and they just wanted to leave. They had no intention to offend the Dark Sky sect. However, the Dark Sky sect insisted on killing them. This made killing intent arise within many of them. Even though the Dark Sky sect was strong, even the nicest person had a temper, let alone people like them. As if he knew what they were thinking, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and turned around to gaze at the experts from the Dark Sky sect who were pursuing them. "Everyone. Killing one or all makes no difference. Since they insist on killing us, then do we really have to worry about anything else? Kill them. Even if we die later, we'll still have taken a few down with us." As he spoke, he raised the woman in a blue dress and tossed her over to Yi Lu Yun. "Watch her." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi shot towards the experts of the Dark Sky sect. Yuan Feng and the other members of the Sword didn't hesitate to follow Yang Yi. As for the others, they were slightly hesitant. But it didn't take long for Yi Lu Yun to wave her right hand, and then the experts of the Soul Eater Mercs hurriedly charged over. After that, the others from the Snow Lion Mercs charged forward as well. When they saw all the powerful groups charging forward, the others stopped hesitating and followed the group. They didn't want to go against the Dark Sky sect, but the Dark Sky sect was determined to kill them. Moreover, many of them people here understood that there was no chance for them to be reconciled with the Dark Sky sect. Based on the way the Dark Sky sect did things, it would definitely not let them go. Since that was how it was, exercising forbearance and avoiding conflict was stupid. Meanwhile, the experts of the Dark Sky sect had gloomy expressions on their faces when they saw Yang Yi counterattack. Even though the mercenaries and independent cultivators here were nothing worth mentioning, their joint forces wasn't something that the experts of the Dark Sky sect could resist. They launched a pursuit when they saw the independent cultivators and mercenaries flee just now, because they felt that the independent cultivators and mercenaries merely wanted to flee and wouldn't dare to truly fight and kill them, because doing that represented going against the Dark Sky sect. However, those fellows had actually launched a counterattack against them now. Meanwhile, one of the white-robed old men spoke in a low voice, "Retreat for now." One of the other quasi-emperors by the old man's side hesitated, but the young miss, the white-robed old man shook his head. "Retreat for now. We'll decide what to do once the experts of our sect arrive. Otherwise, All of us will die here." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the others with him as he fled towards the distance. Yang Yi stopped when he saw the white-robed old man's group flee, and the others behind him had stopped as well. Even though the experts of the Dark Sky sect had fled, their faces were absolutely gloomy. The Dark Sky sect, a diamond-rank power that had emperors. After a moment of silence passed, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and gazed at them. "I wonder what all of you plan to do from now on." All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "We've killed so many disciples of the Dark Sky sect, so it will definitely not let us go. I think that all of you should be very clearly aware of that. Aren't you very great?" Meanwhile, the woman restrained by Yi Luyun suddenly laughed with a fierce expression on her face. "What? You're afraid now?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "I know that your status in the Dark Sky sect is definitely not low. However, it's best for you to keep a low profile right now. My temper isn't very good, and I might act rashly. The consequence of that is that your head will be separated from your neck. So, think about your head. It's best for you to keep a low profile." She gazed at him. Resentment still filled her eyes, but she didn't dare to speak another word. Yang Yi gazed at the others and said, "If all of you don't have a plan, I have one. I wonder if all of you are willing to hear it." Meanwhile, Elder Imo from the Snow Lion Merc spoke in a low voice. "Please go ahead." The others nodded and looked at Yang Yi as well. While Yang Yi was just a saint, no one dared to underestimate him. It wasn't terrifying for a quasi-emperor to kill a quasi-emperor, but it was quite terrifying when a saint killed a quasi-emperor. They were no fools. If someone could kill a quasi-emperor at the saint realm and even do so at such a young age, would that person be ordinary? They would never believe that Yang Yi had no backing. Yang Yi nodded and said, "The Dark Sky sect won't spare us, and that's certain. I think all of you won't be hoping to get lucky as well, right? Any one of us, or any one of the groups here, are absolutely unable to fight the Dark Sky sect. So, if we want to live, then we have to join forces. What do all of you think?" The expressions of many had become slightly off when they heard Yang Yi. All of them were old geezers who'd lived for hundreds of years, so how could they not understand Yang Yi? Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "All of you are intelligent, so I won't beat around the bush. I've established a group called the Sword Alliance, and I hope that all of you will join it. It's fine if you don't, and the relationship we've formed from overcoming the difficulties we faced earlier will not fade away." Yuan Feng and the other members of the Sword Alliance immediately walked over and stood behind Yang Yi when they heard him. The others fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun suddenly asked, "What's the benefit of joining the Sword Alliance? Why should we join it?" Yang Yi smiled and patted his chest. In an instant, a small white dragon emerged from there, and then the spirit energy in the surroundings immediately thickened. A spirit vein. The expressions of everyone here changed at the sight of this scene, and they gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Obviously, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed a spirit vein. It was the same for the others from the Sword Alliance, but it was naturally an extremely good piece of news to them. Yang Yi stated, "This isn't that divine-grade spirit vein, and it's just a saint-grade spirit vein. I believe that everyone will be able to cultivate much faster with this spirit vein in our possessing. That's the benefits. As for why you should join my Sword Alliance, I've already explained it. We'll only be able to fight the Dark Sky sect by joining forces. Even our joint forces won't be able to resist the Dark Sky sect." Elder Imo spoke in a low voice. "They have emperors. Just a single emperor is enough to crush all of us." The others nodded as well because emperors were experts who could instill despair in them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "I'll deal with the emperors." All of them were stunned and thought they were hearing things. Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and said, Say that one more time?" Yang Yi said, "I said that I'll deal with the emperors." Everyone here was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nanshuang spoke softly, "They have at least 3 emperors. Can you fight 3? All of them gazed at Yang Yi and awaited his answer. 3. Yang Yi was in quite the predicament. If he said he couldn't at a time like this, then it would be quite embarrassing. After all of them were looking at him and waiting for his answer. Yang Yi hesitated for an instant before he waved his hand and spoke heroically, "It's just 3. That's a piece of cake." Suddenly, a terrifying wave of pressure descended from above. As soon as it did, many comparatively weaker cultivators instantly fell flat on the ground. It was the aura of an emperor. It didn't take long for an old man in linen robes to appear in the sky. The old man looked down at them while a boundless aura surged out from within him and pressed down upon them. An emperor. It's an emperor from the dark sky sect. The countenances of everyone here turned ghastly pale, but it didn't take long for them to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt quite speechless in his heart. Chapter 1176 Emperors are nothing great as well. Chapter 1176 Emperors are nothing great as well. They would naturally not believe that Yang Yi could fight 3 emperors on his own. After all, not to mention 3, they wouldn't even believe that he could fight one. Because being able to fight quasi-emperors at the Saint Realm was heaven-defying enough. As for fighting emperors at the Saint Realm, it wasn't unprecedented, but it only occurred once in a few thousand years. Of course, that was in the current Dark Hell continent. If it was the Dark Hell continent from tens of thousands of years ago, it had countless geniuses. So, not to mention their strength in Dark Hell continent, their geniuses were even amongst the strongest in the other regions. They didn't believe that Yang Yi could fight an emperor, but they felt that Yang Yi definitely had a trump card or the backing of someone or some power. In short, Yang Yi was their last hope right now. Bang! Suddenly, void rank intent surged out from within Yang Yi and swept up into the air to resist the gray-robed old man's terrifying aura. Void rank sword intent. The others were shocked at the sight of this scene, because they'd never imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed void rank sword intent. A trace of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes because there were very few sword cultivators on the continent, especially strong sword cultivators. You have some ability, but you're still too weak. The old man took a step forward, and his aura rained down and instantly suppressed Yang Ye's void rank sword intent. Is that so? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and he took a step forward as well. Void rank slaughter intent shot up into the air. As soon as this second intent appeared, the old man's aura was instantly pushed back. Void rank slaughter intent. Everyone here was astounded. He possesses 2 types of intents. They were beyond shocked. This even included Yi Luyun, Mu Kanglin, and the other quasi-emperors amongst them. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to have comprehended both void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. 2 types of void rank intents. Where did such a monstrous genius come from? Meanwhile, there was excitement on the faces of Yuan Feng and the others, because they knew that Yang Yi was a peerless genius, and besides a power like the World Devastator cult, there was no other power that could foster such a genius. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Who I am isn't important." Yang Yi pointed at the woman in a blue dress and said, "We actually have no intention to go against the Dark Sky sect, but it couldn't be helped. She was too brainless and insisted on killing us. So, for the sake of our survival, we had no choice but to kill our way out of their encirclement. Now, allow me to display my sincerity once more. I'll give her back to you, and we'll let bygones be bygones, all right? Are you joking?" The old man continued, "You killed so many members of my sect and even took one of our members hostage. Yet you want to let bygones be bygones? Don't you think it's very laughable?" Yang Yi looked the old man in the eye and said, "We have no intention to go against the Dark Sky sect, but your people insisted on killing us. So we had no choice but to fight back. We couldn't have just stood by idly and waited for death to arrive, right? How laughable." The old man laughed with ridicule. "Are you trying to reason with me?" Yang Yi nodded. "Could it be that you don't want to? Reason? What's that?" The old man had a wisp of disdain on the corners of his mouth. "You've lived for quite some time. Have your seniors not taught you that the fist is always in the right? If my Dark Sky sect wants to kill you, then you should bare your neck and receive death." The others behind Yang Yi had utterly unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard the old man. Meanwhile, Nan Shuang walked over to Yang Ye's side and spoke softly, "Stupid. You can't try to reason with people in this world. The more you try, the more they'll think that you can be bullied and do all they can to bully you. Reason can only be used when both sides have almost equal strength, and that's the only time that it's possible for both sides to sit down and reason with each other. Or perhaps after you've crushed them, then they will beg you to reason with them even if you refuse to do so. Yang Yi rubbed Nin Shuang's head and spoke softly. In the past, some said that my character is too extreme, and I don't know how to act according to the situation. I cause minor incidents to become huge incidents, and I make huge incidents go out of control. There are many occasions that even I feel that it's true. Yang Yi chuckled at this point and said, but I've noticed that what they call acting according to the situation is mostly just the act of making a compromise to save a situation. If others want to hit me, I can't resist them, and I even have to bring my face to them so that they can strike it, because I would suffer endless problems once I hit back. In that way, the problem would grow more and more serious, just like what happened earlier. They wanted to kill us, but we can't kill them because once we do, then the problem we face would grow greater and greater. But we would die if we don't kill them. Yang Yi gazed at Nan Shuang at this point. Tell me, how should we act according to such situations? Nan Shuang thought for a moment and said, kill. Kill until no one dares to offend us. Just like the World Devastator cult. No one dares to offend them because they are strong. Yang Yi roared with laughter and said, little girl, you're right. I, Yang Yi, refuse to make compromises to save the situation throughout my lifetime. If they dare to bully me, then I'll repay it tenfold. If they dare to try and kill me, then I'll kill that person even if it's the Heaven Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked over to the woman in a blue dress. Her expression changed as she thought that Yang Yi intended to kill her. She was about to speak when Yang Yi grabbed her by the shoulder and tossed her over to the old man. Everyone here was stunned. Even the woman and the old man were stunned because none had expected Yang Yi to do that. Yang Yi condensed an intense sword in his grasp as he looked up at the old man. I've always looked down upon those who use women to threaten others. I, Yang Yi, disdain to use a woman to threaten my enemies. If your dark sky sect wants to kill us, then come do it. Now. The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he said, those women around you will be spared later. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man tapped his finger forward. A pitch-black finger tore through space and carried a terrifying aura as it arrived above Yang Yi, and it was about to squash Yang Yi into mush. Oem! A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light shot up into the sky and struck the black finger. The black finger shook violently and shattered apart while the ray of light didn't slow down at all as it shot straight at the old man. The old man waved his right hand, and the woman instantly vanished on the spot. After that, he clenched his right fist and slammed it in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! A dazzling ray of light flashed out from his fist, and it slammed against Yang Ye's attack. Suddenly, the old man's pupils constricted, and his body moved sideways slightly. After that, the others watched with astonishment as the old man's right arm flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was 300 m behind the old man. The others were stunned on the spot. It was the ultimate version of death by a thought. The first attack was just a distraction, and Yang Ye's true objective had been utilizing death by a thought. He naturally wouldn't hold back against an emperor, and he used all his strength as soon as he attacked. However, he'd still underestimated emperors slightly. Even though he'd killed numerous emperors in the past, it was under the circumstances that he'd joined forces with Cheongqi. Yet now, it was clearly not realistic for him to instantly kill an emperor with ease while he was all by himself. Even if he was a saint now, and his strength had improved tremendously, it still wasn't realistic. The old man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, while his arm was being restored at a visible speed. He gazed at Yang Yi with a solemn expression in his eyes. I really did. He was about to speak when Yang Yi withdrew an ancient sheath, and then sheathed and drew his sword in an instant. A ray of sword energy shot forward, and it was swift as a bolt of lightning. Space was sliced apart in its wake, forming a very long spatial rift in the sky. It was 150 overlapped heaven rens. Once he attained the Saint Realm, he was able to overlap 150 heaven rens at once. Coupled with the boost provided by his dual intense and physical strength, the strength of that attack was extremely terrifying. The old man's face immediately became extremely serious when he saw the ray of sword energy that was approaching him. Spatial concentration. As soon as he spoke, the old man waved both his hands, and the space around him instantly started to concentrate in layers. In an instant, the space before him had overlapped by at least 100 layers. It even caused the old man's figure to seem warped when the others looked at him from the other side. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword energy slammed against the overlapped layers of space. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky. Yang Ye's sword energy sliced through the space before the old man, but it didn't take long for it to stop. After that, the space there suddenly started to warp. In an instant, Yang Ye's sword energy was crushed into bits. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the space below him, and his figure shook before he transformed into a ray of light that swept towards the old man. Bang! The space before the old man collapsed in an instant, and then countless rays of light flickered incessantly through the sky and surrounded the old man. It didn't take long for numerous explosions to resound through the sky, and the space there was even trembling without end. Meanwhile, the others on the ground below were absolutely shocked as they witnessed the battle occurring in the sky above. It was a battle between a saint and an emperor. Something that they'd only heard of had actually occurred right before their eyes. Bang! Meanwhile, a muffled explosion resounded in the sky, and then a figure was blasted away. The spectators' hearts shook when they witnessed this scene, because that figure was Yang Yi. Yang Yi finally stopped after flying almost 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi looked down at his chest, and he saw a palm print there, but it was very shallow. He looked up at the old man, and he saw the old man's face had a bloody injury on it. It was an injury created by sword energy. I really did underestimate you. The old man clenched his fists and said, but don't worry, I won't do that again. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Yang Yi and the old man instantly started to ripple like a surging river. Meanwhile, the intense sword in Yang Ye's grasp dispersed slowly, and he unclenched his fists. The fire dragon gauntlets appeared over his hands as he turned around to look at Nan Shuang. A slight smile curled up onto the corners of his mouth as he said, actually, emperors are nothing great as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist slowly. Crack! A clear and resounding crack arose. The space around his fist had cracked apart. Chapter 1177 My Sword is Starving. Chapter 1177 My Sword is Starving. Numerous arm-thick cracks appeared throughout the sky, and they were spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. In next to no time, the space in an area of over 5 kilometers around Yang Yi and the old man in linen robes had cracked apart. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura rained down like a million mountains. Countless people in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated towards the surroundings. The old man's face had become extremely solemn as well. Even though Yang Yi hadn't launched the attack, the energy contained within Yang Ye's fist caused his heart to palpitate. Is he really a saint? The old man didn't think further. He raised his hands and made a clawing motion. In an instant, the space throughout the sky was repaired in an instant, and then he shouted, "Mince!" As soon as his voice resounded, the space around Yang Yi instantly started to twist and warp. The mincing force created in the space around him caused Yang Yi to immediately frown. At the same time, his body had actually started to warp as well. A ferocious expression appeared on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and he swiftly slammed his right fist forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying force surged out like a torrent from Yang Ye's fist, and the space before him collapsed in an instant. The others in the surroundings were horrified and fled madly towards the surroundings. They didn't dare to come close to the area where Yang Yi and the old man were. A very long time passed before the space in the sky returned to normal, and both Yang Yi and the old man appeared once more before them. At this moment, the old man was very far away from Yang Yi, and there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. He's injured. Tempestuous waves instantly surged through the hearts of all the spectators. It didn't take long for them to look at Yang Yi. On the contrary, there didn't seem to be any difference in Yang Ye's appearance. It seemed like he was completely fine. The old man lost? The old man was staring at Yang Yi while blood was still seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly started walking towards the old man, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky from within him. After that, a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's right grasp before he sheathed it. A terrifying aura and monstrous baleful energy and slaughter intent swept through the sky, and even the old man couldn't help but take a step back. Yang Yi gazed at the old man while a ferocious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. This attack of mine once killed an emperor. Old man, do you want to give it a try? The old man stared at Yang Yi as he said, Good, very good. I really misjudged you. As he spoke, blood started flowing incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi asked again, Are you going to try it or not? The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. He'd fled. The others' mouths opened wide while they felt completely dazed, because an emperor had actually been heavily injured and fled in a battle with a saint. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have absolutely not believed it. However, no matter what had happened, this incident could be said to have come to an end for now, at least. They heaved a sigh of relief. However, a few figures suddenly shot out from the gorge in the distance. It was those experts from Doomsday City. The black-robed man who led the ground glanced at them, and his gaze descended upon Yang Yi in the end. He was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi was completely blood-red, and he said, You're actually still alive. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and asked, Do you want me dead that badly? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. It's fine. Since you're alive, I'll kill you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man was about to attack. However, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and then his figure stiffened on the spot while his eyes opened wide. An instant later, his head tilted to the side and rolled off his neck. Blood shot up like a fountain. He'd been killed in an instant. A quasi-emperor had been killed in an instant. The remaining experts of Doomsday City were shocked, and they gazed at Yang Yi like he was a monster. Meanwhile, another ray of blood-red light flashed, and the head of another quasi-emperor flew into the air. This time, the two remaining quasi-emperors from Doomsday City didn't dare to stay stunned on the spot, and they immediately turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi was about to pursue them when Yi Luyun suddenly appeared in front of him. Keeping them alive is useful to us. Yi Luyun stopped abruptly at this point, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Because Yang Ye's gaze at her carried terrifying killing intent, Yang Yi started walking towards Yi Luyun while his sword trembled. Yi Luyun was horrified. Fortunately, a small white head suddenly emerged from Yang Ye's chest. The small white head glanced at the surroundings, and then stretched out her little claw and tapped Yang Ye's chest. After that, it returned back into Yang Ye's chest. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped moving and closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before the blood-red glow started to slowly retract into him. Around 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and they were clear once more. Yi Luyun instantly heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of this, because she felt like she was about to die just now. Even though she was a quasi-emperor, she didn't have even an ounce of confidence to face Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he glanced at the others. Everyone, I represent the Sword Alliance in extending a sincere invitation to all of you to join us. Those who are willing will be one of our own from now on. If I, Yang Yi, gain something, all of you will definitely have a share as well. As for those who are unwilling, it's fine. We'll just part peacefully. All of them fell silent. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Yi Luyun. Miss Yi, what do you think? Yi Luyun fell silent for a long time before she said, I'm willing to join the Sword Alliance. Yang Ye's strength was comparable to an emperor. Even she refused to believe that such a person didn't possess the backing of a mysterious power. Presently, all of them were definitely in the Dark Sky Sect's blacklist. If they didn't find someone to rely on, then all they could do was flee. Moreover, they had to flee after disbanding their groups. because it was impossible to flee in a large group as they would be a huge target. Besides that, they would have to go into hiding from now onwards. She didn't want to go through such a life. Yang Yi revealed a slight smile when he heard her agree, and then he waved his right hand. The fire dragon bow instantly appeared before Yi Luyun. Miss Yi, I obtained this bow by chance. It should be useful to you. A quasi-emperor rank bow. Everyone here was visibly moved at the sight of this. It's a quasi-emperor rank treasure. That fellow actually gave it away just like that? Isn't he too generous? Yi Luyun was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually give her a quasi-emperor rank treasure right away. After all, it was an extremely precious treasure even in large powers. But Yang Yi had given one to her just like that. Yi Luyun shot a glance that carried complicated emotions at Yang Yi, and then she put the bow away and said, "If you don't betray me, then I won't betray you." Yang Yi smiled. "We have a common goal, and that's to live and live well. Don't we?" Yi Luyun nodded and stood behind Yang Yi. When they saw Yi Luyun do that, the other members of the Soul Eater, Mercs, hurriedly stood over behind Yang Yi as well. Meanwhile, Elder Emo stepped forward. "My Snow Lion Mercs are willing to join as well." Yang Yi gazed at Elder Emo. "Welcome." Elder Emo cupped his fists to Yang Yi, and then he led his group over to stand behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for more mercenary groups and independent cultivators to declare their willingness to join the Sword Alliance. In the end, 90% of them joined while the rest left. They didn't like being bound to something, or they had other intentions. So, Yang Yi didn't force them and just let them leave. Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed that 10 of them were quasi-emperors. 10 quasi-emperors were clearly too few. After all, the quasi-emperors here were much more numerous than the Radiant Dimension. Moreover, this world had emperors. Besides that, he was very well aware that they might not have wholeheartedly joined the Sword Alliance. At this moment, they actually had no other choice. Because they knew that the Dark Sky sect would definitely not let them go, but they had nowhere to seek protection from. So, they had no choice but to choose the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi was very well aware of that, but he didn't mind. Because while the Sword Alliance had the potential to grow, then he was confident that they would stay wholeheartedly in the future. He refused to believe that they would be willing to be mercenaries for their entire life. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, "What's your plan now?" Yang Yi gazed at her and replied, "Do you have any suggestions?" Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and said, "We need a base right now. There's a small city around 50,000 kilometers from here, Cloudfall City. Because it's close to the desert, the spirit energy there is very scarce and practically non-existent. That's exactly why it's like a dead city. We have a spirit vein, so we can slowly develop there." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he glanced at the others. From this moment onward, Miss Yi is our Sword Alliance's. She's our Sword Alliance's counselor. Seeing her is like seeing me. If I'm not in the Sword Alliance, then she'll deal with everything in my place. The others were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and it included Yi Luyun herself. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi would suddenly do that. After all, Yang Yi was giving authority away just like that, and it was huge authority. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man by Elder Mo's side spoke abruptly, "That isn't fair." Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at him and said, "You seem to have not adjusted yourself to your new identity." The middle-aged man was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, "I'll discuss some things with everyone, but if I've decided something, then I hope that no one objects to it. Moreover, I hope that I don't have to make an example of someone to deter all of you. In the end, I'd like to remind all of you that you belong to the Sword Alliance now. Don't bring your habits of scheming and conspiring against each other into my Sword Alliance. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of you who does that." All of them were visibly shocked, and then they fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun, set out for Cloudfall City. Yi Luyun said, "I have one more question." Yang Yi replied, "Go on." Yi Luyun spoke softly, "Doomsday City and the Dark Sky Sect." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "We're in a hopeless situation right now. All we can do is seek to survive it. So, don't think too much about that. If they come, then we'll kill them, and we'll kill them until they dare not show themselves again. It's just that simple." Suddenly, Numerous terrifying auras came from afar. They turned around and looked towards the source of it, and they saw a few dozen figures appear on the horizon. All of them were quasi-emperors. Yi Luyun spoke solemnly. It's the experts of Doomsday City. Many of the people here had instantly turned ghastly pale. All of you leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and started walking towards the group of quasi-emperors. Nan Shuang hurriedly shouted at him, "Where are you going?" Yang Ye's voice resounded from afar. "To kill. My sword is starving." Nan Shuang shouted again, "There are so many of them." Yang Ye's voice resounded once more from afar. "Only then can I kill to my heart's content." The others felt speechless when they heard him. Chapter 1178, Search Thousands of Worlds. Chapter 1178, Search Thousands of Worlds. Let's go. Yi Luyun didn't hesitate at all. She immediately gave the order and shot towards the distance. The others hesitated for a moment before quickly following her as well. Nan Shuang wanted to stay back, but she was dragged away by Mu Kanglin and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped moving, and 35 gray-robed cultivators stood not too far away from him. All of them were quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors are numerous like dogs here. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the ancient sheath as he gazed at the quasi-emperors here. Dark Hell Continent didn't have a heaven Dao, so it allowed many to attain the quasi-emperor realm. However, their quality couldn't compare to the Radiant Dimension. The quasi-emperors of the Radiant Dimension had survived their respective heavenly tribulations, and those who didn't possess sufficient strength had been obliterated by their heavenly tribulations. So, the strength of those who survived would definitely not be bad. As for the quasi-emperors of Dark Hell Continent, many of them weren't as strong as they should be, because they hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulations. Besides the huge improvement of his strength, that had been the other reason why he'd been able to kill quasi-emperors with such ease just now. The person who led the group before Yang Yi was a gray-robed old man. The two other quasi-emperors from Doomsday City who'd fled earlier were standing by the old man's side. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You killed the members of my Doomsday City?" Yang Yi nodded. "I did." The old man's face instantly fell. "How dare you?" Yang Yi didn't speak. He just condensed an intense sword, sheathed it, and then drew it swiftly. Oem! A ray of sword energy flashed forward while accompanied by a sword howl that shot up into the sky. It was 150 overlapped heaven rends. Moreover, it was even enhanced by void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. The space in its path was instantly torn open. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man and the others' pupils constricted. Even though they were astounded, the gray-robed old man's reaction wasn't slow at all. The profound energy within him instantly surged into the black walking stick he held before he slammed it forward. Hiss! The walking stick was blasted apart in an instant. The gray-robed old man was horrified, and a strand of white light surged out from within him and collided with Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! An explosion resounded as the old man's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Moreover, his chest was in an utterly mangled state. When they witnessed this scene, the other quasi-emperors turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and were about to attack. At the same time, Yang Yi sheathed the intense sword again and gazed at them while revealing a ferocious smile. "Bring it." Seriousness flashed through their faces as they gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear. Even though Yang Yi was just a saint, they didn't dare underestimate him at all, because the gray-robed old man was the strongest amongst them. But even the gray-robed old man had almost been killed in an instant, so they would be utterly incapable of resisting that attack. But they were quasi-emperors at any rate, and there were so many of them. So, it was naturally impossible for them to be terrified by Yang Yi just like that. Otherwise, they would truly be trash. They immediately charged at Yang Yi. Oem! A sword howl resounded as Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. After that, the head of the quasi-emperor at the front of the group instantly flew up into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and he transformed into another ray of light that vanished on the spot. Another quasi-emperor's head flew into the air. After that, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light once more. In less than 5 breaths of time, 5 quasi-emperors had fallen. A ray of light flashed, and Yang Yi appeared 3 kilometers away. He held the ancient sheath in his grasp, and there was an intense sword sheathed in it, while his right hand was holding tightly onto the intense sword's hilt. He gazed at the experts from Doomsday City, while a trace of madness could be seen on his face. Continue. The experts from Doomsday City gazed at him with solemn expressions on their faces, while fear filled their eyes. Not a single one of them dared to step forward. That's a saint? That's an emperor. He kills quasi-emperors like slaughtering chicken. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man whom Yang Yi had heavily injured in the beginning asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi glanced at the gray-robed old man while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "Why don't you take a guess?" The gray-robed old man's face twitched. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, "You're not attacking? Then I'm leaving." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. "Stop right there." The gray-robed old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Yi when he saw Yang Yi turn around and try to leave. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around and drew his sword. A ray of sword energy shot at the old man. It was extremely swift to the point that the quasi-emperors here were practically incapable of catching sight of it. At the moment it appeared, the gray-robed old man was horrified, and his profound energy surged out and formed a barrier before him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the barrier before the old man shattered into pieces. At the same time, blood sprayed from the old man's mouth while his figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped moving, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood in succession. Yang Yi gazed at the group of quasi-emperors, laughed coldly, and then left. This time, not a single one of them dared to stop him. After Yang Yi left, one of the quasi-emperors walked over to the old man. "Elder Yu, that fellow's strength was extraordinary. His identity is definitely not ordinary." The old man's face was extremely gloomy. He remained silent for a long time before he turned around to gaze at one of the middle-aged men. Was it really a ray of light from a sword that took the divine grade spirit vein in the ruins? The middle-aged man nodded. "The tracks of the person who took it vanished after we pursued him for some time. But we saw that fellow from just now standing there instead. However, we ignored him because his cultivation was too low. Now it would seem like the divine grade spirit veins is definitely in his possession." The divine grade spirit vein. The gray-robed old man clenched his fists slowly. A long time passed before he said, "Come, let's return to the city first. We'll discuss this matter after the city governor and the others return from the ruins of the Sword God's palace." As soon as he finished speaking, all of them turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the sky, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body started to crack apart. Could he defeat over 30 quasi-emperors? The answer was naturally no. He wasn't invincible. He'd relied on the ultimate version of death by a thought to kill 5 quasi-emperors in succession just now. But his body suffered a certain amount of harm with every execution of death by a thought's ultimate version. Even though it was strong, the price he paid wasn't small. Of course, the main reason was because he'd fought an emperor before the battle. He'd utilized the Brink laws in that battle. Even though he'd injured the emperor in the end, his body had suffered a certain amount of harm as well. It could be said that he was already injured after his battle with that emperor. So, overexhausting himself just now could be considered as piling even more injuries onto himself. So, he would actually have no choice but to flee if they decided to risk their lives against him. Fortunately, he had sufficient violet crystals now, so such injuries were nothing to him. An hour later, Yang Ye's injuries had been practically healed by the primordial violet energy within him. He glanced at the surroundings, frowned, and then closed his eyes. A long time passed before he opened his eyes again, and he spoke softly, "Was I mistaken?" His figure flashed and vanished into the horizon once he finished speaking. Right after Yang Yi left, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been a moment ago. Interesting. Truly interesting. I wonder if he's the person I've been looking for. I've been to a few thousand worlds by now. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man vanished on the spot. Not long after the black-robed man vanished, Yang Yi appeared there once more. He gazed for a long time at the spot the black-robed man had stood at, and then he vanished on the spot. Cloudfall City. Yang Yi frowned when he arrived at Cloudfall City, because Yi Luyun and the others were being surrounded at the entrance of the city. Yang Yi glanced through the area and noticed that the strengths of the group which had surrounded Yi Luyun and the others was actually not bad. There were almost 17 quasi-emperors and a few thousand saints amongst them. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to go to Yi Luyun's side. The members of the Sword Alliance instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi return safely. It could be said that Yang Yi was their pillar of confidence and support right now. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun. "What's going on? We were too late." The Cyclops mercs took Cloudfall City. Yi Luyun sent Yang Yi a voice transmission at this point. They have a bad reputation, especially their leader, Song Jiji. There are no limits to what he's capable of. He seduced his past leader's wife, Marong, to kill his past leader and seize control over the mercenary group. He's ruthless and infamous. So, we didn't want to offend him and intended to leave. However, he refused to allow it and insisted on us paying him 5,000 violet crystals as toll. Besides that, he wants me, Kanglin, and Nanshuang. Yang Yi turned around to glance at the middle-aged man who led the group. The middle-aged man was a quasi-emperor as well. His eyes were covered by translucent patches, and he carried a large saber on his shoulder. Besides that, he had a vicious and wretched appearance. It was clear at first sight that he wasn't a good person. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and said, "First come, first served. Since they were here first, then let's leave." Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Right when Yang Yi and the others were about to leave, Song Jiji suddenly spoke from afar. "You're going to leave just like that?" Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at Song Jiji. "What? You want us to stay for food?" "Food?" A slight smile curled up on the corners of Song Jiji's mouth. "There's no food here, but we do have shit. Do you want some?" Yang Yi gazed at Song Jiji. He was about to speak when Song Jiji suddenly chuckled. "Could it be that you really want to eat shit? It can't be, right? You actually have such interests." As he spoke, the other members of the Cyclops mercs instantly started roaring with laughter. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yi Luyun. "Order the others to prepare some shit. Right, get 5 kilograms of it. I'm going to make him eat it mouthful by mouthful, not one mouthful less." Yi Luyun was speechless. Chapter 11, 79 Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours. Chapter 11, 79 Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours. When she saw the serious expression on Yang Ye's face, Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment before she turned around to gaze at one of the people who stood far away from her. That person nodded slightly and left. Song Jiji was first stunned when he heard Yang Yi, and then he dug his ear and asked, "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Repeat it again, all right?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Song Jiji when he appeared once more. Song Jiji's pupils constricted as he hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack without saying anything and even do so with such speed, because even he was only able to see a blurry shadow flash before him. Song Jiji was caught off guard and unable to dodge, so he had no choice but to wave his saber swiftly. However, Yang Yi didn't try to dodge it at all. He just allowed the saber to strike his head while his fist slammed against Song Jiji's chest. Clang! Bang! Yang Ye's figure didn't move at all, but Song Jiji's figure curved forward as his figure was blasted flying. But Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him just a moment later. Song Jiji was horrified and swung his saber once more, but Yang Yi still didn't dodge and just slammed his fist forward again. Clang! Pooh! Yang Ye's figure still didn't move from the impact, but Song Jiji spat out a mouthful of blood while his figure was blasted flying again. Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Song Jiji when his figure had just started flying backwards, and then Yang Yi grabbed Song Jiji by the throat before slamming him against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart while Song Jiji's head sunk into the ground. Since Yang Yi attacked until the battle ended, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. So, many in the surroundings were still stunned. The other members of the Cyclops Mercs had finally recovered from their shock at this moment, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at them and said, "Take another step forward and I'll break his head open." Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to move another inch forward. Yang Yi raised Song Jiji out from the ground and stomped his foot against Song Jiji's dantian. After that, he turned around and gazed at Yi Luyun. Yi Luyun nodded slightly, and then one of the men waved his right hand. A huge basin appeared beside Song Jiji's head. As for its contents, just the smell coming from it made Song Jiji start to vomit. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, "Eat. Eat all of it. I'll pull off your head if you miss a single drop." Song Jiji's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Brother, Song Jiji, admit defeat. Please show me some mercy." Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to Yang Ye's side and said, "He's called the Cyclops, but we like to call him the ungrateful bastard. Actually, he wasn't the leader of his mercenary group. At that time, it wasn't even called the Cyclops Mercs, it was called the Breeze Mercs instead. He was a brother that the leader of the Breeze Mercs had acknowledged. But in the end, he joined forces with Ma Rong to kill the past leader of the Breeze Mercs. In the end, for the sake of taking full control of the mercenary groups, he and over 100 more took turns with Ma Rong. He is absolutely heartless and without any limits. He can't be allowed to live." Yang Yi immediately discarded some thoughts when he heard her, and then he looked down at Song Jiji. "Eat. All 5 kilograms are yours." Song Jiji's face was gloomy. "Brother, must you really go to such extents?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I like to act according to the person. As for you, I think that I should go to such extents. Because if we didn't possess enough strength, then the outcome that awaited us would definitely be 10 times worse than what you're facing right now. I don't like to torture, but I like to give tooth for tooth. Now begin." As he spoke, Yang Ye's foot pressed down slightly, and then it was immediately visible that Song Jiji was in pain. Meanwhile, Song Jiji howled furiously, "Kill him!" Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy flashed, and then the head of a quasi-emperor who was about to attack had instantly flown into the air while a fountain of blood surged behind it. Yang Yi glanced at the other members of the Cyclops Mercs and said, "Stand still. Move and die." Their expressions changed while shock and fear filled their eyes. After all, the strength to kill a quasi-emperor in an instant was too heaven-defying. Yang Yi ignored them and looked down at Song Jiji. "Feed him." Yi Luyun waved her right hand upon hearing Yang Yi. In an instant, a man walked forward and raised the basin towards Song Jiji's mouth. "Stop!" Song Jiji howled. "Fucking stop! Stop!" No one stopped, of course. They watched as the Cyclops, Song Jiji, was fed. Around 15 minutes passed before the basin was empty. Burp! Meanwhile, Song Jiji burped, and then some of what he just swallowed instantly came out from his mouth. Song Jiji didn't speak. He just gazed at Yang Yi, yet his eyes had no resentment in them. There was only extreme calm in his eyes, and it seemed like he wasn't the one who just consumed 5 kilograms of shit. Yang Yi gazed at Song Jiji and chuckled. "Are you thinking about how you'll take revenge on me in the future?" Song Jiji's expression changed in an instant, and then he revealed a pleading gaze as he said, "Big brother, I was wrong. I was ignorant to have offended you, and I've been punished now. So, I hope that Big Brother will show mercy. I'm willing to lead my Cyclops Mercs to join you, Big Brother, and serve you faithfully. Your acting isn't bad." Yang Yi continued, "Unfortunately, that won't work on me." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Song Jiji knew that his fate couldn't be changed. So, his expression instantly turned savage as he spoke with resentment. Hiss. He hadn't even been able to speak more than a word before a ray of light flashed by, and then his head left his body. Yang Yi put his sword away and turned to look at the other members of the Cyclops Mercs. "Surrender and live. Resist and die." Yi Luyun waved her right hand, and the members of the Sword Alliance immediately surrounded the Cyclops Mercs. As expected, all of them surrendered before Yang Yi. because one of them was unwilling and had chosen to flee, and then he was slaughtered in an instant. None of them wanted to die. Once all of them surrendered, Yang Yi said, "Enter the city." Cloudfall City wasn't very big, and it was only large enough to accommodate a few 100,000. However, it was temporarily sufficient for Yang Ye's group. There was practically no one within the city, and even if they spotted a few figures, those people were cultivators who were about to perish due to a lack of spirit energy. Once they entered the city, everything was carried out in an orderly manner under Yi Liuyun's command, and all the required work was divided amongst them. This made them feel even more convinced of Yi Liuyun's ability to lead them. Yang Yi was very satisfied as well. In a simple hall, Yang Yi sat on a chair while Yi Liuyun stood in front of him. Yi Liuyun said, "May I know why you've summoned me here, Swordmaster?" Her voice carried a trace of respect. She was a smart person and usually knew how to act and what to do. Yang Yi pointed at the chair in front of him. "Sit." Yi Liuyun hesitated for a moment and sat there. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, "Miss Yi, you're a smart person. To be honest, you're the only person amongst all of them who is capable of making me value you. Now, let's have an honest talk." Yi Liuyun pondered deeply for a short while before she said, "All right." Yang Yi nodded. "Miss Yi, what plans do you have for the future? I want to know your true thoughts." Yi Liuyun remained silent for a short while and said, "I don't have any special plans. I just want to lead my companions before and survive together." Yang Yi stood up and said, "This world is a cage that has imprisoned everyone in here. Even if you attain the Emperor realm, it's impossible to break out of this world. Miss Yi, you should be aware that the spirit energy in this world is actually on the verge of drying up, right? Once that happens, all of us will die without exception. I'm sure you won't refute that, right?" Yi Liuyun gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Swordmaster, what are you trying to say?" Yang Yi smiled. "Do you want to leave this world?" She suddenly stood up and gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Yang Yi nodded. "Go on." Yi Liuyun asked, "Do you have someone's backing?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm all alone in this world. I have no backing." She fell silent for a short while before she asked, "Where are you from?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he replied, "From outside this world." Her pupils constricted, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a very long time before she took a deep breath. "One last question. Did you establish the Sword Alliance because you want to grow into the 6th diamond rank power of this continent?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Would it make a difference even if we become the #1 power in this world? My objective is to lead everyone out of this world. Miss Yi, you should want to see the outside world as well, right?" Yi Liuyun clenched her fists. "No one has been able to leave for tens of thousands of years." "That's because I hadn't arrived then." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Now, I'm here." A long time passed before Yi Liuyun slowly took a knee before him and said, "I, Yi Liuyun, swear my allegiance to you." Yang Yi helped her up and said, "My character isn't suitable to manage the Sword Alliance, but you're extremely suitable. Many people in the Sword Alliance are content with how things are now, and I hope that you can change that. Besides that, I hope that everyone will be able to get stronger as soon as possible. Saints and quasi-emperors are too weak. Not only are they unable to survive in this world, it's absolutely impossible for them to survive outside this world." Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring over to her and continued, "I kept 1,000 out of the 5,000 violet crystals I extorted from the Dark Sky sect, and you can manage the rest?" Yi Liuyun didn't refuse and took the spatial ring. After all, the city needed violet crystals for many things right now, and 4,000 were actually not really enough. Yang Yi added, "Presently, I need 2 things from you. Firstly, everyone must try their best to get stronger. I'll release the spirit vein in the city later. You can distribute some violet crystals to our members who are about to break through or possess good natural endowment. Let them advance first. As for how to manage all of that, you can do as you see fit. Secondly, help me gather information about something. It's called the Stellar Sword Diagram." "The Stellar Sword Diagram?" Yi Liuyun spoke with surprise. "Swordmaster, you're looking for the Stellar Sword Diagram?" Chapter 1180 Die. Chapter 1180 Die. You've heard of it? Yang Yi gazed at her with slight surprise. Yi Luyun nodded. No one on Dark Hell Continent hasn't heard of it. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She pondered deeply for a moment before she spoke. According to legend, an old man in a Taoist robe intended to destroy this world all those years ago, and the countless experts throughout the continent charged off in succession to stop the old man. But all of them perished. In the end, the past #1 expert of the continent, the sword god, Jin Wuji, rushed back here from outside our region. He activated the stellar sword diagram and drew upon endless energy from the stars to form sword energy. On that day, the sky above and outside Dark Hell Continent was covered in sword energy, and that battle shook the world. Yi Luyun shook her head slightly while a trace of dejection could be heard in her voice. In the end, the old man vanished while Jin Wuji crashed down from the sky. An area of 50,000 kilometers around where he fell is covered in terrifying sword intent, and it's called Godfall. It's the #1 forbidden area of Dark Hell Continent as well, because the sword intent on Godfall Mountain is so strong that even emperors are unable to ascend to its peak. Yang Yi frowned slightly because the version Yi Luyun told him wasn't very similar to Lady's version. Of course, he sided with Lady's version. After all, the old man didn't seem like a villainous person at all. If the residents of Dark Hell Continent hadn't done something, then the old man would have definitely not done something like that. However, Yang Yi wasn't interested in the past, so he immediately asked, "The stellar sword diagram is at Godfall?" "It's only likely to be there." She continued, "It's the most likely place because Jin Wuji fell there all those years ago. Countless experts have headed over there in the last tens of thousands of years with the intention of obtaining the stellar sword diagram. Because once one obtained that divine treasure, one would be able to break through the mysterious force that envelopes Dark Hell Continent and leave the continent. However, no one has succeeded throughout the years." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "No matter what, I still have to go there." Yi Luyun hesitated for a moment and asked, "Swordmaster, you came to this world for the stellar sword diagram?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head slightly. "I had no choice. I would have had to come here even if the stellar sword diagram wasn't here." She was puzzled. "Why?" "The Heaven Tao refuses to tolerate my existence." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he spoke seriously. "Miss Yi, my ambition is huge, but it isn't in this world. However, my leadership abilities aren't sufficient, so I need your help. It wouldn't be a problem for you to manage the Sword Alliance with the ability you possess, but it's far from sufficient. The Sword Alliance's current strength is too weak." Yi Luyun spoke solemnly. "I'll do my best." Yang Yi nodded, and then he patted his chest. The small white dragon instantly emerged from there. Yang Yi passed the small white dragon to Yi Luyun and said, "It possesses intelligence of its own, but it once lost its freedom and was restrained for tens of thousands of years. So, don't restrict its freedom, and it's fine so long as it's within the city." As he spoke, Yang Yi walked over to the small white dragon and patted it lightly on the head. "You must stay in the city and can't leave. Otherwise, you'll be captured. Understand?" The white dragon quickly nodded. Just the fact that its freedom wasn't restricted made it extremely happy. Yi Luyun asked, "Will it try to escape?" The white dragon immediately turned around and glared at Yi Luyun when it heard her, and then it gazed at Yang Yi. It revealed an obedient expression, as if it was saying that it would definitely not flee. Yang Yi chuckled. "I'll let her look for you if you flee. At that time, she'll eat you." The white dragon clearly understood that Yang Yi was speaking about Snowy. So, it immediately revealed a terrified expression and hurriedly shook its head to display that it wouldn't flee. Yang Yi roared with laughter, and then he patted the white dragon on the head. "Miss Yi, you can take it now." Yi Luyun bowed slightly to Yang Yi, and then she left the hall with the small white dragon in her arms. Right after Yi Luyun left, Mu Kanglin, Nan Shuang, and Gu Lan walked in. Yang Yi gazed at them as Mu Kanglin walked over to him, and then she raised a ring in his direction. Yang Yi glanced at her but didn't take it. Gu Lan and Nan Shuang's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and Nan Shuang hurriedly said, Don't be angry, all right?" It was wrong for Big Sister Kanglin to have taken your possessions. I. Yang Yi chuckled, took the ring, and interrupted Nan Shuang. Am I such a petty person? He glanced at Mu Kanglin and said, Forget what happened in the past. We're on the same side now, so there should be no grudges between us. Mu Kanglin glanced at Yang Yi, nodded lightly, and moved aside. Nan Shuang and Gu Lan instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene, because they'd thought that Yang Yi would hold a grudge, and they were truly afraid that he would kill her. Yang Yi flicked 100 violet crystals over to each of them. All three of you seem like your cultivations have arrived at a bottleneck, and the only reason you haven't advanced is your lack of violet crystals. He gazed at Mu Kanglin at this point. Your strength isn't bad. Even though you're not at the Quasi-Emperor realm, you possess the strength of a Quasi-Emperor. If you can advance into the Quasi-Emperor realm, then your strength will definitely far surpass ordinary Quasi-Emperors. It's not easy for Misty to manage the Sword Alliance, so I hope that you'll assist her well. Mu Kanglin glanced at Yang Yi, took the violet crystals, and then bowed slightly. Then I'll be taking them as well. Gu Lan chuckled. She took the violet crystals, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Air, you won't be angry at me, right? After all, I wanted to kill you in the past, and I frequently badmouthed you to Nan Shuang. Yang Yi smiled. Do you want me to be angry at you? Gu Lan hurriedly said, I don't. Everyone chuckled when they heard her. It didn't take long for Gu Lan and Mu Kanglin to leave the hall, and only Yang Yi and Nan Shuang remained. Nan Shuang spoke softly. So you really were so strong. Yang Yi smiled. You even said that I was bragging. Nan Shuang's face turned red, and she spoke softly. It's your fault for being in such a terrible state at that time. Moreover, you frequently acted like you were weak. I wasn't putting on an act. I was really weak at that time. Yang Yi gazed at her while a trace of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. If it wasn't for you, I might have been killed by your big sister Kanglin. If you hadn't given me your violet crystals to repair my body later on, then I would probably still be looking all over the world for violet crystals to restore my body. To be honest, I'm really thankful. Nan Shuang glanced at Yang Yi and said softly, Why have you become so courteous? Even I feel that it's quite weird. Yang Yi chuckled. All right, I won't do that again. If you need help or something else, go look for Miss Yi, or come straight to me. Nan Shuang glanced at him and nodded. Nan Shuang left after they chatted for a while, and then Yang Yi turned around and entered into the inner chamber of the hall. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and then he placed 100 violet crystals before him and started to absorb the energy within them like a madman. The violet crystals transformed into spirit energy that entered his body and were completely absorbed by the tiny vortex. After that, threads of violet energy were sent back into Yang Ye's body. Yang Yi didn't use the energy to charge into the mid-rank of the Saint Realm, and he used it to temper his body instead. If he were to try and charge into the mid-rank of the Saint Realm right now, it would actually be very easy for him to succeed. After all, since the Heaven Tao wasn't here to restrict his progress, even charging into the Quasi-Emperor realm wouldn't be a problem if he had sufficient violet crystals. However, he didn't do that. He hadn't forgotten what Lady had told him. His cultivation had risen too quickly, so there were latent problems within him. While his unexpected advancement into the Saint Realm didn't affect his foundation much, it was still affected a little. So, if he were to charge forward into higher realms of cultivation, then while it would improve his strength, the long-term consequences made his losses outweigh his gains. So, he decided to consolidate his cultivation for now. He decided to charge into the Quasi-Emperor realm once he'd completely consolidated his foundation. The tiny vortex was revolving slowly within him while primordial violet energy seeped out bit by bit from within it, and then the violet energy flowed throughout his body. Primordial violet energy could be used to repair the body, and it could be used to temper the body as well. However, once his body attained the divine shift realm, its effects had weakened greatly. So, he rarely utilized primordial violet energy to temper his body before this. But while its effects were much weaker, it still was effective. Moreover, primordial violet energy wasn't just capable of tempering his body, it could change his body as well. The main reason his meridians and bones were so strong was because they'd been modified by primordial violet energy. It could be said that his meridians and bones were unlike those possessed by ordinary people. In the end, the instability of his foundation created by the rapid increase in his cultivation was caused by the fact that his meridians and bones couldn't keep up with the advancement of his cultivation. It was like building a house. The foundation of it wasn't even solid, but the lower floor was already being built. It wouldn't make a difference in the beginning, but it would give rise to endless problems as the house was being completed. So, he had to strengthen his meridians and bones. Time passed by slowly, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Besides consolidating his foundation, Yang Yi had practiced his own sword techniques and utilization of the brink laws during the last few days. Especially the brink laws, because it could be considered as his strongest trump card besides the ultimate version of death by a thought. After all, the ultimate version of death by a thought, his strength at its brink, and his sword intent at its brink could pose a threat to emperors. Especially his sword intent at its brink. He'd never utilized it since he'd comprehended it. Just pure sword intent at the brink was on par with his strength at the brink. So if he merged both his intents and brought them to the brink, then their might would be. Of course, he hadn't tried it yet because bringing two forms of intent to the brink was still quite dangerous for him. But it wasn't that bad because he could bring the danger he faced down to its minimum if he practiced while enveloped by the sword domain. Yang Yi really felt that this specific ability of the sword domain was extremely terrifying. If he had to make a choice between the sword domain and his two intents, he would definitely choose the sword domain. 5 days later, a strand of terrifying pressure appeared in the sky above Cloudfall City. An emperor had arrived. "Those who offend my doomsday city shall die." A voice resounded through the sky above the city. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes as he sat cross-legged in the inner chamber within the hall, and he said, "You're finally here. Since you've come, then leave your life behind." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stood up slowly and started walking towards the exit. Chapter 1181 This is it. Chapter 1181 This is it in the city. When the aura of an emperor appeared in Cloudfall City, countless people looked up into the sky while shock and terror filled their eyes. Emperors were the strongest force on Dark Hell continent. They were at the top of the pyramid. Even if many had watched Yang Yi force an emperor to flee, they still instinctively felt respect and reverence to emperors. As soon as the emperor's voice resounded, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared in the sky above Cloudfall City. Right after that, a ray of light flashed before Yang Yi appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Yi Lu Yun and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. It could be said that Yang Yi was their pillar of support, even if he was only a saint. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "Cut the crap. Either you or I will die." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down against the space beneath him, and the sky shook. At the same time, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the middle-aged man when his figure appeared again. Meanwhile, 2 types of void rank intent instantly enveloped the middle-aged man, causing the latter to feel slightly suffocated. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack immediately, and it had caught him off guard and caused him to lose the initiative in the battle. However, his reaction wasn't slow. A black spear appeared in his grasp, and then a speck of cold light flashed. The spear was like a dragon that made the entire sky tremble in its wake. Clang! Yang Ye's sword and the middle-aged man's spear collided. An ear-piercing explosion resounded through the sky and shook the hearts of everyone on the ground below. A moment of silence appeared in the sky, and then Yang Yi and the middle-aged man instantly moved 3 kilometers back. The middle-aged man had a trace of seriousness in his eyes, and he looked up at Yang Yi. "I underestimated." He hadn't even finished speaking when a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi was in front of him. At the same time, the tip of a sword shot towards the center of his forehead. The sword hadn't even come close when a powerful wave of sword energy and pressure caused the space around him to warp slightly. A cold glow flashed through the middle-aged man when he saw Yang Yi act so overbearingly. He twisted his right hand slightly, and his spear stabbed forward swiftly, causing countless spear images to instantly fill the sky and envelope down towards Yang Yi. Bang! The middle-aged man moved over 500 m back while the spear images vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure appeared before everyone, and there was a bloody mark on his face. The hearts of the Sword Alliance's members felt heavy when they witnessed this scene. After all, the consequences they would face if Yang Yi lost was very obvious. Yi Luyun clenched her fists. If Yang Yi won this battle, then his name would definitely shock the entire continent. At the same time, the Sword Alliance would be renowned throughout the continent as well. At that time, no one would dare to bully the Sword Alliance. Even those diamond rank powers wouldn't. Why? Because the Sword Alliance had someone who could kill emperors. Would anyone dare to underestimate someone who could kill an emperor? After all, even diamond rank powers wouldn't have many emperors. So, unless they were mortal enemies, no one would rashly offend someone who could kill emperors. It could be said that the Sword Alliance would rise to prominence if Yang Yi won. At that time, the Sword Alliance, which had a spirit vein, would definitely attract countless mercenaries and independent cultivators to join it. Moreover, Yi Luyun could be considered to have finished planning all the follow-up action she would take if Yang Yi won. But if Yang Yi lost, then all of them would die. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and touched the injury on his face. He knew that he'd underestimated his opponent slightly. The middle-aged man was slightly stronger than the previous emperor from the Dark Sky sect. He knew that he had to be serious. Your strength isn't bad. No wonder you dared to kill members of my Doomsday City. Unfortunately, you overestimated your strength and provoked my Doomsday City. Today, I'm going to make a genius like you perish. The middle-aged man was still speaking when a ray of blood-red light suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and then a ray of blood-red sword energy shot at the middle-aged man. The sword energy still hadn't arrived before him, but just the pungent smell of blood and baleful energy caused the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he swiftly swung the spear in his grasp. The spear seemed like it carried the strength to split the sky, and the space throughout the sky instantly started to warp along with the spear. Clang! The sword and spear collided, and then the space in the sky shook before both Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were blasted back. However, Yang Ye's figure suddenly shot forward once more and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. After that, a wave of blood-red light instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had been infuriated from the battle as well, and a vicious expression flashed through his eyes. His profound energy circulated as he stabbed his spear forward, and then countless rays of light surged out and slammed against Yang Ye's attack. Bang! 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 Their attacks were still colliding, and they caused numerous ripples to surge out in their wake. It was an extremely shocking sight. Even though Yang Ye's physical body at the Divine Shift realm was powerful, it was only troublesome to an expert at the Emperor realm. After all, the Divine Shift realm was only equivalent to an emperor's body. So, numerous injuries appeared throughout Yang Ye's body as he engaged the middle-aged man in intense combat. However, the middle-aged man wasn't in a much better state. Countless injuries had appeared on his body while facing Yang Ye's fearless attacks. But Yang Yi was still in a disadvantaged position. After all, emperors had lived for over 10,000 years, and their mentality and combat instinct were absolutely not things that Yang Yi could compare to. If he hadn't relied on his body at the Divine Shift realm, he probably would have fallen by now. Because he had formidable physical defenses, Yang Yi didn't have to defend himself at all. So, his method of fighting was very simply. If his enemy stabbed him, then he wouldn't defend himself and stab his enemy as well. He was exchanging injury for injury. He was putting his life on the line. It was exactly such a method of fighting that made the middle-aged man feel so aggrieved in battle, because he had to worry about a lot of things. For example, Yang Yi would stab his chest when he stabbed Yang Ye's chest. He naturally wouldn't dare to do that, because Yang Ye's physical defenses far surpassed his own. Moreover, Yang Ye's sword was extremely sharp, and it was entirely capable of piercing through his profound energy barrier and defenses. On the other hand, even though his spear could break through Yang Ye's defenses as well, but, in the end, He didn't want to exchange his life for Yang Ye's life. After all, he was an emperor, and Yang Yi was just a saint. Exchanging the life of an emperor for a saint? He was no fool. However, Yang Yi grew more and more insane as the battle continued, and he got more and more immersed in it as well. Besides that, every single attack from Yang Yi was one that displayed Yang Ye's readiness to take the middle-aged man down with him. This caused the middle-aged man to grow even more aggrieved and irritated. Because the middle-aged man was worried about so much, Yang Yi actually gradually gained the upper hand. It didn't take long for it to transform into a situation where Yang Yi started to suppress the middle-aged man. The others in the city immediately heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. At the same time, they felt even more reverence towards Yang Yi. No, it should be called veneration. After all, he was suppressing an emperor in battle while at the Saint Realm. Moreover, he was their leader. If they had a strong leader, then they could naturally live with their heads held a little higher. Just like how the members of those diamond rank powers acted when facing independent cultivators and mercenaries like them. They always had a sense of superiority. Why? Because their backing was formidable. Besides one's own strength, one's backing was very important. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the sky shook violently before Yang Yi, and the middle-aged man split apart. At that moment, the middle-aged man's entire body was covered in around 100 gashes. As for Yang Yi, he wasn't in a much better state. His entire body was practically covered in injuries, but they were just trivial to him. Most importantly, he had primordial violet energy to repair his body, so even some slightly severe injuries would be repaired really quickly. That was his advantage. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi with a gloomy expression on his face, and there was a wisp of ferocity in his eyes. Good. Very good. The middle-aged man intended to say something, but Yang Ye's figure had transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot and shot towards them. In Yang Ye's opinion, he was utterly disinterested in wasting his breath on the middle-aged man. Since the middle-aged man wanted to kill him, then they were naturally mortal enemies. Since they were mortal enemies, it meant that one of them had to die. So, did speaking make a difference in such a situation? Yang Yi had always looked down upon people who kept wasting their breath in a life-and-death battle. Since they were enemies, then fight. A swing of the sword was much better than a bunch of nonsense. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth when he saw Yang Yi attack. Yang Yi arrived in front of him, while Yang Ye's sword stabbed at his chest. However, the middle-aged man hadn't dodged as he had before this, and he just stabbed his spear forward. Even space was pierced open in its wake. He was going to take Yang Yi down with him. At this moment, Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. But he didn't dodge because it was too late to dodge at a time like this. He suddenly exerted force, and the blood-red sword stabbed against the middle-aged man's chest. However, a blue shield appeared before his chest and stopped Yang Ye's sword. As an emperor, how can I not have even one defensive treasure? Did you really think I was afraid of your fearless method of fighting? You're too young. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's spear stabbed against Yang Ye's chest. As expected, it pierced through Yang Ye's chest, and a strand of blood sprayed out from Yang Ye's back. The countless cultivators in the city instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene, and they were frightened out of their wits. However, Yang Yi suddenly pressed forward at this moment, causing the spear to continue through his body. Once he arrived in front of the middle-aged man, he grabbed the middle-aged man's shoulder with his left hand, and then a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Let me show you what risking your life is like. This is it. Crack. Yang Yi instantly pulled off the middle-aged man's arm. Chapter 1182 I am threatening you. Chapter 1182 I am threatening you. Blood surged out like a fountain from the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man was shocked. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly stomped his foot against the space below it and slammed his body against the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man's figure was blasted away. At the same time, Yang Yi stomped the space beneath him once more, and he transformed into a ray of light that slammed against the middle-aged man. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from between the middle-aged man's lips, and his figure was blasted flying again. The middle-aged man spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood in midair. This time, there was horror in his eyes, because he really was quite fearful of Yang Ye's complete disregard for his own life in battle. After all, his spear was still stuck in Yang Ye's chest right now. Yang Ye's countenance was blood-red with a hint of paleness. Obviously, it was a sigh of suffering a heavy injury. However, Yang Yi was still attacking fiercely, and he was still willing to suffer injuries to injure his opponent. This time, the middle-aged man was truly quite afraid. The middle-aged man had aroused the intent to retreat, but Yang Yi had appeared before him once more, and the blood-red sword in Yang Ye's grasp rained down upon him. The loss of an arm caused him to be truly suppressed in battle, and he was practically only capable of passively warding off Yang Ye's assault. He was an emperor, so he was naturally able to regrow his limbs. However, it took time. Yet now, Yang Yi didn't give him even a bit of time. So, not to mention restoring his arm, he didn't even have the time to breathe. The others on the ground below watched as the middle-aged man was pushed back repeatedly while blood sprayed out successively. Even then, the middle-aged man was still tenaciously resisting Yang Yi. However, all of them could discern that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura surged out from within the middle-aged man. It surged forward like a torrent and blasted Yang Yi around 100 m back. But when the spectators thought that he was going to turn the situation around, his figure suddenly turned around and vanished into the sky. After that, his voice resounded from afar. Good. Very good. I'll remember this. He'd fled. All the spectators were stunned. Another emperor had been forced to flee. However, it was a good thing. No matter what, at the very least, the danger they faced had been resolved. I think it's best if you forget it. Yang Yi suddenly spoke softly in the sky, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that entered into the space before him. The Void Flash Sword Technique. The middle-aged man shot a glance behind him once he was extremely far away, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw no sign of Yang Yi. He had quite a gloomy expression on his face, and it was even slightly savage. He'd never imagined that he would be completely suppressed by a saint and even almost die. It was a humiliation to him, an absolute humiliation. Actually, the main reason he'd suffered such a miserable defeat was because he'd underestimated Yang Yi a little. If he'd treated Yang Yi as an equal since the beginning of the fight, then he would have absolutely not suffered such a miserable fate. But he hadn't. However, that was quite normal because how could an emperor possibly take a saint seriously? Not to mention a saint. Even quasi-emperors were ants in their eyes. However, he'd encountered a freak today. The middle-aged man took a deep breath as he slowly clenched his left hand and killing intent flashed through his eyes. He naturally didn't intend to just let the matter rest. How would he hold his head up high amongst the other emperors in the future if he didn't kill Yang Yi? The middle-aged man turned around and shot a glance in the direction of Cloudfall City, and a vicious expression flashed through his eyes. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. But his pupils suddenly constricted while his hairs stood on end. He swiftly turned around and slapped his right palm forward. At the instant his palm slapped forward, a ray of blood-red light had appeared before him. Hiss! The blood-red light instantly pierced into his arm and left through his shoulder, causing his entire left arm to be sliced into two. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared in front of him. No! The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide and were filled with rage. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar. The owner of the voice hadn't arrived yet, but that shout of fury caused the space around Yang Yi to ripple violently. It was another emperor. However, Yang Yi didn't even frown nor did his sword stop at all. It instantly stabbed through the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed out from the back of the middle-aged man's head while his pupils constricted. A moment later, the color in his eyes gradually faded. At the same time, A wave of terrifying spirit energy surged out like a torrent from within the middle-aged man. A huge area in the surroundings was instantly filled with spirit energy, and it simply seemed like Yang Yi was in an ocean of spirit energy. Meanwhile, Snowy immediately emerged from Yang Ye's chest, opened her mouth, and sucked. The spirit energy instantly transformed into a torrent that surged into her mouth. As more and more spirit energy was absorbed, Snowy's body grew even whiter. It didn't take long for all the spirit energy here to be absorbed, and then Snowy burped before returning to the pocket of space. Meanwhile, Yang Yi used his right hand to grab the spear that was still stuck in his chest, and he pulled it out slowly. Blood immediately started to spray from his chest as he pulled it out, and all that blood flowed into the blood-red sword in his grasp. After Yang Yi finished pulling out the spear, he was about to just toss it away, but he decided to keep it when he noticed it was at the quasi-emperor rank. After that, he gazed at the middle-aged man's corpse, waved his right hand, and took the 2 spatial rings that the middle-aged man wore. He was about to look through them when his expression changed slightly, and he immediately placed the middle-aged man's corpse and the spatial rings into the ancient sheath. Once he was done with that, he turned around and looked towards the distance. The space there trembled before it gradually cracked open for a yellow-robed middle-aged man to walk out from within. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's appearance was slightly similar to the middle-aged man that Yang Yi had just killed. "I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi, and while his tone was calm, it carried ghastly coldness. "Stop?" A smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. "Do I look like a fool? You want me to keep him alive so that he can join forces with you and kill me? How idiotic would I be if I really did that? Would Doomsday City bury the hatchet with him if he spared the middle-aged man? No, they would join forces to kill him." The yellow-robed middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're truly surprised me. Underestimating you is the most foolish decision my Doomsday City made. But we won't anymore." Yang Yi chuckled. "How do you know that you aren't underestimating me now? Is that so?" The middle-aged man slowly clenched his right fist and said, "I'd like to see if I underestimated you." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I refuse to fight you now. If you attack, then I will flee. Trust me, you're absolutely unable to catch up to me." The middle-aged man said, "That's fine. The people at Cloudfall City are still there for me to kill." Yang Yi nodded. "Go ahead. It's fine even if you slaughter all of them, because I really wouldn't be able to protect them if Doomsday City dispatches all its forces against us." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the middle-aged man and spoke seriously. "However, I'll avenge them. I'll use the remainder of my lifetime to hunt and kill members of your Doomsday City until Doomsday City is annihilated. Right, you too. Perhaps I can't kill you now, but what about when I attain the quasi-emperor realm? Or the emperor realm?" The middle-aged man looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "Are you threatening me?" A fierce smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. "Then how about we do this? You go slaughter Cloudfall City, and I'll go slaughter Doomsday City. I don't care. See, my slaughter intent is at the void rank. Do you know how many I killed to attain that? It's definitely more than all the residents of your Doomsday City. So, I really don't mind if you want to play that game. It'll just result in the deaths of a few, and I really don't care. I can kill you first." The middle-aged man tapped his finger forward, and the entire expanse of space here trembled. After that, a speck of cold light flashed. In an instant, countless ghastly and sharp blades flashed out from the surrounding space and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while viciousness flashed through his eyes. He swiftly swung the blood-red sword in his grasp. An array of blood-red light shot forward and collided with the sharp blades. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly through the sky, while the space there rippled violently without end. The middle-aged man grunted coldly and was about to attack once more. However, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed at the sight of it. Because Yang Yi was heading in Doomsday City's direction. "Don't you dare!" The middle-aged man roared with fury as his figure vanished into the sky as well. However, His face grew more and more unsightly as he pursued Yang Yi, because he noticed that Yang Ye's speed wasn't slower than his own at all. Especially Yang Ye's sword technique, which traveled through space, it was even much faster than him. He realized that what Yang Yi had said earlier was no lie. He really couldn't catch up to Yang Yi if Yang Yi fled. Around 15 minutes later, a huge city appeared within Yang Ye's vision. Yang Yi didn't look at the city, and he stopped instead before turning around to look at the yellow-robed middle-aged man who just arrived not too far away from him. He pointed his blood-red sword at the middle-aged man and said, "You go slaughter Cloudfall City, and I'll slaughter Doomsday City. Do you dare? To be honest, I hope you do. Because my sword has been stuck at the Emperor rank for too long. If I slaughter this entire city, then perhaps it might be able to advance further." The yellow-robed middle-aged man was furious. "Are you threatening me?" "I am threatening you." As soon as Yang Ye's ferocious voice resounded, he didn't waste another moment and immediately transformed into a ray of red light that shot towards Doomsday City. Chapter 11, 83A Sword Servant at the Emperor Realm. Chapter 11, 83A Sword Servant at the Emperor Realm. Right when Yang Yi was about to charge into Doomsday City, the yellow-robed middle-aged man obstructed Yang Ye's path before raising his right hand. He formed a blade with his palm and swung it at Yang Yi. Hiss! A strand of saber energy that stretched out for 3 kilometers appeared out of thin air, and it shot towards Yang Yi. The space in the surroundings instantly started cracking apart, and it was an extremely shocking sight. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He sheathed the blood-red sword and drew it swiftly. OM! A sword howl shot into the sky as a blood-red strand of sword energy tore through the sky and slammed against the saber energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the saber energy and sword energy exploded apart, and then a wave of sword energy and saber energy swept towards the surroundings. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were standing 300 m away from each other, and they didn't attack again. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face, and he said, "Let me be honest, you're not strong enough to kill me in an instant. Of course, you really do have a chance to kill me if you fight with everything you've got. But if I were to fight desperately, I would have a chance to kill you as well. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. If you're heavily injured, then your Doomsday City would be in danger. Of course, perhaps Doomsday City still has emperors, but if I'm not wrong, since that emperor still hasn't made an appearance now, that fellow is either not at Doomsday City or has other urgent matters to attend to, right?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "This isn't the end of it." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into Doomsday City. However, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot into an expanse of space in the distance, and then a loud explosion resounded as the middle-aged man appeared once more in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Were you waiting to see how heavy my injuries are so that you can kill me?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "Actually, I'm really quite heavily injured. If you use all your strength, you'll definitely have a huge chance to kill me. But the problem is, would you dare to do that? Would you? You wouldn't. I can abandon the people in Cloudfall City at any time. In any case, I only establish it on a whim. But your Doomsday City is huge. Would you be willing to abandon it?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. "The true reason why you said so much and did all of this is because you actually want to protect Cloudfall City, right?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked up at the middle-aged man. "Since you've seen through it, then why don't you dare to play with me? After all, it would only take a few breaths of time for you to destroy Cloudfall City. But it would probably be impossible for me to destroy Doomsday City in a short period. However, your Doomsday City will be suffering from then on because an expert comparable to an emperor would be eyeing it at all times from the shadows." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Just wait and see." "As you wish." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he shot off towards the distance. The middle-aged man clenched his fists slowly as he watched Yang Yi leave, and there was ghastly coldness in his eyes. He'd had countless urges to kill Yang Yi earlier, but he'd restrained himself in the end. He was worried indeed. He was worried that there would be an expert comparable to an emperor eyeing Doomsday City from the shadows, and it was especially so when Doomsday City had already lost an emperor. As one of the few top powers of this world, Doomsday City naturally had many enemies. Once those enemies were given the opportunity, they would definitely act against Doomsday City. Besides that, Yang Yi seemed like a madman. No, he should be called a madman. After all, he'd comprehended void rank slaughter intent. So was there anything that such a person wasn't capable of? In the end, the yellow-robed middle-aged man didn't want to fight Yang Yi to the death. In any case, there was no rush to take revenge. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart, glanced coldly at Cloudfall City's direction, and then vanished into the sky. Cloudfall City. The entire city seethed with excitement when Yang Yi returned. Yang Ye's return proved that Yang Yi had won. Moreover, it proved Yang Ye's strength wasn't just comparable to emperors, it surpassed many emperors. At this moment, they felt their future wasn't so unclear anymore. After all, with an expert comparable to an emperor on their side, it was very likely for the Sword Alliance to become a diamond rank power of the continent in the future. Just thinking about it caused many to be unable to help but seethe with excitement, and their blood boiled with excitement as well. Once he got back to Cloudfall City, Yang Yi immediately returned to his room, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, pondered deeply for a moment, and then sat cross-legged and started absorbing the energy within some violet crystals. Actually, the yellow-robed middle-aged man didn't know that he was practically exhausted earlier. Just the battle with an emperor had consumed a huge amount of his profound energy, and his body was already tired. In the end, he'd even allowed himself to suffer injuries in order to kill that emperor. So, it could be said that his injuries were already very severe at that time. Of course, when compared to the injuries he'd suffered when his body had almost collapsed in the past, such injuries were just ordinary. However, if the yellow-robed middle-aged man hadn't decided to leave, then he would really be in danger. So, he had to act like a madman and act like he had no regard for his life. Because that was how the world was. The weak feared the strong feared those who had no regard for their own lives, and those who had no regard for their lives feared the insane. Would a normal person fight a madman to the death? The middle-aged man was a normal person, and he was a sensible person, so he naturally wouldn't. Of course, the main reason was Yang Ye's strength. If one acted like a madman but possessed no strength, then one was just a fool. As the primordial violet energy repaired his body incessantly, the injuries throughout his body were gradually healing. In less than an hour, most of his injuries were healed. Even if Yang Yi was used to how extraordinary primordial violet energy was, he was still shocked by its ability. It was truly too heaven-defying when it came to healing. If it wasn't for his primordial violet energy, he wouldn't have dared to let himself suffer injuries in order to strike his opponent down. It could be said that besides the strength of his body, there was another reason why he dared to act like such a madman, and it was the primordial violet energy. So long as he wasn't killed with a single strike and was still breathing, then primordial violet energy could bring him back. Yang Ye immersed his consciousness into his body, and he gazed at the revolving tiny vortex in silence. He'd attained the Saint Realm, but the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering. Is it because I'm still not strong enough? He wouldn't have thought like that in the past because the Saint Realm was very strong. Especially him. His combat strength was pretty good, and at the very least, it was quite difficult for him to find a match amongst his peers at the same realm of cultivation. But after he'd witnessed the strengths of numerous other experts, he knew that saints were actually very weak. So, not to mention the Saint Realm, even the Emperor Realm was very weak. Lady, Cheong-Chi, and the Guardian who fought Lady that day. Every single one of them was in existence who could kill emperors with ease. But there were even stronger experts above them. Not to mention the old man in Taoist robes, just the past #1 expert of Dark Hell Continent, Jin Wuji, who'd created the stellar sword diagram, was an existence that countless had to look up to. As for the old man in Taoist robes, in short, as his strength grew, he had a clearer understanding of how weak he was. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he sighed softly, and then he opened his eyes. No matter what, he felt it was fine so long as Su Qingshi and the others were all right. As for the primordial violet pagoda, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could access it again, because the tiny vortex was clearly much livelier now, and it was even willing to communicate with him. For example, it would immediately send him primordial violet energy when he needed it, and he didn't have to try and convince it like he had in the past. Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts before withdrawing the spatial ring he'd gained from killing that emperor just now. He glanced at its contents. There were almost 5,000 violet crystals and a huge pile of other things. But he didn't attach importance to any of them because all the treasures and techniques were mostly at the divine rank. Even though he had no need for them, he could give them to the Sword Alliance's members or sell them. After all, the Sword Alliance needed violet crystals to improve its strength. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away, and then a spear appeared in his grasp. It was completely pitch black and icy cold, and there were mysterious symbols inscribed on it. It was at the quasi-emperor rank. Yang Yi sized it up for a short while, and then he nodded slightly before putting it aside. Next, a blue palm-sized mirror appeared on his palm. It was the treasure that Emperor had used to stop his attack earlier. The mirror was completely blue and didn't seem special at all. But Yang Yi knew that it wasn't ordinary because a blow that carried his full strength hadn't even been able to leave a mark on it. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he put it away as well. Even though it wasn't bad, it wasn't really useful to him. After all, his body was comparable to the Emperor realm, and it was equivalent to Emperor rank treasures. So, if his enemy's strength could pierce through his defenses, then it could naturally pierce through the mirror. So, he felt that it was a waste to use it himself. After he put the mirror away, Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he withdrew the corpse of that emperor. He'd never refined an emperor into a sword servant, so he wasn't really confident. After all, besides exhausting spiritual energy, it might even cause him to suffer backlash. It would be quite severe if he suffered backlash. Because it wasn't something like his body, it couldn't be healed in a short while by primordial violet energy. If it was in the past, a little backlash wouldn't be a problem for him. Yet now, Cloudfall City would be in danger if he suffered from backlash and was heavily injured. Of course, it was impossible for him to give up. He would absolutely not try if he was still just a half-saint. But he was a saint now. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to raise his hands and start refining. It didn't take long for the corpse to start shaking violently, and Yang Ye's brows were knit tightly together while sweat had started to appear on his face. Chapter 1184 If it's an enemy, then I have a sword for him. Chapter 1184 If it's an enemy, then I have a sword for him. Time passed slowly within the room. Yang Yi was covered in sweat while his eyes were bloodshot. A sword servant at the Emperor realm was countless times stronger than a sword servant at the quasi-Emperor realm. No, it should be said that they couldn't be compared at all. If he hadn't attained the Saint realm, Yang Yi would have probably suffered backlash by now. Even if he was a saint now, it was still extremely difficult to refine. After around an hour passed, the expression on Yang Ye's face suddenly changed before he spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he took around 10 steps back while the corpse slowly slumped down to the ground. He'd failed. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, while a solemn expression filled his eyes. The difficulty of refining a sword servant at the Emperor realm was much greater than he'd expected, but he wouldn't give up, of course. After resting for around 2 hours, Yang Yi started the refinement process again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but Yang Yi still hadn't been able to succeed. Besides that, he'd failed a few dozen times during this period. As he continued his attempts, Yang Yi started to examine and consider the refinement process. Because he realized that he hadn't failed solely because of his lower cultivation. There was another reason, and it might be related to the technique itself. Why? Because he suddenly recalled that the expert who'd created the technique had probably not attained the Emperor realm. When he thought of that, Yang Yi had a very strong feeling that it might be the reason. So, he didn't just carry out the refinement process in the end. He studied it bit by bit as he refined the sword servant, and then he modified and improved the refinement technique. Even though it was even more difficult, it couldn't be helped. He didn't want to give up on the opportunity to possess a sword servant at the Emperor realm. After all, a sword servant at the Emperor realm would be a huge assistance to him right now. It didn't take long for 2 more days to pass. Yang Ye's tense expression had started to ease up slowly. Even though he'd still failed numerous times in the last 2 days, he discovered even more problems and had resolved them in succession. Another day passed. Suddenly, Yang Yi let out a sigh of relief, and then he fell backwards and started breathing rapidly. As for the Emperor Realm's sword servant in front of him, it slowly took a knee before him. He'd succeeded. After working hard incessantly for days, he'd finally succeeded at modifying and improving the technique to refine sword servants. But it was absolutely tiring. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he'd fought an emperor for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only was he physically tired, he was even more mentally exhausted. Because his mind had been tense throughout this period, and he hadn't dared to relax at all. Fortunately, his exhaustion was worth it. Because he had a sword servant at the Emperor realm now, Yang Yi rested for a short while before he stood up, and then he flicked the black spear over to the sword servant. The latter took the spear and stood by Yang Ye's side. He'd thought about it for a long time, and he'd finally decided to give the quasi-emperor rank spear to the Emperor realm sword servant, because it would provide a tremendous increase to the sword servant's strength. After all, there definitely was a gap between the combat strength of puppets and true emperors, so the sword servant's strength would definitely rise immensely if it had that spear in its possession. Suddenly, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her because she was much larger than before. Yang Yi was stunned for a while before he said, You've grown fatter?" Snowy blinked but didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and then she transformed into a ray of light that entered the pocket of space in front of Yang Ye's chest. It didn't take long for her to emerge once more, and then Yang Yi watched with shock as she opened her mouth and spat lightly. Piles of violet crystals surged out from her mouth. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 7,000. Yang Ye's hands were trembling from excitement as he watched her spit out more and more violet crystals. It didn't take long for her to finish, and there were over 11,000 violet crystals in front of Yang Yi. Over 11,000. Yang Yi couldn't help but gasp. If he were in the radiant dimension, then while such a number of violet crystals wasn't huge, it would definitely still make him visibly moved. However, he was in Dark Hell continent now. 10,000 violet crystals here were definitely equivalent to 100,000 or even more violet crystals in the radiant dimension. It couldn't be helped because the violet crystals and spirit energy here were truly too scarce. Yang Yi gulped, and then he stretched out his hand to Snowy and said, Do you have more?" Snowy blinked, and then she lowered her head and licked Yang Ye's hand. After that, a small puddle of liquid appeared on Yang Ye's palm. Saliva? Yang Ye's face darkened. But it didn't take long for him to notice that it wasn't saliva, it was spirit energy, and it was extremely dense spirit energy. Yang Yi put the violet crystals away and rubbed Snowy's head as he smiled. "You'll grow stronger by absorbing spirit energy, right?" He'd noticed previously that Snowy would undergo changes as she absorbed more and more spirit energy. But at that time, perhaps it was because she absorbed too little, but the changes she underwent weren't very obvious. Yet now, Snowy hadn't just grown larger from absorbing the spirit energy that emerged after the death of an emperor. He felt that some changes had occurred to her. However, he wasn't able to put a finger on it. As for asking Snowy about it, it would be a waste of effort. She would just blink. Obviously, even she didn't know what she was. Yang Yi rubbed her head lightly and smiled. "Come, let's head outside." But Snowy shook her head, and then her eyes narrowed slightly as she pointed at Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi asked, "You want to sleep?" Snowy quickly nodded. Yang Yi chuckled, "Then quickly head in and sleep." Snowy nodded. She flew over to Yang Yi and pecked him lightly on the forehead. Her face immediately turned red once she finished kissing him, and then she quickly shot into the pocket of space. Yang Yi roared with laughter. He waved his right hand and put the sword servant away before leaving the room. In the hall, at this moment, it wasn't in a terribly damaged state anymore. It hadn't just become larger to the point of accommodating over 10,000. It was even quite grand. This was naturally all thanks to Yi Luyun. Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host while Yi Luyun and the others were below him. Besides Yi Luyun and some others, there were many other unfamiliar faces, and all of them were quasi-emperors. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this. Sword Master. All of them bowed to Yang Yi and greeted him respectfully. While Yang Yi was just a saint, it didn't affect the reverence they felt towards him. It could be said that Yang Ye's prestige in their hearts was unmatched by anyone else. In the past, many of them had some plans of their own. Yet now, even if they had plans, they didn't dare to display it at all. Yang Yi didn't just possess formidable strength, he was extremely ruthless as well. While all of them bowed to Yang Yi, Nanshuang stuck out her tongue at him instead. As far as she was concerned, Yang Yi was still that miserable kid who liked to brag and act weak. Yang Yi glanced at her, shook his head, and smiled before he glanced at the others with a serious expression on his face. Rise. All of them nodded slightly to Yang Yi and returned to their seats. Yang Yi gazed at Yi Luyun and said, Miss Yi, it seems like there are many new faces in our city. Moreover, I can sense that the number of experts in the city hasn't just increased slightly. Yi Luyun stepped forward and said, That's naturally all thanks to you, Swordmaster. A few days ago, you killed an emperor of Doomsday City while only at the Saint Realm. News of that has spread throughout the continent. Coupled with the fact that our Doomsday City has a spirit vein and has been trying to recruit others, many mercenaries around the area rushed over and expressed their willingness to join the Sword Alliance. Yi Luyun revealed a slight smile at this point. At this moment, our Sword Alliance has 56 quasi-emperors and over 7,000 saints. Moreover, some of them are even on the verge of advancing into the quasi-emperor realm. However, we lack violet crystals, so they can't advance for now. Yi Luyun's voice carried a trace of helplessness as she finished speaking. Because the Sword Alliance lacked violet crystals the most right now, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, How many are on the verge of advancement? Yi Luyun replied, 11 of them. They've been stuck at the high rank of the Saint Realm for a long time. The only reason they haven't advanced is because they don't have sufficient violet crystals. Yang Yi glanced at the people here and said, Step forward. It didn't take long for 11 figures to arrive before Yang Yi, and they bowed slightly to him. Yang Yi asked Yi Luyun, How many violet crystals are needed to charge into the quasi-emperor realm? Yi Luyun replied, 500 at most. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and 500 violet crystals instantly appeared before each of them. Everyone in the hall was stunned at the sight of this, and it didn't take long for them to feel excited. It was especially so for those 11 people. They even quickly knelt down on one knee before Yang Yi and spoke in unison. We'll never forget Sword Master's kindness. After all, many would be stuck at the high rank of the Saint Realm for hundreds, or even thousands of years, and it might take even longer. If they couldn't advance, then only the exhaustion of their lifespan and their subsequent death awaited them. So, Yang Ye's actions were actually no different than giving them a new lease on life. Thus, how could they not feel excited? Yang Yi glanced at everyone within the hall and said, Once you join the Sword Alliance, you're one of my own, and I, Yang Yi, am never stingy towards those who are on the same side as me. However, I will absolutely show no mercy to those who harbor ill intent. The Sword Alliance doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to everyone. I hope that everyone will be able to work together and allow the Sword Alliance's name to not just resound through Dark Hell Continent, but resound through the universe as well. We swear to follow Sword Master until the end of our lives. All of them bowed and spoke respectfully. Resound through the continent? Resound through the entire universe? Your ambition is quite huge, huh? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the city. But don't you think you're exaggerating a little? An emperor. The expressions of everyone within the hall changed, but they didn't panic. Yang Yi chuckled and started walking towards the exit. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to his side and spoke softly, Be careful. It's probably the dark sky sect. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. It's fine. If he's a friend, then I have meat and wine for him. But if he's an enemy, then I have a sword for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. Chapter 1185 Sorry. My hand shook. Chapter 1185 Sorry. My hand shook. In the sky above Cloudfall City, a middle-aged man in a silver robe was standing not too far away from Yang Yi. The middle-aged man seemed to be only around the age of 30. His figure was thin and tall, his appearance handsome and refined, and his eyes were extremely calm yet icy cold. Moreover, his entire body emanated an icy cold aura. There was another figure by the silver-robed middle-aged man's side. Yang Yi recognized that person because it was that woman in a blue dress from before. At this moment, she was looking at him with an icy cold gaze, and it carried a trace of killing intent. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You really are extraordinary. I never expected that a third genius who can kill emperors while at the Saint Realm has appeared in our dark hell continent." Yang Yi smiled. "You didn't come here just to praise me, right?" The middle-aged man replied, "I'm Yuan Tianyi, the vice sect master of the Dark Sky sect. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Yang Yi spoke like someone of high status as well. Actually, he hadn't heard of Yuan Tianyi at all, but since Yuan Tianyi was acting so politely, he had to give Yuan Tianyi face. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I'll get straight to the point. You killed numerous members of my Dark Sky sect, captured my granddaughter, and took her treasures. I really want to know what you think we should do about that. If you don't want to do anything about it, that's fine as well. I'll leave right now. However, I can guarantee that Cloudfall City and your so-called Sword Alliance will vanish from Dark Hell Continent in 15 minutes. Yang Yi shrugged. "I'm a person who likes peace, and I'm one who doesn't want to cause any trouble. So, let's talk about it. Your granddaughter wanted to kill my friend. Unfortunately, she was a little too weak. While she wasn't able to kill my friend, she still caused a certain amount of psychological harm to my friend. Besides that, she even insulted me. Even though I acted benevolently and let her go, since you want to get even, then let's do it. I'll give you a 20% discount, and you just have to give me 10,000 violet crystals as compensation for the emotional suffering that both my friend and I suffered. All right?" What nonsense. The middle-aged man hadn't even spoken when the woman instantly cursed with fury. "Compensation? Do you think that you're almighty because your grandfather is here?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if I can kill you in front of your grandfather." Her expression changed. Only now did she recall that the fellow before her, who seemed around her age, was actually in existence who could kill emperors. She immediately didn't dare to speak another word when she thought of that, and she could only use her gaze to express her rage. Even though her grandfather was an emperor, she didn't want a formidable expert who was comparable to an emperor to target her. If she was targeted by such a person, then it would be an absolute nightmare. "You think you're very strong?" Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Or perhaps you think that my Dark Sky sect is really so easy to bully?" "No." Yang Yi looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes and said, "I don't think I'm very strong, but I don't think I'm weak either. At the very least, I don't think I'm weak when facing your Dark Sky sect. As for your second question, I just want to say that it wasn't my Sword Alliance that wanted to bully your Dark Sky sect, and it was your Dark Sky sect that wanted to bully my Sword Alliance. I presume you're much more clearly aware of who caused enmity to arise between me and your Dark Sky sect, right?" "So what?" Yuan Tianyi chuckled. "In this world, the stronger party is the one who's always right. Isn't that so? Now, my Dark Sky sect wants an explanation from your Sword Alliance." "An explanation?" Yang Yi shook his head and looked directly at Yuan Tianyi. "The explanation is if your Dark Sky sect wants a fight, then you can have it. If they want to fight, then they can have it." Everyone in the surroundings felt their blood boil when they heard Yang Yi speak those words. After all, it was the Dark Sky sect. It was one of the top powers on the continent. But Yang Yi refused to make any compromise and wanted to fight them. How domineering. Countless members of the Sword Alliance gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of fervor and adoration in their eyes. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he nodded. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind Yuan Tianyi shook violently, and then around 10,000 experts appeared behind him. All of them were at the Saint Realm or above, and there were almost 100 quasi-emperors amongst them. Moreover, they were armed with the best. Practically every single one of them held and wore divine rank treasures. It could be said that while their realms of cultivation and numbers might be on par with the experts of the Sword Alliance, the gap between their strength was definitely like the gap between the heavens and the earth. They were the elites of the Dark Sky sect. As for the Sword Alliance, it had just been established while many quasi-emperors and saints had just joined it. Coupled with the lack of equipment in the Sword Alliance, it could be said that the Sword Alliance couldn't compare to the Dark Sky sect at all. But while their strength was inferior, none of them showed any fear, and all of them converged behind Yang Yi. Yi Luyan did very well when it came to discipline. Of course, the main reason was their sense of belonging to the Sword Alliance. Because once they joined the Sword Alliance, they didn't have to experience days filled with danger anymore. There was a spirit vein in the city, so they could advance and increase their lifespan just by working hard. So, it could be considered as a paradise to them, and they would naturally not allow the Dark Sky sect to destroy that paradise. Besides that, the Dark Sky sect wanted to kill all of them, and not just Yang Yi. They had a chance to survive if they joined forces. Yuan Tianyu gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Now, pay for your ignorance and arrogance." As he spoke, the army behind him was about to attack. However, a black-robed man who held a spear in his hand had suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side. Yuan Tianyi and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of the man. As for the others behind Yang Yi, they were first stunned before feeling overjoyed. It was an emperor. The black-robed man was an emperor. Besides Yang Yi, the Sword Alliance had another mysterious expert at the Emperor realm. That was what everyone thought right now. The only difference was that Yuan Tianyi's group had unsightly expressions on their faces because they hadn't expected this. It could be said that 2 emperors were entirely sufficient to eradicate all of them. Even though Yang Yi wasn't an emperor, he was an existence who was even more terrifying than ordinary emperors. They made a blunder. A huge blunder. Unlike Yuan Tianyi's group, the morale of the Sword Alliance rose drastically. After all, while the Sword Alliance's strength at the highest level was still inferior to the Dark Sky sect, the Dark Sky sect would definitely not dare to look down upon the Sword Alliance when it had 2 emperors. Yang Yi walked towards Yuan Tianyi, and he looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes when he arrived around 30 m away from him. "I'm a very rash person. Once I act rashly, I like to kill. Once I start killing, even I can't control myself. Now, I really want to kill. So, let me ask you again. Does your Dark Sky sect want to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's body started to gradually turn red. It didn't take long for him to turn completely blood red, and it seemed like an ocean of blood resided within his eyes. At the moment Yang Yi turned blood red, the sky in an area of 500 kilometers had instantly turned blood red as well. The pungent smell of blood and baleful energy instantly appeared here, causing some comparatively weaker cultivators to start vomiting while some of their eyes even started to turn red. As for the members of the Dark Sky sect who stood in front of Yang Yi, they bore the brunt of it. Many of them were terrified by Yang Ye's blood-red appearance to the point of moving backwards repeatedly. Yuan Tianyi's expression had changed as well, and he clenched his fists slowly. He hurriedly emanated his aura at the Emperor realm to resist the smell of blood and baleful energy. However, Yang Ye's dual void rank intense instantly dispersed his aura as soon as it left his body. Dual void rank intense. Yuan Tianyi's expression changed once more. Meanwhile, a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. Yang Yi looked Yuan Tianyi in the eyes and spoke fiercely. "If you want to fight, then my Sword Alliance will fight your Dark Sky sect to the death. Even if my Sword Alliance is annihilated, I'll cripple your Dark Sky sect and make it fall from the ranks of diamond rank powers. Does your Dark Sky sect dare to fight us to the death?" Yuan Tianyi clenched his fists while killing intent and ferocity filled his eyes. As an emperor, how could he not have a temper? How could he just swallow the rage he felt from receiving such threats from Yang Yi? Then the space in front of Yuan Tianyi suddenly trembled when he spoke up to this point, and then his face gradually calmed down. He glanced at Yang Yi while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Trust me, your sword alliance won't exist for long. Trust me. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. Let's go. Yi Luyun immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. While the Sword Alliance was prepared to fight to the death, it was best if the battle could be avoided, because the Sword Alliance really was too weak when compared to the Dark Sky sect. So, it would probably lose more than half of its experts in the battle, and it was even possible for all of them to be annihilated. The most important thing to the Sword Alliance right now was time. Time to develop. If it were to fight that battle, then the Sword Alliance's chances to truly rise to prominence would plummet. Moreover, once they started fighting, it would definitely play out as Yang Yi had said. They would fight the Dark Sky sect to the death. At that time, the Sword Alliance would have no chance to grow. However, right when all of them thought that the matter had come to an end for now, a sword howl resounded abruptly. After that, a blood-red ray of sword energy flashed through the sky before the head of one of the quasi-emperors from the Dark Sky sect flew up into the air. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Tianyi and the others' reaction was the same, and all of them turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shrugged and spoke. It wasn't intentional, sorry. My hand shook. I'll pay more attention next time. Everyone here was at a loss for words when they heard him. Chapter 1186 The Mad Demon Bloodline. Chapter 1186 The Mad Demon Bloodline. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, a very long time. As for Yang Yi, he revealed an utterly innocent expression. The atmosphere here tensed up once more, and it seemed very fiery. Both sides were ready to clash at any moment while vigilance covered their faces. Yuan Tianyi gazed at Yang Yi for almost 20 breaths of time before he spoke. You really are brave. But trust me, people like you don't live for long. Yang Yi shrugged but remained silent because he'd never been one to argue with words. Yuan Tianyi took another icy cold glance at Yang Yi before leading the experts of the Dark Sky sect away and vanished into the sky. Cheers filled the city when the experts of the Dark Sky sect left. They were filled with happiness, excitement, and another indescribable strand of emotion. After all, just a short while ago, these supreme sects treated them like ants. Moreover, if they encountered disciples of those sects, they had to either move away quickly or bow before them and greet them with a smile. Yet now, those experts of such a sect had lost one of their comrades right before their very eyes, but they hadn't even dared to speak a single word about it. It was relieving. At this moment, all of them felt like their ill feelings had been vented. Even Yi Luyun felt the same, while she heaved a sigh of relief that a battle hadn't broken out. Yi Luyun hadn't forgotten that the Dark Sky sect had acted extremely domineeringly and wanted to take their possessions by force that day. The others hadn't forgotten that as well. So, that was why it felt so good when they saw the experts of the Dark Sky sect reveal such unsightly expressions. In the hall, only Yang Yi, who'd returned to normal, and Yi Luyun were present here. Yi Luyun said, Swordmaster, while your actions raised the morale and confidence of our Sword Alliance, it was quite rash. Yang Yi gazed at her, and her expression changed slightly in response to it, but she still continued. Once the Dark Sky sect really decides to fight us to the death, our recent accomplishments will be destroyed overnight. Even if our Sword Alliance can resist the Dark Sky sect's attack, it'll definitely suffer heavy injuries. So, rising up in the world will become extremely difficult then. Because once everyone finds out that we're at war with the Dark Sky sect, no one would be willing to join us anymore. Yang Yi walked slowly towards her, and she lowered her head slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled and said, Miss Yi, there's no need to be nervous. Even though I'm quite impulsive at times and like to act rashly, I never do that to one of my own. Moreover, I'm not a conceited and obstinate person. So, feel free to speak about any thoughts you have. Yi Luyun heaved a slight sigh of relief. She hadn't known Yang Yi for long, All she knew was that this sword master of hers was absolutely not easy to deal with, and he was even slightly childish on occasion. Earlier, she was afraid that Yang Yi was a conceited and obstinate person, and if he really was such a person, then she would truly be quite worried about the Sword Alliance's future. Fortunately, he wasn't. Yang Yi continued, I understand everything you just said. Don't worry, I'll be careful. To be honest, attacking just now really was rash. Actually, I didn't just want to attack, I wanted to kill all of them. Because it's practically impossible for us to be reconciled with the Dark Sky sect. But as you said, the Sword Alliance needs time, and I need time as well. He wasn't lying. If he was still all alone, then he would have killed them all. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would have killed half at least. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had the Sword Alliance standing behind him. He didn't consider it as a burden, because it would be extremely helpful to him once it developed properly. Actually, it was quite easy to develop a power here because only spirit veins and violet crystals were required. Yi Luyun nodded slightly and said, So long as you understand. She was most worried about Yang Yi acting rashly according to his character. If that happened, it would only be harmful to the Sword Alliance. After all, the leader of a power had to be reasonable and wise. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for that power to grow. Fortunately, even though Yang Yi was extremely insane, he was very normal at most times. Yang Yi flipped his left palm, and 2 spatial rings appeared there. He flicked them over to her and said, There are 10,000 violet crystals in one of them. I think you probably really need them right now. As for the other one, there are all sorts of things in it like treasures and techniques. Their quality isn't low, so make arrangements for them on your own. Yi Luyun glanced at Yang Yi but didn't ask where he got them, and she just took them. Just as Yang Yi said, the Sword Alliance really needed violet crystals right now. Yang Yi flicked the blue mirror he gained that day over to Yi Luyun as well. That treasure isn't bad and should be useful to you. A quasi-emperor rank treasure. Yi Luyun took a deep breath and took the blue mirror. Thank you, Sword Master. Yang Yi said, No, I should be the one to thank you. I'm a lazy person who doesn't like managing trivial matters, and I'm unable to do so as well. You're dealing with everything within the Sword Alliance, and I know that it's definitely not easy. I hope that you'll be able to persist. Yi Luyun shook her head slightly. Actually, if it's compared to those days of scouring the world for violet crystals, then I like this life even more. Even though it's quite tiring, the future isn't hazy to me anymore. I believe that many others feel the same as well. Yang Yi nodded. Right? I'm going to head to the Godfall ruins. Yi Luyun's expression changed slightly when she heard him. Swordmaster, forgive me for saying more than I should, but the Godfall ruins are covered in sword intent, and that sword intent was left behind by Jin Wuji all those years ago. They are instinctively protecting their master, and anyone who gets close will be attacked by them. Even emperors aren't able to go far, because the closer one gets to the peak of Godfall Mountain, the stronger the sword intent becomes. In short, it's very dangerous. After tens of thousands of years, and even when it's only protecting its master on instinct, even emperors still can't get close. It's definitely sword intent that surpasses the void rank. Yang Yi was quite visibly moved. He possessed void rank sword intent that could remain intact without dispersing for tens of thousands of years. But not to mention an emperor, it couldn't even injure a quasi-emperor or a comparatively stronger saint. After all, his sword intent would definitely grow weaker after the passage of so many years. But Jin Wuji's sword intent was still capable of killing emperors even after tens of thousands of years. Even though Yi Luyun said it was dangerous, Yang Ye's gazes burned even more brightly with desire. Even if the stellar sword diagram wasn't there, he would still go take a look. Because he wanted to take a look at the past #1 expert of Dark Hell Continent, and he wanted to take a look at the sword god who'd exchanged a few blows with the old man in Taoist robes. Because he was a sword cultivator as well. Yi Luyun fell silent for a long time before she said, I presume you've made your decision, and it's pointless to try and dissuade you. But I hope that you are absolutely careful. Because if anything were to occur to you, then the Sword Alliance would split up in an instant. Your presence is the reason why everyone is staying here, but if you're gone... Yang Yi nodded. Don't worry. I understand what you mean. As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the Emperor Realm's sword servant appeared before Yi Luyun. I've given him the order to obey your orders from now on. He'll protect Cloudfall City while I'm gone. Besides that, if anyone in the city refuses to obey you, then you can act first and report later. Yi Luyun glanced at the Emperor Realm's sword servant, took a deep breath and said, I won't disappoint you. Presently, she had both wealth and human resources. Besides that, the external danger they faced had been temporarily resolved. So, it could be said that it was time for her to develop the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi nodded. Remember to notify me if Cloudfall City faces danger. I'll rush back as quickly as possible. Right. Help me take care of Nanshuang. Yi Luyun nodded. Understood. Yang Yi said, for the sake of preventing others from targeting Cloudfall City, tell everyone that I'm cultivating behind closed doors. So long as I'm in the city, I believe that both Doomsday City and the Dark Sky sect won't look for trouble with us for now. As for the others within the city, I think they wouldn't dare to any longer. Yi Luyun nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll manage the city well. Just take care of yourself. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry. I won't die that easily. That's all. You may leave. Yi Luyun bowed slightly to him, and then she left with the sword servant. Once she left, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, recovered to his prime, and then snuck out of Cloudfall City. As he gazed at Cloudfall City from afar, Yang Yi remained silent for a long time. It was the first time that he'd seriously established a power of his own, and he wanted to develop it well. The battle at the Radiant Dimension allowed him to realize that it was impossible to rely solely on himself. Of course, if he was all alone, then he would be like the Unfettered One, completely without any ties in the world. In that case, just he alone would actually be entirely sufficient. But he wasn't all alone. He had too many ties to the world. Like White Deer Academy, Ocean of Clouds Academy, and Lady. He had to establish a formidable power, and Dark Hell Continent just happened to be suitable for that. Because there was no Heaven Dao here. Thus, so long as he had spirit veins and violet crystals, then he could create a group of experts in no time. So, it was an opportunity. The Sword Alliance. There was a slight smile on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly frowned slightly. He glanced at the surroundings, hesitated briefly, and then vanished on the spot and shot towards Godfall. Not long after Yang Yi left, a black-robed man appeared where Yang Yi had been standing. The black-robed man gazed at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards and spoke in a low voice. He's ruthless and mad enough. It is like the Mad Demon bloodline. But why can't I sense the Mad Demon bloodline? Is he not from the clan? Or perhaps he hasn't awakened his bloodline. Strange. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, his figure shook and vanished on the spot. Chapter 11, 87 Pilgrimage of Sword Cultivators. Chapter 11, 87 Pilgrimage of Sword Cultivators. Right after the black-robed man vanished on the spot, Yang Yi appeared where he was standing a moment ago. He had a solemn expression as he gazed at the spot the black-robed man had been standing on just now. The black-robed man's ability to conceal himself was extremely formidable. It could be said to be the best he'd seen after Lady. As for the black-robed man's strength, he couldn't see through it because the black-robed man didn't emanate even a trace of aura. If the tiny vortex hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have even been able to notice the black-robed man's presence. Yang Yi hadn't attacked because he hadn't sensed any ill intent coming from the black-robed man. Moreover, he couldn't just make enemies rashly right now. Even though he couldn't sense the black-robed man's aura, since the black-robed man possessed such ability, it was obvious that it was impossible for the black-robed man to be weak. He was an emperor at the very least. But Yang Yi couldn't figure out why the black-robed man was following him. Could it be that a mysterious power thinks highly of my natural talent and intends to recruit me as an elite disciple? Such a thought appeared in Yang Ye's mind, but it didn't take long for him to shake his head and vanish on the spot. Godfall Mountain could be considered the #1 restricted area on Dark Hell Continent. It wasn't because it was extremely dangerous, but because everyone throughout Dark Hell Continent held feelings of reverence towards it. Even if those extremely powerful experts of the past came to Godfall Mountain, they wouldn't damage the place at all. Why? Because if it wasn't for Jin Wuji who'd fallen on Godfall Mountain, then Dark Hell Continent would have ceased to exist. Jin Wuji's sacrifice was the reason that Dark Hell Continent still existed. Because Jin Wuji had left Dark Hell Continent, and there was entirely no need for him to return when Dark Hell Continent was about to be destroyed. But he'd returned. So, they felt reverence towards him, and that was why Godfall Mountain was considered the #1 restricted area of the continent. Yang Yi sensed a strand of fierce sword intent from afar away before he really arrived at Godfall Ruins, and he immediately frowned. It was unlike any sword intent he'd encountered in the past, and it wasn't just fierce and sharp, it was filled with a strand of viciousness. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yi sped up. It didn't take long for him to see a towering mountain in the distance, and it seemed like a towering sword that was stabbed into the sky. Godfall Mountain. Yang Yi didn't continue flying and stopped instead, because he was within the domain of Godfall Ruins. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that it was exactly like Yi Luyan had described. It was filled with sword intent, and the sword intent would target him if he didn't stop flying. While he didn't fear the sword intent in this area, there was truly no need to look for trouble. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that there was a group of people a few kilometers to his right. There were a few dozen men and women there, and every single one of them was a sword cultivator. Yang Yi was quite surprised because all of them actually possessed quasi-void rank sword intent. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he shot towards the group. Another person has arrived. Yang Yi had just arrived before them when someone suddenly spoke from amidst the group, and then a few dozen heads turned around to gaze at him. Meanwhile, a slightly bald man arrived before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and smiled. "You're a sword cultivator as well?" Yang Yi nodded. "He really is a sword cultivator." "Ha ha ha." The balding man roared with laughter. At the same time, the gazes that the others shot at him became slightly amiable, and this puzzled Yang Yi a little. The balding man smiled. "The sword cultivators of the world are like family. Come, I presume you're here to join the pilgrimage to pay your respects to the sword god, right?" Yang Yi gazed at the balding man and was slightly puzzled. "What?" The balding man glanced at Yang Yi and spoke with surprise. "You aren't here for that? Or perhaps you don't know about it?" Yang Yi told the truth. "I really don't know. Please do tell." The balding man sized him up and said, "Are you really a sword cultivator?" There was a trace of doubt in the other's eyes as well. Yang Yi chuckled, "Of course." He flicked out a strand of sword energy while he spoke. The others stopped doubting him when they saw that, and the balding man nodded slightly. After that, he looked up at the mountain in the distance. "You know who's buried there, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I do." The balding man's eyes carried a trace of complicated emotions, but there was even more admiration there. All those years ago, Senior Jin Wuji saved the entire continent on his own, and he paid for it with his life. From that day onward, all the strong sword cultivators of our continent would make a pilgrimage here every year. Because Senior Jin Wuji didn't just save the entire continent, he allowed us, sword cultivators, to gain the respect of the entire continent as well. Unfortunately, the balding man sighed softly at this point, and then a woman in a green dress spoke abruptly. "Unfortunately, since Senior Jin Wuji fell all those years ago, the sword cultivators of our continent have been unable to stand back up again. Even the sect that Senior Jin Wuji created all those years ago, the Sword God's Palace, had fallen into utter decline before vanishing in the annals of history." Yang Yi asked, "It was destroyed?" She glanced at him and didn't speak a word. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the balding man said, "How could that be possible? Even though the Sword God's Palace didn't possess any extraordinary experts after Senior Jin Wuji fell, it was still the strongest power on the continent. But what a pity. Those fellows actually started engaging in internal strife for the position of Palace Master. Such internal strife went on for hundreds of years, and it ended in their destruction. What a pity." Yang Yi nodded. "It really is a pity. Actually, many powerful powers and empires weren't destroyed by external forces, and it was their own internal strife that led to their downfall. Just like White Deer Academy, its internal strife had almost eradicated White Deer Academy from the radiant dimension. The balding man sighed softly. Let's not talk about that anymore. Right? I'm Huan Kong, and she's Qin Zhu Yao. Let me tell you something, she's very strong, and she might be able to attain void rank sword intent this time. But when he spoke up to this point, he spoke softly. She's slightly weird. So don't offend her. Yang Yi glanced at Qin Zhu Yao and was slightly puzzled. She was quite pretty, but she seemed slightly proud and cold on the outside. However, there was nothing weird about her. Meanwhile, Huan Kong suddenly asked, right? Brother, what's your name? Yang Yi was about to speak when Qin Zhu Yao suddenly spoke. Today is the last day. Looks like that fellow, Yang Yi, isn't coming. Yang Yi gazed at her. She knows me? I'm coming here? He was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Huan Kong nodded. He probably isn't coming. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, why do both of you think that he should come? Besides that, do both of you know him? Huan Kong glanced at Yang Yi and said, do you not know him? He's the most renowned sword cultivator on our continent right now. He killed an emperor. He killed an emperor while at the Saint Realm. And he possesses void rank sword intent and slaughter intent. My God, he's my idol. No, he's the idol of all sword cultivators. A huge amount of adoration could be seen in Huan Kong's eyes as he finished speaking. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed from being praised directly like that. He coughed lightly and was about to tell the bald man his name. However, Qin Zhu Yao suddenly said, from now onward, he isn't any longer. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Huan Kong spoke as well. Indeed, I look down upon him for not coming to pay his respects. I'll definitely challenge him if I meet him. I'll beat him down and make him. Can you stop talking big? Meanwhile, a blade-clothed man with a sword in his arms couldn't help but say, he killed an emperor at the Saint Realm. What about you? You're a quasi-emperor now, but you probably will have no choice but to flee if you face an emperor, right? Lin Fan, go to hell. Huan Kong spoke furiously. I fought an emperor. I fought one. The black-clothed man spoke indifferently. Sending a few strands of sword energy over before fleeing is considered as fighting an emperor? Just forget what I said. I challenge you. Huan Kong suddenly pointed a sword at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I'll beat you down first, and I'll let you know what a true sword cultivator is like. A sword cultivator? You mean a mouth cultivator? Lin Fan laughed coldly. Lin Fan, really have to admit my inferiority if it's a competition of bragging. It isn't just me. Everyone else here would admit their inferiority. Fuck you. Huan Kong's face flushed red, and he was about to attack when Qin Zhu Yao suddenly stood between them. She said, if you want to compete, then compete during the pilgrimage. What's the point of fighting now? Lin Fan shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. Huan Kong grunted and didn't attack as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, all of you really looked up to Yang Yi before this? Huan Kong nodded. He killed an emperor and allowed the words sword cultivator to shake the continent once more. As sword cultivators, we naturally look up to him. However, he actually didn't come to participate in the pilgrimage. This is the most divine activity in the hearts of us sword cultivators, and it's a representation of our respect to Senior Jian Wuji. But he didn't come. I give him a bad rating for that. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Zhu Yao spoke abruptly. All right, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's begin. The others immediately became serious when they heard her. Yang Yi was about to speak when Qin Zhu Yao suddenly said, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Zhu Yao led the group forward, and they strode step by step towards Godfall Mountain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before following the group. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.